Good morning, everybody. Let's get to the numbers right away because we just got PPI and retail sales. Okay, let's start with retail sales up 0.6% versus an expected of 0.1 month over month. That's good for the consumer. PPI, US PPI year over year coming in higher than expected, 1.6 versus the 1.3 expected. PPI month over month also higher, 0.7 versus the 0.4 expected. Initial jobless claims also coming in a smidge lower than what's expected, 220,000 jobs. Jobless claims versus the 225,000 expected. So a bit of a mixed bag there with the consumer remaining strong, but retail sales, with PPI coming in higher than expected. That's the second inflation print in a row that we've got higher than expected with CPI coming in yesterday. It is Thursday, September 14th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, and there's a look at the NQ here. Let me just switch to that, to the 5-minute. Yeah, jumping all over here, guys, this morning. There you go. The NQ coming down off that level 15,637 is where we got to in the pre-market. There was also some volatility as the European Central Bank also decided to raise its rates by a quarter point, taking it to 4.5 points on the day. The NASDAQ coming back down here below 15.6. Guys, what's the look over there?
Good morning to you as well. Welcome, everybody. You don't have to pay an arm and a leg to be here because we're the best free trading show out there, but you are going to have to pay an arm and a leg for the IPO today because it's going to be a rich valuation for ARM. Get your bets ready to go as to when it's going to open up. I promise you I'll be done my lunch. And I feel as if maybe even having an afternoon tea by the time it opens at, I said 12:47 yesterday is my guess. But look, it's going to be an interesting day. It feels a little bit like deja vu because the market came down on a hot CPI print and then we come down a little bit on a PPI print. But it's actually not as much of a move to the downside today on the PPI print. So not a lot of activity so far. I think we're going to go back to the well. You saw what happened with Amazon. Amazon super strong. Apple looking relatively weak. Tesla looking pretty solid, at least early on here today. There's some news with the automakers. There might be a trade off those, but I kind of feel like this is a little bit of the same for them. We're expecting a potential strike announcement at noon, but it's all about the semis today. It's all about the semis.
Yeah, it feels like it's been like that for a while, but welcome everybody. Yeah, I mean, that was not, it wasn't exciting enough to get me into anything right there. I was watching these futures, trying to figure out some levels that we might want to look at if that PPI, I mean, we just saw what it came out as. There was a 0.7. I'll check it in a minute. But here's the market. I was waiting to see if we got this like 15. It came close, 15,550 there. We're at 15,600 right now. Was trying to see if we got a test down into here. Obviously, we're still looking at that 15,500 that held yesterday. So that'll be a good one. And then at the top, 15,700. So we're still in the middle of a 200-point range right now at 15,600. So, you know, not much action right now on that release. But it doesn't mean that there's not going to be a lot of action here today as we continue to be excited for this ARM IPO. I want to buy some Amazon if we come back into 144. We're just going to be patient here today. AMD is going to be a play as well because, again, you know, all eyes wait for what this IPO is going to come out. It's priced at 51. It's probably going to come out in the 70s, I would think, but we don't know. Right now, it's looking great out on our platform, so we'll have to wait, you know, for it to start accepting order entries and things like that. But right now, this is what ARM looks like. It's quiet until it comes out. And again, it will be debuting on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, NASDAQ for the win.
So NASDAQ for the win here today. And hopefully they'll be able to, hopefully they'll get it out, you know, before we're done at 11. But the chances of that seem to be slim, needless to say. So
they want the midday guys to be able to get it for you guys. That's what.
Yeah, that's good. I'll give them a story. I'll be taking the long anyways off the open.
Yeah, take that open print.
It's a pretty easy trade for us here. But yeah, Sharif, a couple numbers coming in there. We do have Rahim Alani coming through as well. We're going to talk about some cannabis names, which has been obviously hot the last little while. So that should be fun. Some Canadian names, I imagine.
All right, let's recap the numbers here quickly, Sean. U.S. jobless claims coming in below expected. That shows the slack in the U.S. Employment sector still not giving way, and that is one of the key factors that the Fed will be looking at when making its interest rate decision. So the U.S. jobless claims coming in at 220,000 versus the 225,000 expected. Last time around it was 216. Again, retail sales coming in at 0.6% up month over month versus the 0.1 expected. A lot of talk has been made about the slowing strength or the reducing strength of the U.S. consumer, not reflected in August numbers anyway. PPI year over year up again 1.6% versus the 1.3 expected last time around. It was 0.8, and then the month over month figure for PPI 0.7 versus 0.4 expected last time around 0.3. All right, the guys alluded to this. We have ARM later today, the IPO set to supposedly at $51 a share with a valuation of $54.5 billion. SoftBank still owns the majority of this one, so keep your eye on that. Probably, as the guys alluded to, probably debuts on the midday show. We also have Chinese ADRs on watch as Chinese banks, the People's Bank of China coming out overnight and saying that they are going to add more stimulus into the economy by reducing the reserve requirements. Chinese ADRs up on the day. And we also have, yes, U.S. Legacy Auto as the United Auto Workers look to strike their last-minute deal could not be secured yesterday. Jim Farley coming out and saying that the CEO of Ford, that they put their best foot forward. We'll have to wait and see what is up there. GM, Ford, and Stellantis all on watch. Netflix sold off aggressively yesterday. Make sure to keep an eye on that, as the CFO was at the Bank of America conference yesterday making statements with respect to his ad tier and how a lot of the new signups have not been based on that after the password sharing, and the advertising business there slow to grow. So keep your eye on that. We'll keep your eye on those and much more, guys. Anything you're looking at the moment.
What a recap, by the way. That was great. So cheers up to Sharif there. I was just like, kept going, did everything there. So
what are you supposed to say after that? I just looked at my X machine. That's the first time I've actually referred to Twitter as X. Yeah. I look over and I just randomly saw the first story that popped up, and I was going to talk about Netflix, and I will in a second. Palantir, the NVIDIA moment is coming. So I don't know if that's true. I think it's like Seeking Alpha or something, so they're just trying to get me to click it. But that is a stock that we're talking about for potential break. The longer it holds 15, the more interesting it gets. But Netflix yesterday, man, like that was its second worst day in the last, I want to say 2 months. Since it made that run to 500, like when it rejected 500, is the only day that was as bad. Just a huge move to the downside. There wasn't any bid inside. It's actually still dropping. Now the market's coming back in a little bit more heavily here. So Netflix dropping through 410. We're playing some Disney as well. Your best laid plans are pretty much out the roof, because I was thinking off the open, if we get one of those like little pops at the open, like that 420 level would give us a short on Netflix. I feel as if we'll have to reassess that. Netflix, I think it could be about that 400 level. Go back into August bottoms. I want to try to respect that. If it gets down to 400, look for a bounce play and look for a long. On the ARM, we're going to talk a lot about ARM and some of the chips, but I'm going to point something out here. So this is NVIDIA here on my Trade Ideas platform. And if I scroll over to my nice little details on the company, I'm going to highlight this number here, and that would be the price to earnings ratio of NVIDIA, which is 109. 104 is going to be the PE of ARM at the current valuation. And that's if it opens up at 51. Think about that for a second. And the answer to, well, it's in the same space, it's got to be like NVIDIA. No, it's not. So it's going to be an interesting one. I don't know what it means for the long term. I'm not a huge fan of it at that valuation for the long term, but that trade is about momentum off of the open. Find support, go for it. And momentum says Netflix is weak. I don't think you want to fight that one. The other way I want to play this, call it sector, whatever you want, but Disney was a good reversal yesterday when Netflix was falling apart. Disney was still holding off at the highs, and it was a good short at 84. Today, Disney is holding up well. So I'm kind of thinking if Netflix bounces and the market can bounce, you can start to look for Disney breaking out again. But that breakout was completely stalled by Netflix. So it's almost like Netflix will be like my futures. I'm going to like the Disney long a heck of a lot more if there's any bounce in Netflix. And if we continue to fade, then that 84 is resistance on Disney.
I was looking at AMC as well, but I do have AMD. Great morning here so far for the apes on AMC. But yeah, no, I was looking at AMD. I was just writing the sticky note right now. I just think a 109 break. Let's just take it. I mean, it was relatively strong yesterday with a nice move upside there. I just feel like I mean, 109's not. It's not like a super clean level or anything like that. We're just trying to break through yesterday's high of 108.75, and then we'll see if we can get going on AMD. I just think that all the love today in this space makes sense. And yeah, I'm not worried, obviously, what Neil's talking about there is for the longer term there. I'm not even worried about PEs. I mean, on these big names, doesn't really matter, especially in the first few days. So we'll see what happens here with ARM. And like you just mentioned there's no way it comes out at 50. It's going to come out at 70 something, I would think, if not even maybe even a little bit higher than that. It's way oversubscribed. Let's just see where the momentum takes it. But
57 to 61.
Yeah, 57 to 60. Yeah, it could be.
I just made that up, man.
Yeah. 61 would be very low, I think.
I don't know.
I don't know if anybody got any allocations there. But there's AMC up 7.5%. Now, what I want to get at was yesterday, we were very patient. We talked about this on the recap show yesterday, and we actually did a trade review of this on why we didn't short these two pops, right? And then we waited for it to finally base out, and then that gave us the answer. So it looked like in here the bulls were still winning, right? Because you just retrace back down into the 20, into the 50, then take off again. So there was really no top that was given. You got a wick top, which means you had some exhaustion candles. That's great. And if you had those, then you could have shorted it for 10 cents each time. But then finally, it bases out for about 10 or 15 minutes there. That gives you this target to get short. So that's kind of what we're doing right now. It's just like into here, if we can base out somewhere around $9, now it's a nice shoot up, and it's actually doing the opposite. We could take this long today as well if we see a base like this form. So either way, we just want to see something. See, like there's a base there, move up. Here's a base there, move up, waiting for it to give us something on the top side. I would prefer the short. I feel like the panic is easier on the short. And if it's a long, then the problem with that is that I really feel like the long could really get sparked. So you want to punch a breakout level long rather than try to build into it. So I'm going to sit down. If we come back into 860, we'll take the long as well. But then, hey, man, off the open, it's still 45 minutes, and it's looking real strong. It's already done 3.5 million shares. Is there an imbalance even on AMC? Yeah, 1.9 or 190 right now. So this name's looking really excitable here, and I think this will be one that I'll trade a lot there today. So I'm looking to trade some AMC, and we can't talk about it without. Oh no, my stream deck's not open without hitting the apes.
There we go. I got this.
I gotta get.
At least I have that key.
I restarted my computer last night because I didn't want to have any problems. So.
I didn't hit that. Oh, come on, Fabian.
What did he hit? Well,
he hit the fail.
Like and subscribe today.
I don't know if there's another one we can play. I don't know if we have any other ones or not, but.
But like this.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
That's a good.
You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
People like that one. We'll see if we can get some bangs going there. I didn't like that one during the summer because it was wearing that sweater.
Well, speaking of sweaters, yeah, you need one today. It's freaking freezing here in Toronto this morning. It's not going to be that bad, but it was. I felt like it was 10 degrees when I left my house.
It's 10 degrees now.
At 10 degrees right now, so it hasn't even warmed up yet.
Yeah.
That's Celsius,
11
by
degrees.
The way,
11 degrees on Bay Street.
So think like 50 Fahrenheit, guys. That's not a lot of fun.
50?
Yeah, 1.8. Multiply by 1.8 and add 32.
Right, multiply by 1.8, so 10, 1.8, add 32.
Yeah, it's not fun. But you know what?
Hey, QVC model. What is that?
The what?
QVC. Isn't that that's online shopping? That's like what they put on the. That's where you go to sell like your little gadgets and stuff, like shopping channel.
Yeah, the shopping.
We're just waiting on Raheem, guys. He'll be here momentarily. Apparently, there was a lot of traffic on the way. But let's talk a little oil while we're waiting for our friend Raheem. 1 2/3% for WTI oil. Look at this chart, guys. Holding the 50 period quite well. And there's a lot of names running with it. We know that we've been running higher on oil as a result of the Saudi and Russian production cuts. And part of the reason we got a higher headline number yesterday on the CPI. Let's see how CVX is doing, also running up quite nicely, 1.14%. XOM as well, nice move up 1.25%. And Occidental, one of Uncle Warren's favorite stocks there, 1.18% as well. Very strong for oil lately. You know, a little illiquid in the pre-market, but what's the look on oil? I know they're talking to Raheem over there, so maybe I'll have to keep talking a little bit more. Yeah, I think they're ready.
We're ready. We're born ready, baby.
You have to get used to that because Raheem comes in and we have to say hi, right? Like,
right.
And talk a little bit. He was a little bit of traffic there. I'm surprised, you're talking about oil, I'm surprised you didn't mention nat gas, Sharif, because it's ticking up a little bit. Now, I'm not saying, I'm just saying for nat gas, and not to change the subject or anything, but have a look at the consolidation at the bottom and ye old 200 period just eagerly waiting to break out to the upside. That'll be good for Enbridge and Tellurian, so that's my selfish plug for those two names right there. But yeah, well, obviously it's a big move. You know what, I was going to talk about Oxy, but let's flash up XOM. Because obviously you have a decent move happening. A lot of inflation, or a decent amount of the inflation story yesterday was obviously oil. XOM is right back to, there goes the chart a little bit better there, right back to a triple top, well, close enough to a triple top, like $1 away from a triple top at 119. Like, this thing clears 120, you're in a bit of breakout mode for XOM, or ZOM as I know Sharif likes to call it.
That's the most ridiculous one.
It's bad, but I don't know. Like, I steal things from Sharif all the time. He likes to call it ZOM. I'll call it ZOM for this time and probably this time only. I think it's the first time I've done it. Yeah, but there's a breakout potentially looming here on XOM. It's still in a consolidation phase. I think you kind of set the alert for that. It's kind of like when Oxy off of support levels. Like, you do wait for it to get to the price, and the Buffett buy comes in, then you take it. I think you're looking for this to break out the 120. I don't know if that happens today. Maybe that's like a end of the week thing or a next week thing, but it's definitely lining up for a bit of a breakout on Occidental. So I'm going to keep our eyes on this. We get that continuation in oil futures, and I think this one's likely to make that breakout. It has been resistance for the full year. It's a triple top on the year, so it's a significant one if it does break out.
Yeah, so I was just looking at this, and I'm wondering how much, we've talked about this again, throughout our show. We had Michael Noss on the other day on the after show talking about XLE. But see, the thing is that oil's obviously breaking out. We've already talked about that, but it's already broken through this $80 level. And now this is last year at this time. So this is last year, October. This is a weekly chart for crude. So last year at this time, we were up to 93, 94, and then we went to the downside and then created these bottoms back down to the 200 at 66 bucks. So I just wonder how much of this is possible seasonality, where you get a run up into the cold weather and then start to come back down a little bit. Obviously, there's more at play here. We talk about it's a much different economy this year than it was last year, with many of these equities, nearing highs again. But that's what happened last year, man. We got to the highs, and then the NASDAQ and the market started to fade off here in October, leading us to the December lows, right? And then a nice rally back for the NASDAQ, up 40% this year alone. So it is no surprise that oil itself from the bottom is 67 up to 90. So that's, again, another 40% move in oil as well. But strong, like, this is weekly charts. So out of the last 2 months, you only have 2 down weeks. So that's pretty important there. And then those down weeks bounced off the 50 period. So you have a lot of support down here at 80 bucks. I think oil just continues to march higher, and why not? I mean, this is what it even looks even more impressive on the daily chart, right? So that's why I wanted to go to the weekly just to zoom it out a little bit, because on the daily, it's up and away, man. It's three red days in the last 7. It's a nice move up, and it's an aggressive one today, breaking even higher. So crude right now up 1.5 and continuing to make noise out there on the floor. So a name like Oxy could be bought at any time, really. We talked about that breaking through 67. You do have the Buffett buy that's in there as well. Although when they released their holdings, I don't remember Oxy being like more than 1% of his holdings. So it's obviously that's still big. But, right there, you're starting to break through again, 67, 68 bucks here on Occidental. Any dip buys in the low 60s here, you get just rejection of the 200 would be what we'd be looking for, but that's down here to 62, 50 period at 63. I mean, there's a lot of support everywhere for oil. I still say you stay as long as you can, these names.
They are accepting, or well, not they. We can now throw orders out on ARM. Not that that's a big deal.
I'm
it's
put
just
a
that
75 bid.
we like to put the thing about it is like you're trading, you're active. If you're taking the opening print, like there's not much of a reason. If you know you're going to take the opening print, why wouldn't you already have it in now? So you're not scrambling. Because I don't know when it's going to open. It could open up at 10:30. It could open up at 9:30, which I don't think I've never seen that happen on an IPO.
Ever.
Well,
Ever. Even the worst, even the lowest of subscribed ones.
I've never understood this, and maybe somebody out there, we have a great community, so maybe you guys can answer this question for me. What is the particular reason why they cannot just open, say, hey, we're accepting orders in, but we're going to open this stock at 10 o'clock, or we're going to open this at 10:30, and then everybody knows when they have to get their orders in by. And it's just like that. The market opens up, so you don't have to worry about an IPO opening at 9:30. I can understand that. But let's just say, why can't it be 10:30? I know there's economic releases, so maybe you make it 10:45. You just throw a time on it so everybody knows when it's going to happen instead of some random time. It's almost as if they want to catch people off guard and not have enough people at their desks.
Every IPO should be released at the same time.
But they should be at the same time.
11 o'clock.
It doesn't make sense to me.
I actually never thought about the economic release thing. Yeah, maybe they shouldn't do it right away. But it's always, what do you call it, when you're like, it's not showboating, but it's like they want to get the media in there.
It's the hype thing.
The hype train. Yeah. They want to like show all these nice ARM little posters and stuff and claim and sort of just show that they got it, not the NYSE. Yeah. We're live at the NASDAQ, and then they get all the cameras in there. I think it was Coinbase or one of them where they were all surrounded, and it was just like ding, 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 and it was like this big to-do, and then Coinbase was insane.
That was insane.
Let's wait to see what happens.
Was insane.
Do we have we're ready with Raheem, but just hold on a second. Oh no, we won't get it yet. I was gonna look.
Not yet.
So just come over to the screen quickly. We won't get this yet because we only have NYSE at 9:25. The NASDAQ imbalances will get posted, and you will see ARM will be the biggest one on here. Right now it's AMC because we only have NYSE listed right now, but as of 9:25, like my order will go in, Neil's order will go in, everybody's orders will go in. So what I'm using is a limit on open order. So that's what I'm doing, and hopefully that fills. Well, not hopefully.
It will fill.
Will fill, and then we're going to go from there. So let's wait to see. No, I have my ARM orders at 75, Ozan.
I am at...
You're going to get the best price. It doesn't matter what your price is.
I usually put two. I'll put like one for half at a ridiculous price that I'm guaranteed to get. Then I'll say I'm only going full if it's reasonable. So I might put like the second one. I usually put that one a bit later.
How the hell do you know what reasonable is?
No, I like to look at where it's opening up. And so, like my whole thing, and we're gonna get to the desk in a second. I apologize for this.
No,
but if
they want this.
But I like a 55 level. Like I really like 55. I like 60. If it's gonna defend an even dollar, then I want to throw an order, and I want more shares if I can get it right in front of that big even dollar level, like a 50,
one
55,
order to
60.
open, and then another order as it.
And another one, like right at that, like 55 even. I'll really like a 55 even, like a 60. I would really like.
I'd love to get more. Like I'd love to buy it and then it work, and then maybe buy more.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
I just want to see them defend.
It's going to be risky.
I want to see them defend a big even dollar level. If I see that, it's like jam, and then just hold it. And if it breaks that level, it breaks that level.
10,000 shares market on open. Why don't I just use a market on open key?
Because there's always a price you're not willing to pay.
No, but there's not for me.
On the off chance, because it's on the off. Sorry guys, on the off chance it opened at like $125, I would want no part of that price.
Right.
So that's why I don't do it. Let's get to the desk because we have the boys waiting.
125. That's a.
All right, guys, we got Managing Director at OC High Group's Raheem Alani, good friend of the show. Raheem, good morning. I know traffic was a bit of an issue, but we're going to talk a little bit of weed today, marijuana stocks. So let's tee it up here. So this kind of was initiated by the Department of Health and Human Services, reducing marijuana from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3.
Right.
And then that sort of precipitated later with the Banking Act. Why don't you take us through that?
Yeah, so it went HHS. HHS takes it to the DOJ. The DOJ has a review. I'm not a U.S. political expert, so I'm not sure the machinations from there to Congress. But there are certain congressmen and senators that are speaking up, wanting us to go forward. And like we talked about, this is going to be, again, for the third election cycle in a row, it's going to be an election issue. So we'll see what the Democrats and Republicans split out around that. But the next big thing will be the Senate banking vote to make SAFE go forward. And that vote is on Monday the 18th. So expect Monday to be a very, very active day in the space if it moves ahead. And all that really does is allows for financial institutions to get more readily involved in the banking of the product, because right now it's like we talked about last time I was here, it's the local community bank with 300 people that has to do the banking for a dispensary in the middle of Utah, as an example. So the Safe Banking Act will allow financial institutions to get more readily involved. Moving it from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 will also do a lot of things accounting-wise, as well as top-line-wise for sales.
And the Canadian producers like Tilray, and we're going to get to those in a second,
Yep.
they have good exposure to the American market in areas where it is legalized. I believe half the states now are legalized or about to be legalized.
Yeah, no, for sure. And what we're seeing again is a massive movement by some of these states to change the landscape. New York, when they first started, as an example, said they were going to be focused on, let's call minority-owned businesses, women-led businesses, et cetera. They just announced the other day that as of October 4th, which is in a couple weeks, they'll start accepting applications from multi-state operators and larger businesses. They'll provide funding for minorities and women-led businesses, but they will allow some of these other companies to come in, which will affect, like we talked about, some of the Canadian companies that are multi-state operators. And like we've talked about, the thesis over the last 1, 2, probably even 3 years here on Trader TV, is the multi-state operators is where you want to be, unless you're really super passionate about, say, Florida. Multi-state operators is where you want to be because they're going to be able to touch point into different states. So New York has seen that coming. And I read an interesting stat of the top deals by state that are happening. New York is the #1 state. It's the only state that's gone up in the number of transactions that have occurred this year.
Fantastic. All right, so let's get some specific names. Canopy Growth, the first one on our list.
Yeah, it's been a little active on the trading side.
Oh,
right? It's bopped between $1 and $2.30 the last few days. It's $1.56 right now. They have their AGM coming up on September 25th. So anyone that is a shareholder or wants to tune in to hear what they are up to, that might be a good opportunity just for you to get some intel on what the company is doing. But in the last month, they're up, 200%. And they have continued to do deals around their brands and around their facilities. So that is kind of, the ticker says it all. It is the big daddy in the space, or was at least by name. So that one's been exceptionally active after the U.S. news.
Aurora Cannabis, one that we're all familiar with because it's named after a suburb in Toronto. At least that's where I thought it was from. Ended up being from Alberta when I looked. But Aurora Cannabis, another one you like. And it just broke that $1 mark, so no longer a penny stock.
Yes, and then they had issues with that, with the NASDAQ going back a little while. But it's trading, exceptional, 100, 200 million shares a day. Based on this news, it's clipped between 45 and 90 cents, cracking the dollar mark. So all those things have been very interesting for the company. They have been different a little bit than some of the other ones that have taken advantage of this U.S. news, in that they've done some other things. They've got a new veterans product for veterans, by veterans. They bought back some of their senior convertible notes for $9 million. They just did a CBD deal in Brazil. So while some of the stocks popped and have traded all sort of around, like we talked about the ETF and how that trades, Aurora has been a little different because of the fact that they have put out additional news. So that's maybe helped sustain them a little bit. And the volume has gone up. And as we joke around about Aurora, my sister lives in Aurora and her family, and her kids are probably watching, or they might have gone to school already. So I always give them a shout out. I like Aurora. I tell my wife all the time we're moving.
And they've got good pieces of land there, and everything in the city so cramped. Next one is Kronos. Now, just jokingly here, I always assumed it was chronic, but it's not. It's after Kronos.
Kronos, yes. I think chronic in the name probably would have, pissed off us.
Yeah.
Pardon my French. Irritated some people in the legislative things and in the financials. So the only reason we thought Kronos is still interesting is last time we were on talking about the sector, Kronos had received an unsolicited expression of interest on the company. The stock moved, has since traded back down, and as you've seen in the last week, like everybody else, has traded, with a 20% delta. They are trading, 5, 10 million shares a day versus, call it sub 1 million shares. So it's a decent price point. You can get in and out of that name. And let's see if there is follow-up on outside expressions of interest from Chrono.
Yeah, and I just want to point out here for the viewers, we've reclaimed the 200 period and decidedly broken above it, and now you're having the 50 period curl up as well as the 200 period, so really good look on that one. Fourth on our list here, Raheem, Tilray, one that we're all familiar with, one of the big names.
Yeah, exactly. Tilray has continued to move, has moved up well with this news, has traded between 290, 350, and again, you know, they're 35, 40, 50, 60, 70 million shares in the last few days. Again, what they have done in terms of everything that they're doing with the better share price, they have done a couple other deals, getting some new products out into the space in Canada. But the CEO, if you look up any of his interviews, he has spoken quite candidly about getting more involved in the beverage space. So he's done deals with Anheuser-Busch, with Molson. He does want to make, you know, CBD-infused beers and things like that a real thing. And again, depending on what happens as we go here with federal legalization, your typical cannabis-infused beverage might be readily available, and they're betting that it will be, and that's why they're taking the lead on that.
All right, and then Curaleaf, last but not least, and a good look here, by the way, possibly a golden cross coming as the 50 period and the 200 period get awfully close. What's the look on that one, Reem?
And thanks for taking all my trading notes, because you know that's my key metric that I go to. I leave that to you guys. Curaleaf, again, they're focusing on new products and beverages. They are focusing on bringing those things to market. And this is one of those names that more than likely will have that New York touch point coming up on October 4th. I wouldn't be surprised if Curaleaf is in there, as well as some other ones like Cresco, Columbia Care, Acreage will also probably all be on that New York news. But yeah, they're trading well above their average, about 4, 5, 6 times above their average, trading in between 6 and 7 over the news. And yeah, focusing on that New York play, I think is
yeah,
what I want to look.
fantastic. Okay, we'll have to keep an ear out and an eye out, definitely to see how we do with legalization. You and I were talking off camera about how the Republicans still control the House, and you know that may not be on their most important list of things to do, but definitely a good look there for possible federal legalization. That's a holy grail, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. All right, guys. Raheem Alani, Managing Director at OCI Group. Thanks for being on, Raheem.
Anytime.
As always, thank you to Raheem. Always looking sharp, and that darn traffic every now and then. Look, CGC, that's the one that I think most people have been trading recently for obvious reasons. Tilray has not necessarily had the volatility that you want out of a day trading stock. Yesterday was, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it bounced off $1. It was at 104, I think, was that low. I just missed that sucker. I think I'd give it one chance to bounce off one again. The second time through, I say this for any kind of a bounce level, the second time through, I never expect to be as good as the first, and the third time, I'm questioning whether I want to do it at all. So this would be the second time if it tries to test $1. I'm on the bid now to take a shot at it. Ideally, I'd have a situation where average price is like 1, 1.5, something like that. If it breaks the buck, you get out. You can always get back in if it does hold that low. And keep it pretty simple. Like above that level, it's okay. Just understand it's now in a downward trend going into the end of the week. Obviously, Monday could be a little bit of something, and we're selling off into it. Bigger picture, though, is you are in a pullback. Like the stock is up 200% from this breakout after a deep pullback. Off of like $2 it almost got to. So that is a pretty significant dip. That's why I like to look for this little bit of support here on CGC at $1. I seriously doubt this comes into play. The dollar on ACB is probably too far away from this right now. So if there was a gigantic bounce in CGC, maybe it's in play to fade ACB to the upside, like I like CGC long off $1. If there's a huge move to the upside, I might play a failed break short on ACB. But I'm anchored in on this dollar level on both these names.
Yeah, I mean, you can, a couple names there if you wanted to just grab everything. You know, MSOS has really got going again on this, right? So they have Grow Generations. They do have that Curaleaf, excuse me, in them as well. So you can see, I don't know if how can I get this looking a little bit better, but this is what they have in MSOS. There's Cresco Labs, there's Curaleaf, there's Grow Generation, it just goes on and on. But the idea with this would be is that you're grabbing an ETF here instead of individual names. But Raheem just dropped a couple names in there. So whether or not you believe in this happening, I don't really think it's a buy up where we are right now just because of where we've gone. But you know, if this is going to be something, there's a lot of room to go on every single one of these names. I mean, look at the chart. I mean, like, this is just getting going. But the thing is, this is obviously a game of headlines, so we wait for the next one. That New York conference there, pretty interesting. Going to see what happens over there. And then we just wait to see about the political headwinds or tailwinds that exist coming into the election year, right? And so this is going to be a topic. I always feel like it should be a bigger topic than that. But like we already mentioned, half the states are already in bed with this idea. So we just need to get it on the federal level. And when that happens, then go boom. You know, stocks go boom, and you just hope to be in front of your desk when that some kind of a note comes by somebody that matters, right? Whether or not you get an official kind of yes from Joe Biden and maybe some of that side of the aisle, I don't know. You know, either way, we need to have the right people making the right decisions on cannabis, and right now it's just a suggestion to the HHS, and until that actually becomes something, then I would pretty much stay away from all of these other than playing them for the momentum throughout the day, like CGC back down here. I mean, wasn't this like, this is, let's go CGC. Wasn't this just at 170? Yeah, right there. So like, this is what I mean about buying tops. I know Neil talked about this, but it's like, if you bought it up here thinking that this was the next coming and you're like, you don't want to miss this run to $7 or $8 or wherever CGC is going, well, now you're down 80% again. You know, it's like, learn your lesson. You know, you touch the iron, but it's still hot, and you keep on burning your damn hand. Damn it. You know, it's like, just wait. Pick it up, pick some up as we dip, dollar cost average into these weed names. I think that's the best play. You don't want to go all in. I mean, I dollar cost average into hell here, and I haven't bought anything down near 20, 30, 40 cents, but it's been a disaster ride for some of these names, and I still think there's some upside here. Or, you know, you can't think about the past. You got to think about the future. Yeah.
Or just, and then stand up. That's when you're like, that's the gangster move right there. Like, just shove, and then you stand up from the table.
Where
like, you know what's up.
Point?
Oh, no,
I know you're just joking.
You guys know I'm joking. It's just, I like poker, so that's why I said
get
that.
Down to, I
don't think you ever do that kind of thing.
No, well, you can do it. I mean, I think down here 60, 70 cents.
Because to me, if you shove on a penny stock,
the bottom is 40.
If you shove on a penny stock, it's when you think you're willing to lose it all. It's worth the shot. Like, I would make the argument that when Mullen was at 20 cents, like, not the last time, but the time before that, like, it's been at 20 cents like 3 times.
Yeah.
But like 2 times ago when it was at 20 cents, that was kind of like a shovable moment, because you just kind of put it in. It's like whatever you put in, you're expecting to lose. But if it makes the run to $1, you are looking for the 5x play.
Right.
And that's kind of like, that to me is the kind of like, it's, you call it a gamble all you want, but that's, I traded penny stocks for a long time ago, and I do believe like that's a reasonable sort of risk-to-reward situation. You're looking for a home run on it, and these could be that at some point. I just don't know if you go all in at any point yet, right? Because you could be waiting a very long.
Pocket aces. Right now you have like, I don't know, Jack 10 unsuited maybe.
Yeah, Jack 10 off.
Yeah, Jack 10 off. Because the thing is that you could hit the straight. You
Yeah,
can hit
there's
pocket jacks if a jack comes, or not, you won't have pocket jacks, but pair of jacks. You might be top pair on the board.
I like, you know what? One of my favorite hands is 8-10 suited. That's like a.
Because people can't figure out that you may have a straight somewhere.
It's one of those. It's a sneaky hand to play, because I always find if you raise with that hand, you can open up a lot of situations where nobody can put. It's hard to put somebody on a hand like that. And I like to have hands in that situation. Why am I even talking poker? Oh goodness.
We could talk poker because it makes sense. That's why.
Yeah, I could honestly, I could talk poker a lot. I was once addicted to online poker. Let's go back to the desk.
All right, we're about to begin the rundown, just falling a little bit behind here, but we'll start with Chinese ADRs. The China Central Bank announced Thursday its decision to reduce the mandatory reserve requirements for banks for the second time this year in an attempt to create stimulus. You have the likes of BABA up 1 1/3% right now in pre-market trading. PDD, Pinduoduo, up 1 3/4. You have the Chinese EVs as well. XPEV up 1.16, NEO up 1.5. We know that the Chinese EVs were hurt yesterday as a result of the European Commission coming out and saying they're exploring imposing tariffs on the EV makers as a result of unfair subsidies they claim that the Chinese government provided them, guys. Any look on BABA, PDD, or some of these Chinese EVs?
Pretty good, yeah.
Everything's good.
We like we like Alibaba. We're just talking to Raheem here about all these weed names and just how
You're allowed
popular
to
they are
still be
to
on
trade as a day trade. Q right here right now. Yeah, he's right here. He's chilling. Look at this guy's belt buckle and everything. This guy from Texas.
You guys don't see how pimp this dude.
Yeah, anyways, okay. So I wrote down here one of the #1 names on the sticky note today will be Alibaba. And the reason why that is that, first of all, it's up 1.38%. So it's up 3 times the market as of now. But I wrote down 90.50. So that level, I mean, it's nowhere to be found on a lot of these, 1-minute charts, anything like that. I was looking at Alibaba right here because, oh no. Okay, I was gonna say, hopefully it loads. Slow down. I want to get back to this level right here from early on in September. This is the key level that we need to break through. We talk about it has to break through 90, but 90 is not good enough because there's a lot of resistance up here near 90. So if this is anything, and again, it's a release of reserve requirements for Chinese banks, hopefully meaning that, it's been loosened up a little bit, adding for some potential investment. They don't have to have as much money in their reserves. Hopefully they can put it out into the stock market, and people are just thinking that that's what's going to happen. Now, whether or not it does or not, I don't know if they'll go in there and buy. Some of these names are at very, very low valuations, especially on daily charts, where I could come in and see, hey, guys, let's support this 86, 87 area. I've always said this, man. When Alibaba starts to go, it's because they're state-sponsored buy programs, and I think that that's the truth. So we're going to watch to see if that happens again here today. Let's not get caught and think that it's going to break through $100 anytime soon. But I really like that 90.50 level right here. If they turn the buy programs on, there's no stopping this name, and I think it takes this 90.50. Not only that, but it is, an IPO day for ARM today. So maybe there'll be some money waiting for that IPO to come through, which allows Alibaba to kind of float up as, the buyers come in on this name. But they're not necessarily in. I mean, we could be breaking 89. I'm surprised it's not going already. I only really look at Alibaba, and there's nothing even on here for it. There's no NEO on here. There's no BABA. There's no nothing. So PDD's been a great stock as well. Oh, you have that up already, so.
It's interesting because Pinduoduo is like the opposite of BABA in some ways when you look at the higher time frame charts. Okay, instead of me looking up and staring at it, I can show you guys. If you look at the weekly, obviously everything has come to the downside. Like, it's nasty on the weekly. You go back to some of those highs that we did see back in 21, but higher lows the whole way through. It's setting up for a potential break. But the problem with the break is it's not at $100. It's kind of at $110, where you have a potential breakout in PDD. It's a great sort of hold. It just broke away from the 50 and the 200 very, very cleanly. Like, look at what this did off the 50 and 200. Break underneath, hold, break back out, and then explosive move yesterday, which kind of, whoops, let me just double click that and put that back into my layout, which puts us back into today. So this looks very, very spicy. If it can hold above $100, I think it's got $3 room to the upside. We're talking about this one, I think, at lunch money and in the afternoon as well. And you just play off that 100 over under. So PDD, Alibaba, that's the way to go. I think you kind of, I'm staying away from looking at longs in the EV names, because I feel like the trade I want out of those is when they break down. So I'm kind of sticking to, I want NEO to break 10 to look for that short. We want Liaodo to break that 38 to look for that short. And then PDD and BABA can be your opportunities for the long side as long as we hold above these key levels.
Legacy Auto back on watch, and by that I mean Ford, GM, and Stellantis, the parent company of Chrysler. Negotiations between the U.S. automakers and the Auto Workers Union, UAW, appeared unlikely to yield a deal by tonight's deadline, potentially resulting in the first ever simultaneous strike against the three automakers. Here's what Ford is. Ford is flat at the moment. It closed out yesterday at that 1265. It's not much of a better look here for GM, which is just up marginally at 2.3%. Stellantis down 0.5 point, guys. Any look here on Legacy Auto?
Yeah, we're still talking with Raheem over here. But look, I mean, Ford's, again, like, I don't know if you want to trade these things when there's news imminent and stuff like that. Everything's baked in already to this. So you talked about legacy. I mean, all the action's been on Tesla lately and Rivian, and but you know, Ford hasn't been horrible. If we're going to look at this again here, you know, yesterday's high of 13, basically, I think always even numbers are fades until they break. So, you know, that makes sense yesterday, or was that even yesterday? Yeah, today, yeah, yesterday's the 13th. So, yeah, up there to $13 on the 13th, and then it faded out from there, and then pretty quiet into the afternoon. Yeah, I don't expect anything. If there's a big buyer here somewhere, fine. It's just, it's dead. Like, I don't know. If GM, I mean, we don't ever really look at GM.
GM's actually, it's ugly. That's the one I want. Look, we talked about Ford yesterday
They're both
at 13.
pretty ugly.
I just feel like if it
GM's
gets
so
to
low.
13 and there's a trade on Ford at like 98 or 99 short, maybe even like 95, 96, like that's worth a shot. GM could be more interesting. Like on the off chance that there's like a break for some reason at noon, like I don't know. We're expecting a strike announcement. So I mean, I guess if there's like, oh my goodness, a deal got reached and somehow it's a lot better than people expected, I don't think that's going to happen. But GM would be poised to break out at 34 on the daily chart. So I guess that's the one that you would look at. So I definitely like Ford for a fade. If for some reason there's a move to the upside, this would be more appealing in GM's case to look for that breakout. But I just feel like it could be like Ford, 13 fade, GM. I don't know that I would want to be long it until we see something at 12 o'clock, and ultimately I'm expecting bad news. Maybe that's baked in and you get a breakout on GM. So I think those are the two levels to look at. They're pretty obvious. If you trade the autos, I'm sure you're seeing exactly the same thing in the chart. We don't really trade Stellantis. You know, primary in the there's the ADR, but there's the primary over in Europe as well. So Ford, GM, 13, 34, those are your two levels. We like the EV names for momentum at the open, so they'll be back to Tesla and Rivian, I think.
As we alluded to a number of times already on this show this morning, we are on the precipice of ARM's IPO. As a result, semiconductors are moving up in sympathy, awaiting the release of the IPO. You have major investors in the IPO of other chip makers like NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, and Samsung. We have NVIDIA here up 0.89 despite the market retracing back down a little bit. You got Micron up 0.8, AMD also up 0.75, and Intel, much the same thing here, up 0.72. It's been a good, I want to say, couple of days here for the semis. You see any continuation on this, Neil?
You're not even going to believe this, but like I heard like a rustling of paper, like a crumpling, and I'm like, somebody's eating something from Tim Hortons behind me. It wasn't. It was a granola bar from Starbucks. But I thought it was the new, like, so Tim Hortons has an apple fritter bar, which I've been dying to try for obvious reasons. So I get food on my brain all the time. So anyways, back to the chips. NVIDIA tried to buy ARM, and this is where a lot of this mess sort of started out. Obviously, all the competition was like, hell no, you can't do that, because competition warriors, are we going to still have access to their technology? Their designs are in every chip, and at least every handset chip. So they didn't want that to happen. All these names are going to likely be investors, and it doesn't necessarily mean I think it's going to fly from here. Like we said, fundamentally, I'm not sure ARM is going to be a good long-term buy at these prices. But NVIDIA is showing you, that's the 50 period I wanted to show you that it was hugging. And if you look at the last couple of sessions, I mean, sometimes it's not that, maybe it's not that complicated, right? Like it's not always clean, but 443 to 445 at the bottom on NVIDIA. I think we've seen resistance up in the 60s. From 60 to 65, maybe 66, that's resistance on NVIDIA. And you just kind of, the closer you get to 66, you're looking for the shorts, you bust under 450, and then you actually go start looking for long bottoms on NVIDIA. So I think that's the way I would want to be playing this. Just understand that when there's a massive IPO, there's this tendency every now and then to see a bit of a run-up in sympathy plays leading up to that open. And the other thing to keep in track of, you might hear us putting in the chat and talking about the indicated open for ARM. If the indicated open for ARM starts steadily climbing, you might see things like Intel and AMD start to go up with it. So we're always going to be telling you, hey, it looks like ARM's going to open at 55. Now the indicated opens 57. When that's happening, you might actually see a bit of a rise in some of the semis. So it's worth keeping an eye on to be sure. So I'm going to play as if the range of the last week is not going to get broken on NVIDIA, and the same thing for Intel in any semi that you want to play. Worth noting, Micron, and I haven't really been paying too much attention to this, but we probably should. On the off chance there's a big dip, Micron underneath 69.50 has been a fantastic long for the last week and a half. So if there's a plunge, Micron 69.25 to 69.5, I think is a good buy down there.
All right, so we talked a little bit about where I was going to look today. We made money on NVIDIA yesterday with one trade off 455 short, which paid off. You saw me take $3. We should, well, $4. We should have taken $6, and we didn't on that one. But I just said with the ARM IPO right now today, this is from the sticky notes. You got, whoopsies, whoopsies. You guys can 80%, 90%, 100%. You could go in there and find this right now. I said 109 long. Neil used the word sympathy. I think that's right. And we just want to play it to the long side. I just feel that you can't trade ARM until it's open. There's going to be a lot of look at this. AMD up yesterday, up today, was pretty strong there yesterday. Nice movement right off the open. Everything faded a little bit at the end before giving a little bit back there and closing near that 108 mark. So for me, I wrote down some support at 107.50. So let's just take yesterday's bottom here as support. I'm not going to break through 109 and then hold it at $1.50 against me. So if we break through 109, we'll probably find out where the 200 period is or where the 50 period is at that time. And right now we're both right here. Not much action. So when you're talking about a minute chart, the 50 period's not going to move too much until we actually open up and starts to gap a little bit there. So I'm going to play off yesterday's break. So if we break yesterday's high of that's 108.80. That's also the pre-market high. If you really want to get aggressive, you can use that as your level. But here's a 20-minute chart again. Here's 109. That's yesterday. There isn't much data going back. 110 is a much cleaner break, obviously, because you have that right there, these wick tops up to 110.50. But that's a little far for me. So I almost would, I think if you get a 109 break, you can empty the clip at about 110 and then don't worry about this move up. And then if it breaks through, then maybe you even add to the long at that point. But maybe you get out at 109.75, 109.80, something like that, and then re-engage at 110 again. But this is a name that I like. Strong off the bottom. It's been up now 4 straight days, besides that day right there. So you get a nice couple days. That's the 11th, 12th, 13th, and then today the 14th. So I guess you get 3 straight up days. Looks a little cleaner to me than NVIDIA. So I'll just be trading AMD today. But yeah, NVIDIA 460. You know what? I'm going to hold off on looking at it because I didn't look at it today. So I'm going to focus on AMD right now. AMC, by the way.
It's going.
How much time is left? We don't have too much time left here before the open. But yeah, AMC just went to 930 there. So that's a good one, man. So again, we knew that eventually it was going to go. So, on a bigger time frame here, I mean, that, first of all, big size, they're getting hit on that. Look at them just take that away in the pre-market. Wow. Remember, this is only 90 cents, remember, right? So there's a lot of capabilities here. Yeah, so watch out for $10 break. That would be $1. But I know I keep saying it would be, but we've already done the reverse split, so you still got to pay $10 a share, so it's still a little expensive, right? For your accounts, because you want to buy 1,000 shares, Yeah, that's $10,000, right? Before it was only $1, you could buy 10,000 shares, So, anyways, right there, simple math. 1085 looks like it might be the top if we do get going. So watch for a 10 break here on AMC Entertainment.
AMC continuing the big move that it did yesterday. We were up over 15%, retracing now below 10%. We got to that 930 area, dancing with 9 at the moment. It's popping up here after raising $325 million off that 40 million share offering. It's been a good day and a good yesterday as well after making the $7 lows back on Monday and Friday, guys. What's the look here on AMC?
Well, I still look, I know everyone wants the stock to go up. I'm generally speaking, I shouldn't say always, don't speak in absolutes. Only Sith deal in absolutes, so not me. If the stock goes up, I'm generally looking for a place to fade it, right? So at this particular point, it is a pretty bullish move. It's made its double bottom. It's broken out the local bottom since the Huadunk, right? And that's above 885. So you are in a bit of a breakout phase above 885. And as long as that's true, I think the short either fails right here, underneath, or your next short is thinking about 10 and 11 and all that kind of good stuff. So any long at 9, I kind of would be saying, yeah, you got to get out under 880 because to me that is you fail this level here and you can be right back down into $8. So you're at that over-under price that I always want to sit out until you get the actual open move. Because if it doesn't hold this price, I think it's almost like Flush City. If it breaks it out, I think you got to be patient because this could get to $10. So AMC, it can be a pop and fade. Just because I won't get a chance to talk about this one because it's never on the list. Nikola for several days is now, since breaking $1 to the downside, it's been holding 90, 92.5 as resistance. Every day since it broke $1, 92.5 has been a resistance level that I'm just going to short in front of. I have only done this once and kind of was not looking at it 2 days ago. I did not have it yesterday either, so I'm going to go for it. It's back up. It's making higher low, so it could be a breakout from that price, but I'm still going to take the shot on Nikola. So AMC, I feel like you're at that tipping point right now. 10 is a reasonable level to look for a fail break short. We have free locates. We actually don't have to pay for locates on AMC, oddly enough.
Yeah, that was strange yesterday because we hopped into the short yesterday and I was like, oh my God, do I have to pay for it? And we didn't have to. And I think we just explained it on our sticky note. I mean, we just did it right now as well. But just wait until it gives us a base, right? I mean, that's really what you're looking for, either on the long side or the short side. So you can find it. It's the number 3 name on the sticky note. And it's just like yesterday, I talked about the strategy. I talked about it on the recap show. I talked about it at about 8:30 when we went live here today. And that was, you just got to, like yesterday, it made this pretty aggressive move there from 8 up to 830, 5% or 4%, I guess. And then it started to base and then it went down. All the other spikes here, we just got a wick top, and then fade back down. So those ones I didn't trust to go short, although they would have worked temporarily. They didn't work for you long term. And by long term, I mean like if you can get for like a half hour is good enough for me. But there's a nice base and then a move down. And then there's the base at VWAP and then a move up. So the same thing's kind of happening right now again, right? And if you look at what we just saw right now, today the move is to the upside. So you don't really get a base until right about here. So this is a good shorting opportunity, right? $9. But we said that, but then there's the break of 9. So like if you're gonna go short in here, like 895, I don't know, somewhere like that, you just get out when it breaks the base. And that's what happened. And then so there it is right now. It breaks it, goes up, and then you spark 30 cents. So it's like you take a 5-cent hit to give yourself a 20 to 25 cent win on the upside. Obviously, you have no idea it's going to go 30 cents. But if you just take half of it out for 5 cents, then you've made back what you've lost. Then you're rolling free all the way back up. So there's going to be a lot of strategies that you're going to be able to do. I'm going to wait for the open, which is only now 2 minutes, 3 minutes away. So there's the base right there now at 890. So let's see if that holds as the market continues to be opened up right here. Now, NASDAQ came. I thought we would see ARM on here. I don't see it at all. So
I think so. I saw someone put in the chat, and they're probably right about this, that they're not accepting quotes till 10:10.
Right,
I think usually with IPOs, they accept the quote after 9:30. So you can we can put orders in.
Yeah,
but
they're in there now.
Yeah, ours are in, but I don't think you're going to see an imbalance until after.
Yeah, we have no tap, no nothing.
We'll let you guys know when we see it.
It's not going to open early.
Obviously not.
All right, we'll finish quickly here with Netflix. CFO Spencer Newman making comments at a Bank of America conference yesterday. Essentially what he said was the new users that are signing up as a result of the password sharing crackdown are not signing up for the ad tier based account. They are signing up for the regular one. Therefore, it's been harder for them to grow their advertising revenue. In addition to that, most new users that are signing up are outside the United States and they pay less, therefore squeezing margins. It was a big move down for Netflix off that 438. Ended up closing out at 412 and we're down again half a point. What's the look?
Newman. It's always Newman's fault. Like this stock, the market was cruising, everything was cruising, and then Newman screwed everybody yesterday. A lot of things still got to highs, but it did stall the market a little bit when this happened on Netflix. So a pop to 420, we have like a minute and a half left. So pop to 420, I think that's still the level we want to look for the short. And then on the daily chart, this is 400. I think that's probably the place to be worthy of a defend. The issue with a 400, I almost look for a fail breakdown. Like it's not, this is not the kind of stock that holds on to 400.01. Like this is not going long on CGC at 101 and expecting $1 to hold. you probably have to carry it through that price. So I'd prefer it to break 400, be a failed break, catch it on the way back up, and give it to a local bottom. Something along those lines for Netflix. If Disney makes a break of that 85 level, I think that's going to be a good one. But with Netflix looking weak, that's feeling a little bit more unlikely.
Yeah, Tesla's coming down. We only have now less than a minute to go. Watch out for 270 here on Tesla. Nothing's really happening. It's just it is coming back in here pretty aggressively. So we'll wait to see. It's gone up every morning, pretty aggressive, but it does have some downside potential. We'll take a long here around 271. That'll probably come in 30 seconds when we get that bell to be rung. But watch out for a 270 again, fade back down below that. So could be pretty aggressive here today as here it comes coming right in. I'm bidding 270.01 right now, but here we go. Getting ready to open up this market with, Refrain.
Refrain is on the bell, and you can tell it's cold here. Apparently, it's also, I get chilly in the office as well sometimes, but Refrain is definitely feeling a little bit chilly here. But we're going to warm things up with this market in 3, 2, 1, and ring it. And there goes the mallet as well. I don't know if that's
even like super aggressive.
I don't know if that's bullish or bearish when the mallet breaks, but
mallet got popped.
Amazon actually bouncing off 145 right away. Remember, 52-week high was 143.60, so I like that for a bounce zone on Amazon. Already you're getting some movement in AMC. I know Tesla's making a bit of a bounce off 71s. AMC's back underneath $9, by the way.
All right, we got a big one on already, man. We're already in the dollar club right now with Tesla, so we talked about that one. We do not have that AMD break, though, of 109. Tesla right now, we're long at 270.75 right now, so it's $1 in the money. We'll put something at 272.50. We do have some shares on board, so let's wait to see what happens with TSLA. All right, so there's AMD. Ooh, thank you, Rob, for that one. Tesla, AMD, sorry, breaking through right now. 109, looked at that. So there's a wick high there of 109.15. Let's wait to see what happens with that and see if we can take it. But the NASDAQ's pushing lower right now. So let's see if it can get back to the upside. We'd love that to happen because we are long Tesla right now, which is just flat. But a break of 270, and we'll probably have to regroup on this one. So let's see if it can hold the bid.
Yeah, it looks like I might have missed a bit of a breakdown on Nikola. I'm going to try and grab this one. It was a flat bottom break on Nikola. Here's Apple moving to the downside and cancel my 176 half. It is absolutely dumping to the downside. AMC's holding up really well, oddly enough. Like, it failed 9. It's right back holding 9, so that 885 looks like a pretty decent hold for them. Just going to get an order out for Nikola here because if this is the move, I do not want to miss it. Try to be patient on some of these semi-names. I feel like you have to be playing the patience game. NVIDIA has done a $2 range and is not really moving at all. PDD failed 100. It's right back here. So it got bounced off 99 and could be taking out that 100 on the way back to the upside. So you could be all systems go for Pinduoduo to take out yesterday's top. That's the one looking like it could set up next. Keeping tabs on that AMC. Still a bit of a bounce play happening on CGC, so I might not get that $1 either.
107. Yeah, I'm still. We got. Look, man, I'm still only in Tesla at 270. We just got another fill there at 40s. Okay, now it's starting to go. Let's go through 272 now. We've got position on here, so it just keeps on bouncing off 272. All right, let's see if we get an offer out there. I was waiting at 272.50 for this one. We just bounced off VWAP there at 272. So let's see. We have an offer now in the 90s. Come on, there it is. Okay, so yeah, so far so good. And there it is right now. We're going to go 1 for 1 into Dollar Club. Let's see if it can go up even higher than this. Let's see if we can take out the pre-market. What is that high? 273.50. So let's put another order at 273.30. Or so. See if that can get going right there to the upside. But there it is. Now it's $2 in the money off this Tesla trade. So let's see if it keeps on going. But the market is stalling out here. So I wouldn't be surprised if this name does retest, at least back down somewhere near that 270. But here we go, man. We are starting to blast. Take out 273, and then we'll see where we can go on this name. But so far, so good there. Yeah, that's a pretty good top, man. 273.50. Yeah, let's make sure we get some out as we come up to that level.
So Amazon, which was the strongest stock yesterday, it just went dipping into red. I like pretty much two levels on Amazon. That's going to be the breakout that was laid off the 144.5 and then the 143.5, which is right around the previous 52-week high. So I'm in the first dip. I'm really only thinking the long until you break underneath those numbers. I am in the short on Nikola as well. Not a heck of a lot happening on some of the chip names. NVIDIA not really flying around. I see a lot of people asking about ARM still. IPOs don't open for a while. We're not getting that till lunchtime. Just to get it out of the way. Like, I know everyone's excited about ARM, but if it opens up before 12 o'clock, I will be very surprised. That's just not the way things have been going recently. So Apple's starting to bounce a little bit. I preferred Amazon, so we're in it right now. I think you're shorting pops on Apple until proven otherwise. Pre-market high would be the level I try to defend. That AVXL is going, no way. That stock again? Oh, no way that stock is actually going.
Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon broke 144.50. I'm waiting till 143.50, next level down. Don't want to hold it a buck against me. Definitely want to wait for the next level in. And the second I pull up AVXL, it reverses its breakout. That's how fast these pull back in. It was going, I pull up the stock, it's already back to the downside.
All right, we're, geez. Wow. Wow, Amazon. Okay. Speechless right there. As we just got we got the bottom there of Amazon, by the way. The low of the day is 144.11. We're long at 144.15 right now. And again, patience does pay. Get another out there into the 50s. Now we'll see if we can go. We're going to offer out some 80s again as well, and just scalp this name out, right? I mean, we're ready. And we were ready for this. And again, another name we wrote down on here, on the sticky note. This is another one, so we're only 2 for 2 here as we go, but we wrote down Amazon 144. So there it is. It came right in. We actually talked about that. There's the 144. There's the long, and then there's the blow up right now. Yes, let's go. We need to fill up here, though. I'm at 81 right now, so let's cancel that and go into the 70s. Or maybe right here, 6, there it is. We'll take it right there. So there it is again. It's another hot dog cannon for you as we go, man. That's 2 for 2. Amazon, 70 cents in the money, and then we just got to wait to see what happens here with Tesla, because it looking like it wants to go to sleep a little bit here in the mid 270s.
The market's not making much of a move outside of the range. AMC dipped down underneath that at 885. That's going to trigger me in. I only wanted to play out those 2 levels. There you go. AMC is still a New York stock last I checked. So once it broke down that 880, I jumped in. Give it to 9 even. To me, if it breaks 9, it could get to 10. If it holds down here, first stop pre-market lows, and then yesterday's close was 824. I think that's at a reasonable level to look to the downside. Apple, I guess it's not really getting. I mean, I'm looking for a pop and fade. I want to be fading Apple at least first, and then see if it can't break out. If it doesn't break out, I think I want to be looking short. It's been trend down for several days now, so you want to be proven otherwise at this particular point when it comes to Apple. Pinduoduo looked like it was going to break 100, and then it reversed again. So the short off 100 looks pretty good on Pinduoduo. I'm just looking for it to break yesterday's high and try and grab that long. Disney was a name we totally forgot to mention. Actually, I might have mentioned it. Well, it broke out. So Disney broke that 84. It's hunting for 85. Disney is back on the comeback trail after Netflix has been sort of quadruking to the downside. Disney's still going up almost 1% into a market which is for now flat. The market's not doing a lot. You got to find the names that are moving. For the moment, Disney looks like it can be in the strong group, while Netflix, although I haven't looked at it in a couple seconds, you're already at 403. Okay, so Netflix 400 is incoming. Looking for a failed break down off 400. This is a falling knife, right? So I want to get it very particularly here on Netflix.
That's pretty nasty.
This is nasty.
I'll have to go over to that and see. Because yesterday
we
were. Yes, sir. There it is again, man. Let's go. This is, I mean, sure, we're doing everything we can to make a little bit of this today. As there it goes. Yes, sir. $2 now. Come on, Tesla. If we can get something out here on Tesla up to 273, that'd be fantastic. That's where we're waiting right now. We still have half this position on, so I don't know. It just keeps on bouncing. What are we going to do here, guys? Take a piece out now or wait for a little bit more? Let's take out a piece right now. Okay, there it is. Now we'll cancel our 273. We just got out at 271.90 there. There it is right there. VWAP is right there. I mean, these are good trades off the bottom there of 270. So let's just reward it when it comes through. Now, if it breaks 270, obviously we can be able to get out of that one. So early take there. Another out on Amazon at 70 right there, 75. That's what we were excited because it is trying to push a little bit lower now. Let's just take one more out here in the mid 50s. See, instead of punching out, I offered. That's a mistake right there. As here it comes coming back in, we should have just offered. We should have just marketed that out. Tesla also coming back in right now as well. So when that breaks below, guys, 270, we are going to get out. So we might try another reload down there, maybe one time, but it'll be a very, very small reload as I don't trust this name anymore. I feel like it should have already gone. The NASDAQ's just chilling though. So I don't know what you have. I see that you're trading that crazy one over.
So this FWVI was on our watch list. It was like a dollar break. After yesterday, a lot of these dollar breaks have been like pop and fades. We're talking about this one in the chat. I favor the fail break until proven otherwise on these. The last couple of dollar breakouts on names that have been a double up going into it have not been good. So it's 40 cents into this. It just rejected 1 to 110, like, and snapped back down in. So to me, that's a failed break at the buck. I got 98s. I tried to add to it. You can see there was not a lot of liquidity in there. So I got some at 98. I'll take some out in front of 90 and then see how far this one can get to the downside. So I'm not, oddly enough, all short, but I mean, none of those are following the market. At least I don't think any of these are following the market. Watch out for this FWBI. Like, if it breaks back up and gets above like 2s and 3s, I'm out of that sucker. But it could easily flush back into 88, already heading to said downside. Oracle is flying, apparently. Again, shout out to you, Anthony Kerr. No, it's not. It's just bouncing off the bottom. It was flying. It broke those highs. But I like the fact that it's holding above yesterday's top. If it can do that for a little bit longer, that could be pretty bullish if it holds above 113. For now, it seems like it's a small cap warning for me. AMC on that flush back down underneath 885. That was my line in the sand. Just got pre-market low, so that's starting to work into the downside. Rivian flying. Well, I'm assuming it's just following Tesla, but it hasn't broken 24 yet. Remember, we keep saying Rivian is going to break this channel for good at one day. Maybe today is said day. It's been hanging around that 50 period for far too long.
Tesla go. Bang right now. Tesla go. Money right now. $3, guys. We have a new Dollar Club member, and it's like, see you later. What an aggressive move up for Tesla. We're at 274.50 right now. We should have just been at 273.50 and got that fill right there as well. But we'll wait. There, you know what? I don't know. Like, when I see this money, I'm like, I got to take it. But maybe we will. Let's just take another piece here as it just continues to go up. I'll cancel my 274.50. If this has a $10 name, a move in it today, which it's had before, we'll feel bad getting out now, but we won't feel bad at this moment. So let's take a piece out if it comes back up to the upside. But there it is. We might have just missed that pre-market top right there, but that's an 8 o'clock dark pool print to the upside there. So that's why we're not super worried about that, but that is a nice move up here right now for that name, and it's a good thing we only have 20% left of this bad boy because look what the hell Amazon's doing. This name is Flush City right now.
Almost at that 143.5.
Yeah, there it is. A nice dip down here for Amazon for sure. You know, we'll buy a little bit more right now, but yeah, a breakthrough of 144. We're gone, right? And so we'll wait to see that, but I'm really just waiting for Tesla to see if they can go boom up here and take something out near the top side right now.
So we just got a 90 fill and a bit of a bounce on FWBI, not VI. So we got 98s into 90 even. If it bounces here, I'll probably take one reload, maybe see if I can get it on the other end of it. If it bounces, cannot break and hold above $1, I'd look for a snapback entry into FWBI. Nicola's starting to make a move to the upside. Now 144 is doing some battle. I'm looking for the under over on that one.
It's going to go down, I think.
I'm looking, yeah, I want it to get under so I can get that half play, 143 half. Nicola's now running one support level and one support level only. That is 92.5. If it breaks 92.5 on Nikola, why is my daily chart not loading? I have no idea. If it breaks 92.5, that is where the breakout is. So if I'm out here and I don't re-enter any short unless it's $1. So it's a short here, 2 here, then look for a short at $1. And until you're breaking $1, I'm not really thinking about the long on Nikola. Apple's starting to make some power moves to the upside. We did mention Palantir and did not really go over the levels on it, but you guys know 15. And then I think it's 16 even. There we go. It actually broke 16 even, oddly enough. 16.15, sorry. That's a double top. It's not 16 even, 16.15, double top on Palantir. I'd be looking out for that level for a bit of a breakout play on PLTR. But right now, AMC, FWI, Nikola for me, there was just a liquidity grab under 144 on Amazon. Looks like this might be the play now.
Yeah, we like the 144 long, and we've liked that for a minute, but we did get stopped out there as it broke lower. So we'll have to wait. What was? There goes Tesla. Yes, sir. I mean, honestly, for me, it doesn't. We've already made money on Amazon. This is what, for me, this is the big one right now. We said this yesterday, but now again, and we'll have to wait for ARM because that's going to change my net a lot here today. But we're already up more today than we were yesterday, so it's going to be a good one, and that's just on Tesla alone. So there it is, man. I mean, when you're taking this kind of, that's good. It just sucks that we took that out at 272, but that's okay. Hopefully it keeps on going back up to the upside. Good win here so far early. I know you're on AMC, but I'm just going to look at it anyways because I really haven't. Yeah, there it is.
It's holding pre-market low.
That's a good little level right there. Let's see if it can still hold it. But the short is, we've been talking about going short on this name anyways, so that's going to be a good one. Breaking through $9, now trying to hold that. But I don't. You know, every time this name goes up, it seems like it just wants to go down again. So there's Amazon coming into 143 again, 143.50.
So it just, like, Amazon held the 143.50, came back above 141. So I grabbed 144, I should say, 144. Grabbed the long off that. We'll give it to the low, and we're just looking for that to hold. Still looking to, I mean, Pinduoduo has now failed the $100 level, so you can pretty much forget about that. Rivian does not get through 24, so as usual, it's running into resistance at that price. Quick update on FWBI. It just broke the 90. Looks like it could be headed down toward 80 cents. So after the 90 break, next level down would be getting some out in front of 80. AMC, as I just was briefly saying, is holding the pre-market low. So it's like a triple bottom on the 3-minute at 860. That's your pre-market low. If it can break through that, I think we have a decent chance to see 50s and 30s. Those shorts good. It's a Nikola one that might take out 92.5. I'm out if it takes out 92.5 on that one. Why am I long? Don't want to be long. Oh, I know why I'm long. I'm long because I didn't get a full position on it. So I had my stop order, not for the 100%,
right,
but for an actual set amount of shares. So sometimes that'll happen to you. I punched out of the long right away on Nikola. Like, if I get a position, I wasn't looking for a long break. I'm looking for short in here and out there, not the long breakout. I'm only looking for short opportunities. $1 would be the next level to the upside on Nikola. Amazon is trying, but it's holding 144, so it's not making fresh lows off that wick bottom, but it's also not bouncing into VWAP, which is what we're looking to see. Like, I want, usually for that wick bottom, to immediately take you back up, challenge VWAP, get some out there. So if we get any bounce, we're going to have to take it. Yeah, I'm out of Nikola. It crossed my line. I limit 92.5. That was my out. I think I got better than 93 on my out. I'll double check it after. But the market is starting to show signs of a bit of a bounce here. Do look for that Rivian break. I do like that. Palantir as well, 16.15. I think that's worth looking as well.
I mean, what's up, Red, man? I mean, Red 1010, Sean killing it on Tesla. I mean, yeah, that's it, man. Thank you so much for wasted off water. That's a good thing to get wasted off of for sure. There it is, man. I mean, it's now $4 in the money right now on this Tesla trade. So it's too bad we have to wait for ARM IPO because otherwise just close the account for the day. I know a lot of you go to the beach, and if we had a beach around here, that would be warm enough. It might not be a horrible idea. Someone said, oh, Amazon was not a great call. I'm up on Amazon, so I don't really know how that wasn't a good call, and we just reloaded it right down here, and look where I just got out. In the 20s, 25s, 26s right there. That's 17, that's 22. So yeah, man, I mean, this name could fall down. We're not even, it's not gonna be red. So there goes Amazon. We have a bunch of outs right there. I might even just take a piece right now at 99, just to take a 6-cent hit or 7-cent hit on that one. So we'll take a little bit more out now as we hold about, now about 30% of this position right here, but we are waiting for a little bit of a dip buy because Amazon's on the sticky note that we like the long here today. But again, if this market doesn't go, then it's dead in the water anyways. So yeah, Tesla's starting to go. That's going to be a nice play, obviously. It's already broken higher. Where do we go from here? 278. I mean, we saw Elon yesterday. Everyone was on Capitol Hill there talking all AI. What is that level? That's 277. I think that would be a great out. I mean, $7 winner is is good. So if we can get that, that'd be pretty nice. But for right now, we'll just chill out. What is our AMD doing? Okay, oh, down to 107.50. Okay, this is a level that we talked about as possibly being, so we nailed 109. We talked about not wanting that as a breakout. Looks like we nailed the level right, but we didn't nail the direction. We did say a little bit of a dip down into 107.50, probably getting bought up there. So now we're dipping even lower than that. Watch out for maybe a 107 break. We're not in
It's the same thing as Intel right now. They're both at support from yesterday. I'm talking AMD and Intel. I'm expecting an inside day till ARM for a lot of the chip names, which would mean bounce play off this 38.30. So I'm gonna take it here on Intel just because I was expecting inside day. I actually thought the inside day would mean short NVIDIA highs because maybe the market would pop. That hasn't happened. So you're coming to the downside, which means Intel support first. That's 38.25. It just showed some signs of bouncing already, so we'll grab that. For me on Amazon, I'm risking 50 cents. So until it gets to VWAP, which is 50 cents up, I'm not doing anything with it. It's risk 50 cents and then start making money at 50 cents for me. That's the R&R on that trade. AMC is still fucking holding this bottom, and it's weird. There's like like refresher, but it's like there's buying at 860. Let's just leave it at that. Buyers at 860 on AMC. It's working to the downside, but it doesn't seem to want to flush. I got a 50 print, and the next thing that happened, it snapped right back up and broke 60 again. So I think the short's working, just not nearly as fast as I would have expected it. NVIDIA, what are you doing? It had to pull back, but I don't think it got above 460. I like the shorts above 460. It has not made any push above that price. It is coming back into the downside. Futures are headed down, it looks like. Probably going to get that 450 break on Amazon. Every single in for me has been try to take $1 and try to risk less than 50 cents or 30 cents. So I'm not really scalp trading this one. I think it's either boom or bust on Amazon. Looks like it wants to go bust. This market is flushing, and Nikola doesn't want $1. I should have just gone in when it failed 95, but I was waiting for $1 on Nikola. I said 92.5, and then $1 were going to be my outs on Nikola. So my stop is right underneath this local bottom on Amazon. Once it breaks it, I'm out. Will not fight this one past there. Intel's holding up decently. AMC and FWI both working to the downside. Maybe they follow the market, maybe they don't.
Yeah, that is the problem here
Netflix.
with some of these names. Okay, so yeah, just looking around and making sure that we're not getting too caught there. There goes Amazon to the downside, and that's why we were scalping it out there, but it just broke, and there it goes. So we'll leave that one alone for now, and then see what happens there. Amazon, obviously, as someone mentioned there, it never got through the moving average there. It just faded off the 50 simple. So I'm glad that I'm seeing that in the chat because I know there's a lot more traders now that are watching the show that are using that. So that's really good. And so good call there. Whoever mentioned Amazon possibly weak. So yeah, that will be an L on the account, but nothing like it would have been if we didn't just, even that last fill there, we got filled at 60. We took an out there at 80 when it popped back up, and then there's the ultimate out of AMZN. I'm sitting here now on Tesla at 274-ish, or 273 high, sorry, in the 60s. It's faded off that 274 there. So if we can get a fill in and around this area, and then if it wants to really break higher, then that would be great, and then we'll still hold on. So want to get one more out here. Look at this market. It's pretty much bleeding to the downside right now, so we're going to have to watch out for Tesla because Tesla's still up when this market is down. And there's another flush. This is a small one, man. We lost 30 cents there on AMD because we tried it there at 35. It just broke O's 107. So, yeah, man, maybe everyone is just waiting very, very patiently for this ARM IPO because right now, man, we've given a little bit back trying to catch some of these longs. Little baby steps, though. That's what I said. We're a change man, and we're not going crazy on all these positions yet. The only one that we really did like was Tesla because we had a 270 fill, and it went down first place. So we weren't there it is. We weren't buying breakouts or anything, right? We are buying dips on a strong name. We like Tesla, and there it is right now. Thank God for Tesla, or we would be red on the day. But we're not. We have Tesla, and we are mucho green.
Arrows up on Intel. We wanted an inside day on the chip name, so it bounces off yesterday's low. That's what an inside day means to me. An inside day means you don't break out of the previous day's range. or maybe you can include pre and post market levels as well. So we're back up into VWAP here at 38.5. Support was at the quarter. We got 35s in here, 36 actually when it bounced. And if it cannot get through 38.5, I don't think I take this another time. Because technically this is the second bounce, that's the first one. Right at the open, it got down here, bounced once to this level. This is the second time through. Your trend down, I'm not reloading it for what would be the third time to that said downside. FWBI on the fail break at $1, working, but guess what's happening? It's actually holding 85. Holding 85 cents, could break back out above 90. If it doesn't get back down through 85 cents soon, going to have to take more out. AMC has busted 860. It looks like it's continuing to head to the downside. I think we can pretty much forget about PDD at this point. Breaking 100, so I'll go ahead and cancel that order. That's the thing about a breakout. Like, you want strength above a certain number. Well, if it never breaks 100, I don't have to go long. But Pinduoduo, yep, they gap up the Chinese ADRs, and then they just gap right back down. The good thing about them is they're always gapping, so you see there's opportunities on them, but they're selling them off here. BABA going red. Worth remembering, we do like the Chinese EV names to the south side. Somehow they're holding up, so go figure. And when BABA's tanking, my first thought is, am I going to get NEO 10 break? Nope, because NEO is going up for some reason. Going to stay away from NEO. If it doesn't make sense, I don't have to trade it. I only want this one short.
Look, thank you so much to Harrison. Thank you so much to Nimit and everybody that's talking very, very kindly on the chat. So it means a lot to me, and I mean, that's why we continue to do this. I mean, you know, we could go dark one day. Not that we will, but that could happen, and then we would miss everybody. So thank you so much for, you know, continuing to watch and continue to support. And then I just hope that everybody has learned a lot from the trading that I'm showing you guys every single day. So hopefully that's what it is, and that was the whole purpose of the show. Yeah, let's just go back. Amazon, BABA, AMD, AMC, ARM. So we've looked at everything so far today. Amazon was a slip up because it just kept slipping, down 1.24%, kept on going. We were trying to talk about the 144 long. We had that. It was good until it's not. So now we sort of have to look at something else. Again, thank you so much, Nimit and everybody. If I miss people on the chat, sorry, I'm still looking for more opportunities. That 143, I don't think you do anything on Amazon now until like a 141, 140. So we're gonna have to let that one bleed down. And sometimes when you miss the call, and this is what I said yesterday, I remember I was having that talk with my wife there, and it's like, if a sticky note level gets broken, then just stay away from it, because you either had it right, like it's like, for example, this AMD, right? Like we had AMD written down on here 109, you know, but that 109 was the top, not a break long. You know, like I can't sit here and predict. If I could predict it, then I just wouldn't be sitting here. Like this kind of a move down on the NASDAQ. So all we can do is, and this is what I say every single day on the sticky note, right? It's thank you for looking at, and I try to say it pretty nicely here. Now I've tweeted too many things. I don't know where it is anymore. Here it is right here. And it's just like, thank you for good Thursday, good luck tomorrow, and hopefully some ideas here on the sticky note, some trade levels that are here, and some ideas, right? And so that's what's good. If you like the short in AMD, then man, you're printing off that 109, right? And so take that in consideration whenever you're seeing things. The ARM IPO still, if you guys are here for ARM, thank you. And I'm here for ARM as well. But right now, this is what ARM looks like. It's gone dark. So we'll wait to see where it comes through. We do have the imbalance locator ready to go as well. When I see it on here with the NASDAQ, then it'll be here. So right now, there's nothing on the NASDAQ locator. I assume they're not taking orders at all yet, so or willing to post the orders that they have. My order's in and pending. I have a buy. I won't talk about the share size, but it's a few, at $75, thinking that it will fill at some point, as there it goes there. So let's go. We'll keep on going.
Yeah, absolutely. The market is continuing down. I want to point out we're kind of getting to some key levels on the futures. The 15.5 half, we're kind of bouncing off of that right now. And if you get underneath that, remember yesterday, you did have that sort of late afternoon dip. There's that 15.5 half. So we're looking to see if we can't get and hold that level. But the market is trend down, at least early on. I said I wouldn't reload that Intel. Didn't do it, probably should have. But, you know, I have a kind of like a rule about levels. If you're counter trend, how many times are you going to take it? It's at the open. It's a little bit different later on in the session when you can have better support at that price. We get back up to 50. I should go ahead and take that out, take more shares out there. we are still in that FWBI, but I did say this one was having trouble holding down at that 85-cent level. So going to grab some out here as it tries to get back above VWAP. When you're short off a dollar break, you got to be wary of, it's a gimmicky kind of, if it fails a dollar, you don't want it holding 80, 85. You don't want it holding 90 because that could still explode to the upside, take it out the second time. So I'm getting more shares out there out of caution. It has worked. AMC is still stair-step to the downside. We'll see how far that does want to go. Mullins breaking out. I see it breaking at 55. The day I don't take it. This is like the first day that I didn't go for that 50 to 55 play, and this is the day that it's actually going. Sometimes you got to have some stick-to-itiveness, as that is definitely a word that I'm making up right now. Apple is trending up, believe it or not, into a down market. So, you know, it actually held the close price from yesterday and has a chance to hold a higher low and then potentially break out. So there was no massive pop to fade on Apple, but it could be a stair step to the upside, some relative strength on that name. Axla is back above $1, but much like FWBI, I'd be thinking failed break here. Like, to me, I paid for locates on this. Thank you, Brankles. If this fails the top, I'm looking for it back underneath for the short at $1. This has already given it up. If it goes to the upside, it'll do so without me. I'm only looking to short it back through the even dollar.
All right, just a couple trade ideas coming through right there. Those are a couple good ones.
There's news on Penn, but
I like Apple. Like, is there news on Penn? We can try to find
there was,
that.
but I didn't see what it was.
Yeah, Apple's really starting to go here. Now, whether or not we take out 175.50, which is the top, I'm trying to, now that I see this, again, like, that's why it's sometimes better just to focus on like one or two names, which is what I've been doing, which has been really working. It's just like that Apple, to be looking at that Apple down there at 174.50, that's pretty clean, man. I mean, you know, obviously the market's falling, but Apple wasn't. So those are good buys. So if we get anything down there, maybe even back down to 175, we can sort of start the buying. But the market's starting to go up. It's 3 and change in the money now for Tesla, as that's trying to take out the highs as well. So that's going to be a good trade. But we do have an update from Sharif at the big desk.
Hey guys, we are brought to you by Search Trader account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader who now actually have 20% off site-wide. So give them a look. Let's see what's happening now, guys. Weed, cannabis stock strong again in early trading after pulling back yesterday after multiple days to the high side. Give those ones a look. Netflix continue its downtrend after the CFO made statements regarding their ad tier and the growing non-US customer signups, thereby putting pressure on margins. And Amazon down aggressively after the bell, despite a surprise uptick in retail sales this morning. Make sure to get the watch list, guys. Every morning it's sent out, helps you organize your day, goes right to your inbox, and lets you know what movers are on the day.
There you go. And speaking of movers, one that was on the watch list, and it's not that it was fresh news, but it was up 9%. So we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about stock that's moving, whether there's a catalyst or not. So AMC just caught a bid off 850, got back to that pre-market low, previous pre-market low. Obviously, it's broken that, so I took some more shares out at 65. Just don't want this getting to VWAP on me. The short is not off 9. I actually got it when it broke down that 885 level. That was the key price for me. So underneath that price where I shorted it, VWAP is now sitting at that price, which I think is a good sign. We'll see what happens there. FWI is back to the downside. Going to come back over to some Chinese ADRs for you because, seriously, Sharif. If only you could hear Sharif in his ear. Come on, Alibaba. Load. Baba catching a bit of a double bottom. It's not quite at 87, but 87 has been huge support for Alibaba on the daily chart. I think this can be the level. Why is that still blue ocean? So I think that can be the level. Looking to participate, not anticipate a dip, buy in Alibaba here. Right? Like, I don't want to sit on the bid, but this is where it's been bouncing. So if you see some signs of green, on a 15-minute chart, obviously it's all red for now. There has not been any signs of strength so far in Baba, but I look for it at these levels. PDD didn't set up, so I didn't take that one. But Baba is at support, and it didn't take very long.
Yeah, we're going to wait down here for more Apple. So we'll have a starter position on Apple right here at 175. As wow, Tesla's going to break 274 right now and get back to its high again. There goes AMD as well. We did buy some 10702s.
We just put it.
There's a hacking something, Sharif said. So we can go. Why don't we just go to Sharif? Why don't we go to Sharif if he has a story? I mean, that's better than, no one being able to hear, I think, right? So, all right, what's up, Sharif?
Obviously.
Yeah, guys, Neil was asking me what's going on with Penn. I just want to let you know that has been hacked, and they're basically looking at paying ransom for this hacking. We know that Caesars actually reported that they paid the ransom to hackers last week, so keep an eye out for that. That could affect some of these gambling stocks.
Yeah, I mean, Penn was making a relief rally, so it looks like it might have failed that break. Penn had gotten through 23. This is it. It's up 6% still. So it was under some pressure. It looked like it was a bit of a relief rally that's now fading back in, unfortunately. For Penn, it is what it is. Oracle's still going to the upside. I see you, Urtish, but I do not want to ignore what is happening in some of the chip names. NVIDIA looks like it's starting a trend down. That's of some concern because I am in Intel, which has bounced once off yesterday's low. So that's looking at the 15-minute, actually 2 days of support at that price. It's back up to 38.50. So I did get some shares out there. I guess the third time was a charm if you reloaded it. If it can break out, look to hold through any kind of break to the upside through 38.50. That's if this market can hold on for dear life, which it doesn't seem to want to do. Ooh, FWBI must have gotten to 80 cents. Okay, so there it is. It's at 80 cents. I don't like the reversal down there. I'm going to get out right away. So we had it 98. It just got to 80. Took it out there. That is where the pre-market support was. So the short is worked on FWBI at the $1 level. The question is, can the same thing happen on Axla, Excella Health? I'm guessing, how's about no-ish? Because that fail break is now through 115. I didn't take the short because it didn't get back underneath $1. This is now pretty much gonzo to the upside. Just try to remember this name was at like 140, 150 yesterday. It's got a long way to go to yesterday's highs. I'm not chasing this move. I was looking for the fail underneath $1. You can see that never really happened. Was looking obviously at FWBI first, so you could have had the break one time. It got to 90 cents. Now it's a run to the upside on Axla.
All right, right now we are dug into, we have the price we kind of wanted here. Well, not kind of want, we want always a lower price, but 174.80 we're long right now on Apple. We're just going to try to play it off of a 175.50 break. It's been weak in the last 5 or 6 minutes, but was strong early. Let's see if the selling pressure subsides. We're flat on the trade. Now, hopefully we're going to be up when we get back from Sharif.
Yeah, low floater, Sean, 890,000 share float. Trade up acquisition, trading under the name UPDT, up 54%, 1136 high. Watch out for this one.
Yeah, always those low float stocks,
yeah,
man.
It hasn't done a million shares yet.
You got a good trade, obviously, on AMC for a little bit of a mover there. UPTD. Okay, let's just check it out.
This was like a SPAC,
It is
right?
going to halt at some point here. We're just getting started on this one,
Did you
by
say
the
this
way.
was a SPAC?
I don't think it was a SPAC if it was at 750.
Okay.
Down there. This just looks like, there it is. Are we going to, okay.
It looks like a hole.
We really need to get the halt bands up on here because then I could know when we're about to halt. We've asked for that a couple times now. What's up? What's up, Fabian? What do you got there? You got some bagel there. He's got one of those egg things. Yeah, those egg things are pretty key.
Yummy.
Right there. Okay, so we just touched 1150, and now a move back down. Sharif said it was a SPAC, which would make sense because right there back in May, June, July, August, it was $10. So it was a SPAC, but it's been de-SPAC now, it looks like, for about 2 months. And there it goes. Okay, Apple,
That
come
puts
through
that
the
10
party.
play in there.
Right now, nice move upside there for Apple, but we need it to go a little bit more than this before we start ringing the registers here. Again, we take a little bit off to put us into the positiveville right now. And there goes Apple. Let's go. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Hopefully it continues to go up to the upside right now as, everybody trade your own book because we've got shares on, and this is the level that we went it to. So even even me taking 20 cents is worth it. So there it is, nice upside move, bang. Again, nice move to here. We don't pay any fees at all on our trading unless we remove liquidity, and there's a small clearing fee as well. But as he keeps on going to the upside, man, we'll just continue to scalp it out. Good trade there on Apple off that 200 period. You know, we talked about being more patient, and boom, boom, pow, there it goes right now. We're $4 in the money on Tesla. We're 30 cents in the money on AMD, and we're now 30 cents in the money on Apple. So let's keep the dream alive here before ARM opens up.
Guys, Aura Alpha, ARM is not 2 minutes till it's open. Quotes will open up in 2 minutes. So what I expect to see happen is we'll be able to tell you what the indicated open price is. We'll also be able to tell you what the imbalance is looking like, but it should not open in 2 minutes. That's just generally not how it works. CGC, ACB, Tilray, and all these other ones are probably running to the upside. CGC did bounce off $1, but it didn't get to $1. So once again, all you had to do was go for the long off $1 on CGC. I'm sitting there waiting for like threes. I was on the bid. You saw me. I've canceled it now because it's 30% to the upside. Just an absolute gong show these are off the dollar level. They've been absolutely nasty. I do like the long off $1, but now I'm not chasing this move. I'm now looking at ACB. If you get any fade on CGC, Tilray in the group, and ACB is anywhere near $1,
Ooh, man.
I think you look for a turn on that and then try to short ACB underneath $1 is a look that I'm going to go for here. So the weed names continuing. That's why they're on the watch list every single day, because you're getting 25, 30% moves pretty much every single day. AMC's bouncing a little bit here. As I said, I think it was a decent decision to try to take more shares out because it's consolidating and could get back into VWAP. So I'm looking for a push down into yesterday's close. If that does not happen, I'll consider a reload off of VWAP. Intel is holding up, at least for now. Looks like it is getting through that 38.5. If it gets back up into the 70 to 75 range, the chips have been weak. So a clear VWAP is good, but the market's still trending down. I want to take that profit and run, because the closer you get to ARM, kind of the less I want to be in one of the chip names. If you're in the money, it's fine to trail it, but I don't want to be initiating anything as we get close to ARM opening it back up. We'll get that quote in about 30 seconds for ARM, the first quote.
So there is a big seller on Apple, like really big. So it's not, the only reason it went up there is because the seller left. Every single pop-up is met with resistance right now on Apple. So despite what the market's doing, which is kind of doing nothing down here, Apple's going to break. So we have an order to get out right now. It's a good thing we took that out when it ripped up there. So now we'll take, it looks like a 20-cent hit off of a break here of 174.50. There's just, I mean, the seller is pretty relentless. I wanted to see the market bump even just for 30 seconds so I could really see the relationship that Apple's having here with the market. But it's look at this. Like, it's a pretty aggressive, like, see, it can't even break 56, then it finally does and comes right back there. So I would like to see the market rip here a little bit just so we could see Apple kind of get its bearings, but there it is, pulling back down in below 174. So there's a seller here on Apple for sure. I'm gonna try to wait for a pop now and then execute a short on this name because it is going to the downside. And
Meta's tanking.
Yeah, everything's tanking right now pretty aggressively, and I feel like it's being led a little bit here by Apple.
Yeah, I mean, Meta's at the lows, Microsoft's at the lows, NVIDIA is now trending to the downside. NVIDIA is about to break that support there.
I'm gonna try
this is, if you bounce off it, maybe, but if you're back underneath 38.5 on Intel. So I'm out. I'm taking Intel out here. Just play the cautious mode. Sometimes I like to be cautious with it. Just take the money and run. If the market's going to trend down, back off and look for the next opportunity. It might just be BABA, but do I really want to go long off this bottom? The support level as the market is tanking is a real question. It's been a good support down around that 87, so that's a zone you want to buy. But do I really like it? I don't know. I'm thinking, I mean, Netflix isn't anywhere near 420. If Netflix was at 420 on the monster bounce that it's had, I'm joking. It hasn't been that big of a bounce on Netflix. If it was at 420, that'd be easy. But there was already a 400 bounce, and it cannot seem to get past 407 on Netflix. Chasing it down to 05 doesn't make sense. I think the fill's got to be a little tighter to that 07 mark. I would stay away at least a little bit from there's a falling knife happening in the market, but the automakers have rejected big time, so GM is falling like a rock. At 12 o'clock, we're expecting to get an announcement of a strike, so we're expecting there to be a strike there. I now have a tap on ARM of 62.
Oh, yeah. So they're
right now, ARM is indicating an open of 62. So, you know,
that's going to get a lot higher.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see where it goes. I was joking when I said 57 to 61. I just kind of threw a number out there just for, you know, what's in giggles. But that probably won't open until like noon or something like that. But the early look is $61, which is obviously, that's like a $60-something billion valuation, which is nonsensical.
This market's pretty nonsensical right now. We're going to take the long no matter what it opens up at, so we'll wait. Okay, so we got stopped out on Apple. We thought we saw a seller, and then now Apple's trying to go to the upside right here against us now as we've got into the short. I'm just going to give it back to 175. We'll play around with it a little bit here. The market obviously is trying to bounce off 15.5 there, so no surprise. You know, we get sort of liquidated there at the bottom on Apple anyways. And by the bottom, I mean it was 10 cents ago where we got liquidated. So hopefully this will fall back down to the downside now. Liquidated sounds so nasty, but that was just my stop level there. So not necessarily liquidated.
Yeah, I think that's a wrap.
Yeah, I guess that's the way to look at it. But here it goes right back up. So now we're short at 60 again. It was just at 60 a couple seconds ago. But yeah, I guess the seller's gone. But let's just wait to see. We are still below VWAP, still below the 50 period. So we're going to hold this against 175. You know, I really hope. Again, whenever using I don't like the term hope either, but let's just see what happens now. We're short at 174.59. Got to give this one a little bit of room. I put some bids back down in, actually my bids got canceled. I put some bids back down into the 40s where we kind of were before. So let's put another bid there. We should have been a little more patient with this move up, but I wasn't sure all about it. So there it goes right now, upside here. We could talk about some cannabis names, CGC. We had Raheem on, and this was, again, another dollar play, right? So breaking off the dollar, now up to 135, goes CGC, go boom right now to the upside. Is ACB still over or back over $1?
Not yet.
I guess not yet, so that's still 87 cents. And then the other one, Tilray, we're looking for 340 on Tilray. That's only 305. So still a ways to go on some of these names, guys.
Yeah, I'm now into Alibaba. You've had multiple green candles in a row holding this low, and that was support level we liked. So 87, it's not 87.5 exactly. It's like 87.40 is your bottom. I'll give it to that. I'm long at 60, so it's about 25 cents worth of risk. And then you have 88 up here at VWAP, which I think will take something out when it gets to 1-to-1. On a BABA bounce play, I'm looking for it to take out VWAP and be a bit of a stronger trend into the upside than just that. So we'll look for first profit in front of 88, and then we'll see if it can hold on to VWAP there. The added benefit sometimes with Alibaba is that the market continues down. It might decide to sit that out. It's already made a decent pullback. We'll see what happens. I like that level. We did mention it. I'm going to take it. So ACB, you were mentioning, is at $1. I favor this for, like, if CGC turns, this is the one I want to play to the short side. Just because it's got that dollar level in there. You saw it reject so well off $1 yesterday. So if we're anywhere near that and I see CGC start to come back down, that's the one I would go for. What's next? Nicola's going mad. I said I like 92.5 for an out. That's me getting out at 92.5 in the short. It's at $1 now. The only play I want is a fail break of $1. If it goes over under and cannot seem to hold above $1, I would look for a fade at that price. But it's entirely too strong. And this has now only been, like, think about it, like 1, 2, 3, 4 days in an open underneath $1. That's a pretty strong move if it can reclaim that and start going higher. So I want to be patient with this one instead of rushing into it. AMC has been continuing to hold the bottom. But if you look at this, really, like yesterday's high, usually I want to fill this gap in, which would mean breaking 850, and then our next out would be in front of yesterday's high. It has yet to make that break, that second leg to the downside where you get the full move that you're looking for. It just hasn't happened. There's just buyers at 850. It's not size on the bid. It's just buyers at 850, and we have to respect it, unfortunately. Still about a 60 open on ARM. That's not going to open it for at least another hour. And going back over to a name that we mentioned but haven't really talked too much about. Actually, I don't think I mentioned it at all today. Affirm got pretty darn close to 24. Remember this from the afternoon yesterday, the 24 short? Not quite there. The downside to shorting this name at this point would be the market's at the lows and Affirm's up 1.4%. So I very, very careful if I get into the short off the 24 level. I'm usually looking for like a bounce and a failed break of a level to go short against the grain. Right now, we'll be going against the grain with Affirm. Once against Affirm. I thought it was a good short yesterday, but it might just be right back to its old ways, or I guess new ways of being a long.
Okay, we're just testing this out right now on Nikola. It just broke above $1. I'm we don't have many shares here, but VWAP is at 95. So, I mean, we could just put a stop order in. Was that right? Flatten position? Hold on a second. There it is. Yeah, so 0.94. If we could break below 0.94, we will get out on Nikola. So that's, watch out for that. All right, so Apple's in the money now. We're short at 64. We just got a 50. Oh, we got a 40 fill. What am I talking about? We got a 46 fill down there, which was a nice fill for us. So we'll see if we can get another one around 50, and then we'll put another bid down here in the 40s again for Apple. So we thought we sniffed out maybe a little bit of a seller here. So let's just hold it now. It needs to break 50. That's what last time we got a 46 on a 50 break, so I'm now bidding a 40 on a 50 break. Let's see if it wants to continue its move down here. I mean, again, the NASDAQ's below VWAP. It's below the 50 period. We're pointing down pretty aggressively right now. We do have a big event today with ARM, which is right now at 60 as a projected IPO open price. The pricing was 51. So people that got an early allocation are already going to be $9 in the money. So yeah, always. I mean, they always open up higher than where the allocation is. So we'll have to wait to see what's happening right now with ARM, and when it does get closer, you guys let us know in the chat. I know Bears versus Bulls has already sort of messaged me that there's been some talk there about that, and we addressed it. So it did start quoting at 10.10. So you guys are right on that one. So yeah, so far so good here. As we just wait for that to open up, and here goes Apple. Let's go, man. It's Print City for me now, hopefully on Apple. As we're back to Greensville, despite losing early on Apple, we switched up our game plan, held the short, and now we are cashing in on that. There's a 40 that we just wanted. So that's 30 cents in the money now on Apple.
So AMC just broke the 50 level. I have a bid in front of 40s. You did hold the 830 level yesterday, so I will take that 841 out if I can get it. Just sitting on the bid now. CGC up 20% and at yesterday's highs. So this will be the first level of resistance it's come into. That's a big one. If it fails here, I kind of like ACB to the south side because this feels like it's a stronger one. If it breaks this, it's got room to 170. I don't want to be chasing this move. It's just entirely... It's a ridiculously strong move, but with news coming on Monday, I don't know that it's going to sustain forever. I think sell the news is going to come back in, people taking profit. If that happens, I'm going over to ACB pretty darn quick. If you look back at the NASDAQ, we're now on support. So here is NQ. We just turned red. Looks like we're trying to break down, get into like that early morning bottom at 15.5. If that gets taken out, I think we're going flush city. Unfortunately, Affirm now has rolled over. It's looking pretty good to enter the short, either first available pop or just simply breaking a flat bottom here. As we go to the desk for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, brought this one to you earlier. Trade up acquisition, UPTD, number one gapper on my list, up about 40%. Trying to dance between that 10.25 and 10.75. Very spready. Be very careful. Sub 1 million share float. And then this one was on the watch list. FWBI, First Wave Biopharma. This one was gapping up on a good headline here that it entered into a license agreement with Sanofi for one of its drugs yesterday, just being reported on today, so keep an eye on that. CGC as well, very strong to the high side here as weed continues to be strong. And just as I say that, it drops 6 cents that quickly, but still up over 16%. And then Neil brought this one to you earlier. Nikola doing that dance at $1, up 15%.
Yeah, we're in Nikola here, so so far so good on Nikola. Obviously waiting for a little bit more action.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah, it's okay. Your mic was hot there, so that's why I just said okay for that. But no, it's okay. We just got in it, Sharif, so no worries. It's breaking now below again, so we're going to be very, very careful on this one, man. I put my target there for 6 cents up to 105 or 106, sorry, is where I was sitting. Just trying to go 1-to-1 on this. If it breaks lower, it breaks lower. We've seen this name go before, so I feel like it's worth the shot no matter really how it's pairing off right now. I'll sit in this, not a huge position. How could we get longer on this? Well, I mean, the break has just happened right now. So I feel like if you could take out, this is why I'm sitting here at 104, 105, 106 into this area. If you can take out 106, right there, then I think that's where you may want to add to that, because after 106, of course, then you get up to 112 where there's an area, then up into 120, and I feel like that is, I mean, I have another order at 112. This is all, you know, pie in the sky, because we're not there yet, obviously. We're not even close. So 120 is an area there to look at, but there it is. You know, still bouncing around, so we're flat on the trade. We'll wait on that. And what a couple good outs that was on Apple. I mean, the fact that Apple came in right into these pre-market levels again of 174.20. My best outs are, I think, 31s or 32s down there. So far, so good on that bottom, but it is making a move back up. So we got to watch out for 175. Last time we reloaded it at the 50 period, and it worked out pretty good. So let's try that again. 174.80 for a reload. We just want to get a better price, because it's looking like it wants to head up, right? I mean, the NASDAQ now finally starting to go, bouncing off that 15.5. That was another level that we gave. Should have looked at that a little more carefully there, Sean. But there's the move up, trying to get back to VWAP, which is up here, 15.6. That's been pretty key as well. Let's just stay short. Oopsies. Let's just stay short, Apple. Did we get that? No, we did not. All right, well, it's right at V. Let's put a small piece on now at 70. There we go. As we got a 70 fill, and then we'll wait for that. That's 88. Where am I at again? We're at 80s. Okay, good enough. We'll see if we get a fill at 80, but we'll just reload it a little bit. Oh, yeah, because we just said reloaded. We'll reload that a little bit there at 70. So far, so good. That's a 10 cents on the reload. Let's see if it wants to go to the downside now. We're kind of been sitting in our Tesla. We only have 15% left of this name. Good outs right there. Good outs here at VWAP. We weren't sure if it was going to go. Once we saw the momentum and it broke through the 200, we got out at pre-market high. Then we didn't do great getting out at the top. We're never going to get out at the top, so we take a 273.75 fill right there. Pennies away from the top. Now let's see if it gets going again. We're short Apple, so I didn't really want to add into this in case Apple dragged the market down. If I'm going to add, it's going to be like around 271. So we didn't quite get there anyways on Tesla. And there goes Nicola. All right, so Nicola, back up to 103. You know?
It's trying to hold. I'm into ACB right now, but first curl is happening on Alibaba. Alibaba double bottomed off of that low. Like, the reason we liked Alibaba, I can show you the higher time frame chart, but it's been support on the daily as well, but you can see yesterday's low, right? So we got down there, it's support on the daily, we took the bounce, got the consolidation bounce, it ended up double bottoming. I was already in it anyways. So the first curl happens here at the 80, we'll take some out of VWAP and then look to try to hold above. So one in, so far just one out. If the market bounces, I do like our chances here. As mentioned, if I saw a curl in CGC, I was gonna get into ACB, so CGC curled. Took it at 87.5. I'll give it to the local high. This is what's happening on CGC. It wicked 140, which was the first resistance level, yesterday's tops, right? So curl there. I'll go for the one that I believe is a little bit weaker for the short side of the trade. And then if we fall back down on CGC, great. ACB probably gets dragged with it. So Baba long. AMC got right back to that 50 level again. So it wicks yesterday's tops. Jams back to the 50. I take some shares out at 50. Now we're just going to continue to hold this one. It never came back up to VWAP for any kind of a reload or anything like that. So we're still in it. Still working the short side. Affirm, bit of a range-bound trade, unfortunately, for Affirm. Tilray's holding 3, but Tilray doesn't move as much as CGC and ACB. At least it hasn't been, so I'm not really trading that one. I feel like you got to pick your names. Pick your poison when it comes to those. And I always want the one that's going to provide you with the bigger percentage move. The NASDAQ, as we mentioned, making that bounce back into the green off 15.5. Hopefully that can carry our Alibaba trade back into said upside. I did go over ACB there, Ash. Or sorry, AMC there, Ash. It bounced off that previous high from yesterday. That's right here. So I took more shares out on that bounce. But it is still trending into the downside. Hasn't been aggressive enough for reloads on the way back up. It's just been trend down for AMC. It is what it is. Like the stock, if a squeeze stock isn't breaking out, to me, it's just kind of pulling back. So no breakout means look pullback. Pretty simple litmus for me.
Yep, that's what you got to do. And always have an out, always have targets, always have plans for all of your trades, of course. And that's what we just did here with Nicola. We took only a little small piece out at 104. Because remember where our risk was? It's still at 94. I'm not going to change it. Although we were watching VWAP, VWAP's now up to 96, so we could lower our risk to 4 pennies. I mean, we took 4 pennies. That would be 1-to-1. But, you know, on a name like this, risk to reward kind of gets thrown out the window there once you're above. Like if you're going to target 112, 120, things like that, then you're going to blow that out anyways. So if you are being conservative on this play, and there's nothing wrong with that, we've seen this name fail off of dollar breaks, right? I mean, it's not a guarantee that this goes up. So we took some out at 104. That would be roughly 1-to-1. And then, let's just wait. I just tweeted it out. Next level. It's too bad because we were at 106. It would have been nice to have a tick there. We never got filled. You're not going to get filled just because you have your order out. So we'll wait to see if that goes. And what I was waiting on, again, I was waiting on Edge X. Probably if I was waiting on, Boss X or BYX, one of those more aggressive gateways, we might have got filled if I paid for the fill. But we get a little bit greedy right there because sometimes greedy is good. And we're trying to get a little bit greedy with Apple. So let's take 20 cents right now if we can get it. We just reshorted. We did not get 80s. We only got 72s or 70s. Sorry, you saw me take that. So we're sitting at 56. Oh no, did we get hit there? Did we not? We did not. So that sucks. All right, so we're waiting to get filled there at 56 on this name. Let's see if it does come through for us. But so far so good here on the reload of Apple. It's just not giving us that 56 print that I randomly sat there on. So we'll wait for that. Tesla still go boom, so that's going to be a good one there. We'll hit the bang for that, hit the sirens up for Tesla because that was a trade that we took almost immediately off the open. We've seen this move happen day after day, and we just needed to be a part of it. So we took it, and it worked out. It's going to be my number one. Even if this fades out, it's still going to be my number one stock. We only have 15% left. My out right now is 50 cents, right? And so 270.50 is where we're long. 270.50 exactly, and a break of 270 is where we're going to get out. So even right now we're at 5-to-1 on risk to reward. So far so good on this. And then if the market rips, then it's all good. We do have to watch out for Apple on any kind of a market rip, right? So we're going to watch out for that out at 175 if it breaks to 50 and gets back to the upside. Worth the risk here on Apple.
I think we're seeing, it was definitely a fake out on Amazon. But at the end of the day, it took out the level by almost too much to hold on to it. Maybe there's a re-entry off this, but I'm a little skeptical of the futures. The futures hold green. I think Amazon might still be good off the 143.5, but I want confirmation of that. CGC looks like it's taken out that 140. I mean, it's at 41.42, so it's getting through that high. ACB, as I said, there we go, is Royal Cannabis. I don't know why it's not the first thing that comes up, but I'm in it at 87.5. Round it down or whatever for whatever reason. If it gets through that 89.5 area, I'm out. Going to take the hit on the high of the day, so it's risking about 1.5 cents, maybe 2 cents with slippage, looking for that pullback, but CGC is going higher, so we have to watch that. BABA continues to bounce off this level, looking for 88 next. On my 3-minute, that's about VWAP there. On my 15-minute, I don't put VWAP on my 15-minute, don't really care for it there. And one more for you. We're gonna go just a quick second. We're gonna go to Sharif because we do have the crypto segment,
yeah.
But I don't know why this is not loading. There we go.
Load.
Wipeout bottom and now a breakout on Moderna. Shout out in the chat. I just saw Frank Joe saying Moderna having a day. This is a pretty bullish setup. When you see a fail off of yesterday's lows, and then you get the wick bottom, and then you break out the top. I kind of thought Pinduoduo might do that, but that's what it looks like is happening here in Moderna. If this can hold 110.
That's right.
I think it has a lot of room to do. It's at 110 right now. I don't like buying highs in a downward trending market, so I need to see it stair step to the upside. Show me the trend, and then I'll join it, as opposed to anticipating the trend here and hoping it happens. But for a little action in crypto land, let's go to the desk with Sharif.
Yeah, it's not a bad look today, Neil. Crypto, or Bitcoin more specifically, up 2% right now, doing that dance with 26,700. It's been a good couple of days for crypto. Stair stepping up, like I was just talking to Fabian about, a lot of volatility. That 1600 level has been very interesting on ETH. We closed just a smidge below at 15.99 3/4, but look at where we are right now. 16.31 up 1.88% on the day on ETH. The mining names also faring well. 6 1/3 here for Riot. You got that wick up into 11, a rejection back down in 10 1/3, but there we go. We're doing that dance in front of 11 again. Mara also up 3.13 or 3%, give or take, as it does a little dance. Coinbase as well, up 4 1/3. It's been a good day for coin, just off the highs here at 83.58, and MicroStrategy's 4 2/3 on the day, guys.
Yeah, I saw people talking about MSTR. That is the stock. So look, we'll trade Coinbase. We'll occasionally trade Riot and Mara. I traded MicroStrategies once, and I promised I would never trade it again. Because I got into position on it, and it's like to get in, like you're crossing massive spreads, and it's not a good stock to trade for managing risk.
Thank
It actually
you, Randy.
it was a good trade. It just was hard to
Cheers,
manage. Cheers. We just got our reload, and Rob fills it so much, like it just I can't
Plus,
drink it
Rob
that
gets
fast.
like the extra.
It gets so cold
huge
so
cups.
fast. Moderna making that breakout as we speak. Alibaba just got back into VWAP, so I just got that 88 fill. Well, in front of 88, like 87.95. We'll try to hold on to this one as it's like arrows back up for the market, it seems. AMC probably doesn't care about the market. You shouldn't say that, but you guys know what I mean when I say that. It's like the squeeze names, the cannabis names, they're going to do their own thing. You saw cannabis was going up even when the market was going down. So AMC is still trending to the downside. I'm still looking for it to get back to yesterday's close. That's the target here. Obviously, it's not getting there just yet, but it feels like it's going to be solid. Ganesh, what's up with Mullen? Well, that's a recovery. I thought with this back underneath 55, that move was done on Mullen. But no, Mullen appears not to be finished yet. So you're above 55, a couple of stair steps up. If you come to my 15-minute chart, this is the 55 level-ish. If it holds on to that and takes out the local high, I think the long in here, giving it to maybe 54, 53 and a half, looking for a move into 60 looks pretty darn good. Mullen's been a tricky one because every time I'm expecting 20 to 25 cents, the move is like 10. And I have not been looking for a 10% move, and that's been silly. I think today I would probably temper that, but if I get a consolidation long, I will scalp it, where I haven't been doing that the last couple of days. It's been a scalp trade on this stock instead of a blow up. So Mullen's still looking pretty solid.
Yeah, we'll slap a fail on Apple because it's just back and forth. It looks pretty sloppy, but it's really just in a 50-cent range or so here, Apple. But we had to get out when it broke through 175. So there's the out, there's the breakthrough. The market definitely got going, man, back through VWAP as ARM IPO right now tapping $58. So basically at the high end of the range. I mean, we were talking about 54 as a high end when they first came through. Then it was priced at 51. Looks like 58 is where we're going to go off at. But again, when you're going over by the imbalance locator right here, there's nothing on here. And if there is, it's relatively small. I don't see it on here. But anyways, we'll wait for more details on ARM.
Before we go to the...
We also have, we also have AMD long off 107. That's all. We took some out in the 25s there.
Before we go to the desk, David Beach, I'll take you up on that. David Beach in the chat, I love you guys. You guys are all awesome. If Mullen ever becomes a Tesla, you guys can come trade on my island. I fully expect that. And this is the thing. This is very serious for Sean and I. Because I'm not going to name any name, but we have a friend who may or may not have made a certain comment about Ethereum, and then it did happen.
Yeah.
And he said, I'm taking you guys all to Vegas if Ethereum does X.
Right.
Ethereum did X. And I have still never been to Vegas in my entire life. I'm just going to throw that one out there. So, yeah, you're getting taken up on that, David Beach. Not that Mullen's becoming a Tesla. It's not going to happen, so you're safe.
Yeah, it might be one of those bets that...
No, it's obviously not going to happen, but let's go to the desk. It's time for, maybe just an update. I don't know.
Just an update, Neil. Carvana doing a dance here at 52.25, was up over 6%, was well over 6% earlier. No specific news on this one, but the heavily shorted name having another day.
Long time. So my gut is telling me that ARM, the open interest on the, I'm thinking about ARM a lot today because obviously you're still only at paired volume of 5 million shares. I think the open interest is going to be more than 5 million. So I think you're a ways away from this opening up, unfortunately. It's 10:30. I don't remember the last time we got an IPO that opened before 11 o'clock that was large. Small ones do, big ones don't. I'm going to slap the fail on Amazon here. It does the bottom every single time. Like I wait for a bounce. I was always getting in on the back end. Like get in as it's bouncing, stop out, adhered to each one of my stops. But then it makes the low at 143, just not where I was looking for it. And it's back up to VWAP. So in terms of holding the level that we're looking for, it didn't, but it's now back above. The long can be good, but it just has to be structured differently. Like maybe it's a VWAP play, a 144 play. You got to look for something else other than just, it's at the levels you like before, unfortunately. So big move to the upside. I took off Intel, and it looks like it was a bad call. I got trailed out of Intel right in here. It'll happen to you. I feel like trailouts are just like that. Like I'm holding the last of it for the move into here, and then it trails me out, but it is now following VWAP itself. So good move on Intel going into the ARM IPO. Maybe the fact that we're getting closer has these trending back into the upside. If ARM starts tanking, if ARM opens up and flushes into 50, I don't think you necessarily want to be holding on to longs in some of these semi names. Just be careful. You could see sympathy plays in all of those when it opens back up. So kind of treat ARMs aren't your futures for the semis, but you do want to respect any kind of like big or aggressive move in either direction when it comes to ARM. I'm going to go for the VWAP play on Intel because you can see it's holding. BABA looks pretty solid. Just need to see it. Just need to see this one hold above 88 for a bit, and then we can get back into those highs. I think I can go dip buy hunting for some higher lows on Alibaba. Looks like it could be trend up. Upside there. Jason asking about Meta, strong bounce off lows. I mean, everything's bouncing off the lows.
Big time.
But Meta, oh yeah, that's really strong. I mean, Alibaba's back in VWAP. This thing's back at the high of the day almost. Meta, be strong. Okay, so Meta was not on my list for a strong name, but look at the daily on Meta. If this gets through 310 and we go from breaking lows to breaking higher and the NASDAQ wants 1%, I think you're just looking Meta long. And maybe not even, you don't wait for 310 here. That's a wick. I think you're looking at 309 looks like a good breakout here on Meta. I'd rather join the trend instead of play the break. So maybe 307. Previous high, dip back down into 307, take it. Otherwise, 309 breakout on Meta. Thank you. I don't think we've even mentioned Meta today. It was Amazon, Tesla, Apple. I felt like that was the right place to go to based on yesterday. But today it looks like Meta's the one.
Yeah, we're 50 cents in the money on AMD, and we've actually brought our day back on AMD, which is nice. We're dipping and ducking and dodging and diving earlier on. Shout out to Dodgeball there. But it broke the 50 period. We were kind of waiting for that. It was also at 107, so we indicated that name. And now we'll see if it can go. We just got some out on VWAP at 30s, some out at 20s, and then now out in the 50s as well. So those are going to be some good outs. Meanwhile, Tesla right now goes boom again, and now back up to the high of the day for Tesla. We're $4 in the money on this trade, but we only have 15% like we talked about. So we'll have to wait to see where that goes now. Hopefully more. Uh-oh. Right here, let's go, man. We're starting to stack it up a little bit on Nikola as well, as that's starting to go back up to the upside here. We also tweeted this play out that we were looking for this break of $1. There's the break of $1. There's the longs. Now, again, like now we're more than 1-to-1, but just barely. I mean, if you're going to take it out at 94, like where we said, now you're 1-to-1. So if you want to empty out the clip right here, you can do that. Also, join me for the markets recap at 4 o'clock right there as that just pops in. So thanks for that, Fabian.
It's almost like it's timed. I think
today. I think it's anytime that I start talking, I think it goes up there. So
no, I think it was 10:40 yesterday. I really do.
Is it timed or you're just putting it up? He's putting it up.
No, I think
anyways, thank you for that. But as we go, man, I mean, we got lunch. We got a couple good segments, man. Lunch money, if you're looking for some opportunities when the market gets a little slow. There may be stuff that we've missed or stuff that we're looking at. So that's coming
yesterday,
12 o'clock.
Yesterday, we had that Netflix move, which basically just gift wrapped the Disney trade for us, and that came out of nowhere.
Like the
Today,
gift wrapping?
We may or may not be talking about ARM a little bit because I don't think that's
What's that?
By the time we get to lunch money, I'm pretty sure it's still not going to be open. So we'll probably be talking about that as an opportunity. An opportunity to go to the desk right now for Sector Watch. And I'm stuck bidding.
We talk about the sectors, guys. Carvana is making the move through 53. The rocket ship continues here on Vana. No news. Let's have a look at what is moving on the day. Energy, very strong, and so are the equity names. You have XOM and CVX both up over 1%. This was an interesting look, though. I was talking to Arda about this one. Visa down 3% on possible AI news here. Not sure why that would bring it down, but maybe labor activism is the concern there by investors. Tesla up 0.5%. You saw the Katina man in this one. Oracle getting an upgrade today on the upgrades and downgrades. Wasn't able to show you that because Raheem was here, but 1.7% for Oracle. JPM and the banks also strong, 1 2/3 for the banking sector. You also have consumer services here with McDonald's, etc., up about 1% on the day.
So I think we can forget about the dip buy in Meta temporarily because this is absolutely flying to the upside. NASDAQ is at the high of the day. And this is what I mean. I'd be careful punching tops. This time of day, punching long on a top break, that's a big no-no for me. I just never really want to break out at that time. So I'm going to stay away from that. I'm going to look for a dip here. Anytime you miss a move on the way back in, I think you want to allow it to fall back in, see where it happens to go. Some caution for Alibaba here. I'd say a little bit of caution for Alibaba. If the market were to reject this level, this is where the stair step was. Like you can see it came down in, kind of bounced off of 88, got back to the pre-market low, and then failed that price. So you're in the pocket of a potential turnaround in Alibaba. It's been a good long off the bottom. But I think if it cannot get through 88.5 and this market starts to pull back in, I'd probably get out there. Rosie Hernandez, is block a good long? You know what? The funny thing about that is I looked up at the chat, and it's like whatever catches my eye. And the fact that somebody actually called this company block instead of square that's the first time I've seen that in the chat, I swear. I don't think I've seen anybody do that before. I go back and forth. I understand people always want to catch bottoms, but this has been a short till it's not. If you do look at the 15-minute chart, I see what you're getting at. That would be 53.5 for the last 2 days in a row. So higher lows with now 53.5 showing a bottom. If the market can take out the highs and we show that kind of strength, maybe it can pick up something like block, which has been an absolute dog. But this has been a dog, and it's not even bouncing that much. You look over it, it's Brethren, PayPal. I mean, it's like I don't want to be talking anybody into something else, but I mean, you saw block hanging at the lows and the market's at the highs. Well, what's PayPal doing? PayPal is breaking back out. Like PayPal is stair-stepping to the upside, potentially breaking out a top here as the market's breaking out a top. The trend is your friend. It's just easier to go long in strong stocks and short in weak names. But there's a support level on Square. Look at what PayPal is doing here. If I had to pick one, I'd be picking longs in PayPal.
I pick a long in AMD, and that was a banger. So I'm just noticing now. I was talking with a couple guys back there. I forgot to pay for shorts in ARM, so I'm going to do that right now.
Because you want to be able to.
It's only 3 cents, which is kind of expensive, but it's not expensive. But it's just even if you take 1,000 shares, you got to just pay out $30 out of your pocket to begin with. So probably worth doing a little bit there. I don't know. What do we think? I mean, I'm taking the IPO long. I was just telling the guys there, I'm a little bit nervous about it. Marissa just asked me, how's your day? And I was like, yeah, we're green on the day and everything is fine. But we're a little nervous coming in here because I always get that way, when these IPOs hit, because I'm putting in, let's put it this way, I'm not putting in hundreds of shares. So hopefully it goes up. Let's put it that way. All right, so we're going to have to wait for it. So there we go. We just paid for that. Let's just wait to see. This is what ARM looks like right now. If there's any indication, guys, of when this may open, please let us know ASAP, because you can see the opening price right now looks like 58. I am getting a little, like I said, there it is. Okay, so now ARM, ARM's a sell right now. Damn you, ARM. I was going to say, if anybody hears anything about it. No, just if there's any indication of ARM, that's all. Yeah. Sharif saw it. No, I'm just saying to everybody in the audience here, if anybody hears anything, I know Sharif's on it as well. But I didn't like that. I don't know if you saw this, Sharif, but it's a sell right now on the imbalance locator. So that's not great. Maybe we should lower our shares on how much we're willing to take on this ARM IPO. Thank you so much, Nimit. Yeah, she asked me how it was. My daughter this morning was up. Here, let me find my wife on Twitter. I'm just, look, man, all I'm doing right now, do you know how much money we're in $5 right now on Tesla? So I'll do what I want to do right now. This was this morning at 5:45. This little rep player right here is creating a lot of havoc in our house. 6 a.m. hockey, so Marissa went there. So shout out to her in going there to be with the children there. So obviously missed them this morning, but all is well. So I don't know what's going on with Carvana, but right now there it is. Right now, just hit the like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe today.
So Tesla right now, I mean, whatever news was with Tesla, I don't know. Who cares? Look at this move. Nice upside move right now. 550 in the money on Tesla. Nikola. Wow, there goes Nikola's now 9 cents in the money. I didn't even realize this because of what Tesla was doing. Nice trade upside there for Nikola off the $1. So there's 10%. It's not huge. I don't know. For equity play, it's pretty nice. I don't even think we're going to look at Tesla anymore, so we'll just watch out for AMD. AMD is pretty good because we still got on 40% as it comes up to 108. So let's take another piece out here on AMD. Like I said, it's a green day. We're up today. We could be up a lot more if we didn't screw Apple so badly there. We were trying to buy this name. It's not on the list for today for a buy. It was yesterday. Fortunately, we thought we saw a seller there around 175. So we got out of the long, which would have been right, and then into a sell, which was wrong. So there it is, Apple right back to day's high. But there's another clear out for us. Oh, and because you just came back, Neil, ARM, I think you saw this. No, it was a sell. There was 700,000 shares to sell. There it is, right here. So now it's getting paired off. We might be getting, the reason why I say this is we may be getting close.
Well, I don't think it is, but on the off chance, one of the things I do, by the way, is I have like multiple stock windows up for ARM. And so I'm going to get long and I'm going to execute on one, but I actually have a stop order that I'll set up. Like if it's opening at 57, I'll kind of anticipate that maybe there's a buy at 55, and I'll have a stop order for 55 that I can just hit enter on. So I get the long, and then I can just immediately have a stop order to go out. So I'm going to do that because the closer you get to it, I kind of agree. Like it's starting to pair off. It's coming down a little bit. I'll respect that. A couple of things very quickly here.
Look at Nikola.
Rivian has now broken that 24 level. Shout out to everyone that mentioned that. It looks like it's pretty strong. You're getting a little bit of a curl in Alibaba. As I said, it's at that resistance potential point. So there it is there. I don't want it getting, and it's a fine line with trailing stops, and I say this, oftentimes trailing stops can get you into trouble, but this is the area that I thought you could run into some trouble, and this is where I would have been the target. It was a bit of a counter trend move here. So I'm going to take the profit and run on Alibaba. It's 10:50. It is that time of day where sometimes you get reversals anyways, and we'll look for the next leg up. We're talking about dip buys in Meta and Amazon, but we'll get out of Alibaba. It's been solid. We'll go with the Dallas Goedert spike because I need him not to put up a 0 for me this week. It'd be nice if they actually threw the ball to their tight end every now and then. It's kind of ridiculous.
I think they'll bounce back today.
I think
like a huge bounce back.
I think Philly is going to literally annihilate them. I think Philly, KC, and Buffalo are going to come out and just be like, we're mad at the way that week 1 went. We should have been much better. And all of them are going to put up like 40 points and just destroy their opponents. Although I think Buffalo's your survivor pick this week. But anyways, I'm obviously biased.
We'll see. We'll see about Buffalo.
We're taking Buffalo.
I mean, we were talking. They have a good game at home. It's Arizona. No, it's not Arizona.
It's not Arizona.
Washington. It's somebody.
No, it's someone crap.
Okay. I thought I just said 2 crappy names. What was it? People put in the chat. No, he doesn't know who it is. I think he mentioned something else. All right, we are ready to go. Okay, yeah, let's go to Money Talks, and Neil and I will figure out who. Oh, it's the Raiders.
It's the Raiders. Yeah.
I just saw someone posted. So, yeah, that's right.
Light work, baby.
We're in a it should be light work. Oh man, but what is light work these days for JA there? But okay, let's go on and discuss Money Talks because hey, sometimes you need some money to trade these markets.
Light work.
Yeah, you definitely need some of that, Sean. The U.S. dollar index, the DXY, up 1/3% today, but look how the euro is faring against the U.S. dollar. That's because the ECB raised a 1/4 point today just before we got the PPI print and retail sales. They released that, and so the euro really taking it on the chin against the U.S. dollar today, 0.6 to the downside. The Japanese yen, strong against the U.S. dollar. Despite the fact that the Dixie's up, the U.S. dollar losing about 1/4 percentage point here against the yen. Much the same story with the quid. GBP against the U.S. dollar about down 0.5%, and then the loonie and the greenback, the U.S. dollar, giving up about 1/4 point against the loonie.
Price, I don't think.
The loonie doing well.
You know, Obi's going to be on the midday show. We're just talking. He's getting all set up.
It's Obi today.
Locked and loaded right now. So he was just talking about, you know, you can always play the range because Kenview opened up and had a little bit of a range, and then even if you didn't take a crazy position off the open.
I kind of feel like you
on Kenview.
You gotta do you. Like,
yeah.
And ultimately, like I know this, like Sean and I, we've probably traded a lot of IPOs over the year, and I feel like there's a structure to it that works. Like I'm generally looking for more of a home run. Like I kind of want it. Like if it opens at 50, now it's saying 58. Like if it opens at 58, I want this thing breaking $60 at least, and I want 60s, and I want 65. Like. If it ends up being 58 to 60, I'll be disappointed even if it's a winning trade. And what might end up happening is you don't
58 to 60. No, I'd be happy with that.
But the thing, if it goes there and rejects it, I'll still have shares on the way back in. Though.
Right. Well, we won't get out of it all.
Yeah, like if it goes 58 to 60, there's almost zero chance that if it comes back to 58, that I'm not still holding shares. And if that breaks, I'll still have something on board because I think you're holding for at least a little bit more. As usual, when I trail out, it's still going to the upside. That's Alibaba. I wanted to get to Meta here. So it wicked. I'm not taking the breakout. First time through, was it any good? Nope, because it pulls right back. Now holding 308.50. I think it's a little safer to jump into the 09 long. As I'm saying it, now it's starting to go. So taking it the second time through, I don't know, sometimes this time of day is just a little bit better. So Meta, super, super strong, consolidating off the top. I let it consolidate, and then when it breaks the high the second time, take it. Now, I want to be working this area, maybe give it to the local bottom, and then respect the fact that, I mean, Meta is trying to make a large, like, look at the break potential here on Meta on the daily chart. Like, I want to give this one multiple chances here because you could easily be thinking about, 15s and 20s. If this market wants 1%, Meta can be 2%. If this market wants 1.5, Meta can be 3 or 4. So I want to give Meta the chance. It looks pretty strong there. I see BTC launch, John Spruill. What's going on in crypto land? I'm always looking to see. My first thought is Coinbase at 86? Like you tell me there's strength in crypto, and I'm like, are we shorting Coinbase at 86 yet? We're not. It's at 83. But if it gets there, we're going to short some Coinbase at 86 if we get there. That's just been a good level. We like the level, so I'll take it for sure. So Meta's a new position for me. Not the first time it broke 09s, but the second time through. Hopefully this one's a charm. Already starting to go.
Still getting nervous about ARM always, but all right. So right into here, 15. We're above now the initial balance high. The lows right there. We'll figure out what's going on. We are very, very close up to 108 there. We almost had a Dollar Club winner. Well, we did have it. We didn't take it, but it did go to 108 and bounced off 107.99 or 108 even almost exactly right there. So we're going to wait to see what happens here at the 200 period for AMD. But hey, we have earnings, and there's a big bad name on the earnings board today.
Which I accidentally said was yesterday.
Yeah, which that's okay. There it is right there. There's only one. Well, Lennar, I guess we can always look at Lennar as well. That's been somewhat hot lately, of course, because of Warren Buffett. But okay, so Adobe right now, it's a $250 billion market cap.
Did he buy the top?
Yeah, he might have bought the top in the home builders. But again, I thought that report that was as of July or something. So I don't know exactly the prices that these guys have. But we can check out LEM.
No, because Lennar is like a good, 15% off the high. I have the daily chart up for Lennar.
Yeah.
Like it's been stair-stepping into the downside. What it looks like though, and again, I'm not a chartered market technician, but since you've made that push underneath the 50 period, like that day it was 117, just look at it. Up and down off 117, higher lows, lower highs, like forming a bit of a wedge in there. So it looks like there's some stabilization. I'm not saying you buy Lennar here, but
right.
I mean, obviously, if it holds this level off of the earnings, it has every chance to break out. All things work in both directions, obviously. But it's certainly stabilized since it's made its bottom going into those earnings. So it is worth a look. I mean, obviously, Adobe's more interesting. I think we both care about Adobe more.
Yeah, well, for sure. I think Adobe's, the AI play, the everything they had there. Founder passed away, which was not influential on current day running or anything like that for Adobe.
Yeah,
but
that's sad.
If you did want, here comes another plug, Fabian. Last night we had Danielle Shea on, and she talks all about options, and Adobe's in her portfolio. So she gave some trading ideas. Go back and watch it at about 4:10 yesterday or so on the after show. You could go find the link on our YouTube page or go on my my Twitter, and you'll be able to find the link to it as well, where Danielle talked about a possible play. She talked about wings and butterflies and all this kind of jazz there, possibly. I think it was a trade if you had $1,000 what could you do to capture profit on a move for Adobe. So if you want to go back and check that out on the after show recap show yesterday, around 4:10, 4:15 when Danielle came on. So that's it. Because we had bought some Adobe here on 400 on that last breakup. Now it's way up, right? We don't have a lot, but I feel like getting out maybe today before that move. You're riding the 50 period all the way. So watch out for a 5:30 break. But again, there's more talk about this on that. Well, that's not the link, but you can go find it on our page.
You know, it's still a sell imbalance, eh?
Not Tesla. What?
Oh, no, ARM.
Oh, it's still selling balance.
Yeah, it's the paired volume. It's over 7 million for the opening print now. So, but paired volume is just showing you how much, obviously, buys and sells that are paired off, and there's 300,000 left over. So it's about 7.2 million. Do better math, Neil. 7.2 million shares looking at the auction, and it's $58. It's indicating an open. So we are locked and loaded. I don't think we're going to get the open just yet. We promised. We told you it was going to be the midday, guys. Yeah. That we're going to get the open, and that's what it feels like. Got a push close to 310 on Meta, 309.85 it came in, so predictably being me, when it got back underneath 75, I took some out. I'm looking for the dip buy. Instead of, when it breaks, I'll take an immediate dip buy. If it snaps up and then right back in, sometimes I'll take that dip. Now I want to see it make a level. I like the long on Meta. It's obviously pretty strong, up 1.5%, maybe one of the stronger names out there, but it is looking like it's going to be pretty good. Just to go back to something we're still in, AMC is now bottoming out a little bit, so 850 is holding on AMC. It had one wick down into yesterday's high, which was 835, still trending to the downside. But, maybe it's going to bounce here. I might get out if it takes out 860. But the trend is still to the downside on AMC, as that one's looking relatively weak. BABA, I think we made the right call getting out. It is holding pretty much at our level, so it hasn't really done much since we got out of it. If there's another dip, might look to rejoin the trend back into the upside in Alibaba. But all systems go for what will be the open on ARM. I mean, we're going to take the opening print. If it immediately flushes, well, that's the play that you make, right? I'd agree. I think its valuation is too high, but that doesn't stop momentum from taking it to the upside. See Snowflake, see Coinbase, see what else? Rivian as well. So the last three ones I can think about that everyone thought would probably valuation poor were actually all good longs off of the open print if you just played the momentum to the upside.
Yep, I agreed with that one. All right, guys, so if you like 19% in your portfolio, then maybe Nikola is a good trade for you because there it is right there, $1 up to 120. We talked about where we want to take it at 112. We got 112s out right there. We just got a 115, and we talked about it. Next level is 120. We actually tweeted out all of these levels. So there it comes right back up to 120. I hope you guys have it. And I just wanted to explain, to show everybody that, today, trading Apple, trading AMD, trading Nikola, trading Tesla, you could trade whatever name is moving. And that's the thing, you don't see me in these kind of plays too often, but there it is, man, off $1, have these kind of plays in your toolbox, even though you're not like this. There it is, man, because you don't want to stare a good opportunity in the face and not take it. Like the weed names, we talked about that with Raheem today, right? And it's like, as the weed names continue to move, who cares? And I sort of said that. I said, who cares that I'm down 90% on weed names, right? Holding them from the top, not from the top. That's, let's slow down on that. But the idea there is that it doesn't matter where it's come from. It's all about where it's going. And Nikola, again, you might be stuck long somewhere else, but that's a good opportunity to make a little bit back off that dollar. So that's something that we definitely wanted to look at there.
Speaking of dollars, it's past 11 o'clock. I do have to point it out that maybe the worst exit of all time on FWBI, because it made another, stick-to-itiveness matters. That failed $1. I got out at 80. It's at 60. When these things fail $1, I'll tell you this right now from experience, when they fail $1, the move is bigger than when they break $1, but it's not as easy to hold because longs are easier than shorts to hold on these types of names. Because when they go up, they can go up explosively. There's always a bid, there ain't always an offer on these types of names. It is 11 o'clock. It's a 58 theoretical auction price currently on ARM. That's been the same thing for, I'd say, at least 15 minutes now. So not a heck of a lot of change. It's a small sell imbalance. We'll be back at lunch money. Although I'm not going to, I might do lunch money from here, to be honest with you guys, because I wouldn't leave my order to go long on ARM and be sitting up over the desk. I'll probably just do it from here. But let's take you to the midday. You've got Obi and Maximilian himself.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the midday show. This is the king of the jungle. I'm Max. It's ARM Day, and we're brought to you by Surge Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to Surge Trader. What's going on, Obi? You got any good trades on the day?
I guess we're just waiting for that ARM. I got a little chopped up on the Amazon this morning. I guess Sean and Neil were trading this name. A little heavy to the downside off that 145 in the morning. Got a little caught up trying to hit the long, and yeah, just trying to manage my risk as well as I can. Haven't really touched anything more. Just waiting on the IPO and looking for whatever the next good trade is going to be. How about you?
I was in some good positions today, but none of them kind of materialized into good trades. I'm kind of nervous today because of this ARM IPO. I don't want to get too deep into the losses. So had a few good spots on Tesla, but I just didn't have the the chutzpah to give it the risk that it needed, and that 271.5, 271.20 kind of area that I liked yesterday ends up being the spot to get long. I tried to short as well back through this kind of pre-market consolidation, but that didn't work, and is what it is on that one. Basically, all I got is that Tesla. Oxy was pretty good actually today, but no real size on Oxy for me. Nice break of this recent consolidation above $67. So I was able to get long a little bit of size above 67, take it into the 67.60. I was thinking we could get a 68 break. If you look on the daily, 68 looking like a pretty nice level, but this 67, you see that, you see oil going up, that's a money trade right there, that 67 break. And it's still trading above 67. I think, maybe we get 68 later on in the day. That could be something. And I could probably still be holding on to this trade right now if I was that convicted in it. And maybe that was the opportunity right there. Reload this instead of stopping out, and then you could just be holding this for that potential trend. But obviously kind of wedge forming on Oxy right now. Maybe over 67.50 now that I look at this one again. Could be a solid spot for that. CGC I traded as well today. Once again, kind of up on these weed catalysts. I was able to take the break of an offer here after this kind of quadrunk action off of $1.40, which was yesterday's high. Gives you two opportunities to take these breaks of offers, and then getting out some here, getting more in at this 42 price, and eventually just stopping out for break even on the last ad there. But still holding VWAP on CGC. That $1.30 was a big problem yesterday, so that area kind of holding again today. Could probably structure a long off of that, but I doubt you guys are going to see many trades out of us until this IPO opens. Expecting, I don't know, probably in like an hour or so. I don't think we open yet. The theoretical auction volume currently 7 million shares, so usually that takes some time to sort out and open up. So I would say sometime around like 12 to 1, we're probably opening up on this IPO, and you guys might see some decent sized positions out of us. Maybe some anger or cheering on. But yeah, this IPO, biggest one this year, biggest one since 2021. We need a Lambo trade. You guys know what it's going to be. ARM.NQ. If this goes, I think some people could be putting on enough size to buy some Lambos. I don't know if anybody around here would be doing that, but definitely going to be some positioning on this name. Very big IPO. So we wait. Wow, Oracle. I'm just seeing. I took this off from yesterday, but wow, yeah. I should be long Oracle at 112 right now. I took that off my charts today. 112 was that level that I took the breakout off of yesterday. It holds real nicely at 935 and gives you to 114.5. That's exactly the trade that I was looking for yesterday. That's a huge miss out of me. Not SSR anymore, so a little bit harder to structure these dip trades, but you know, that mechanic, the fail break of that 112, you think people are getting short below there, they get stopped out, you're taking it maybe 112.10, 112.05, and actually a surprising amount of liquidity on Oracle I've found for a name that's this expensive. Interesting there for sure. I don't know, like what 115 breakout might make sense on this name. Let's check the 30-minute chart here. I kind of like that 115, but you know, we're already up 2% again today. I think I just missed this move on Oracle, so we'll probably leave that alone. Just waiting on ARM. I don't think I'll have another trade until that one comes out. Tesla looking super strong right now.
Yeah, these futures are going a little wild here.
Yeah.
I'm watching the ES kind of. Oh wait, you know what? This is the older contract here on this one. So let me just switch over real quick. I just realized that I'm still on the older one on this PC here. But yeah, we kind of just held above that 45 on ES in the pre-market. It seems to be a little bit of a chop out the open, but it seems like we're kind of pushing towards these highs here. I tried a quick short off that 145 on Amazon again, and didn't really work out. We are kind of pushing to the upside there, so it got stopped out. Right there above that consolidation, let's see if we can push back above this pre-market consolidation highs. We saw that right out the open, that 145 was a pretty decent level to get in short. We know that 145 was kind of key as well from before. And yeah, I just want to show a little bit of this trend that we had drawn in earlier, right? Let me just pull up the 15-minute, get these lines out of the way, get the VWAP out of the way. But yeah, a little bit of a previous kind of trend kind of coming in. We saw that this trend was holding pretty strong. We broke it, and then we try to teeter in and around it, and we can see that it's acting kind of like a magnet here for Amazon into that 145. So out the open, you kind of break that, right? And look at the flush that comes in off of that rejection there, and then you kind of magnet right back into it off the 143. Sure, the ideas are great. Is the execution there? Not really, not yet at least. But yeah, so all these things in retrospect, right? Executing on some of these levels, real time. I guess that's still something I'm trying to figure out. But as you can see, we got a nice little V-shaped recovery back into this 145.50 here, and we're kind of holding above that trend as well. And we see that we kind of churned in and around that trend yesterday as well. But I'm more interested in the horizontal 145, a little bit of an over under there. And we know that Amazon is pushing 52-week highs, right? It is definitely in play today. As you can see, the R-vol down here, I've pulled up the R-vol. Take a look at that. We were doing significant R-vol in the pre-market, almost 3 times as much. And then on average today, as you can see, we are doing a little bit more than usual here on Amazon. But yeah, just gonna wait it out now and see what we do in and around these pre-market levels, these highs. We see that there's definitely sellers out the open, and then we saw that they're there again, but we're building into it. So I'm curious to know what we'll do around 145.50, and we might take an over under on that there. But yeah, just waiting for this IPO. I haven't really taken a look at some of the other large caps, so we can run through those real quick. I know I had a couple ideas on Netflix and Unity today, because those are also definitely in play. But yeah, let's run down the list real quick and see what some of these large caps are up to today. All right, so we see that Apple has been kind of selling off of that 190, a little bit of continuation back into that 175 churn on Apple. We can take a look at Microsoft as well. So Microsoft, we saw that 180 couldn't really go last week or earlier this week as well, right? Yeah, we kind of started to pull back off 175. Oh, sorry, that's not the. Why is it not loading? Huh, interesting. Yeah, I was like 175. There's no way Microsoft 175. What am I saying? This chart seems to be not loading. Okay, let me just reload that. Yeah, I was like, huh? What am I saying? I'm looking at the chart. I'm talking about the chart, but this price doesn't seem right. Let me just reload that real quick for you guys. Okay, there we go. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Now I'm like, okay. All right, so let's see. We know that Microsoft at 330 has been kind of a key area there as of recent. And yeah, take a look at that. We've kind of consolidated above and we've held above. A little bit of volatility, but now we're pushing back to the upside there. Looking left, this 140 this 340 area, kind of resistance, kind of a level of interest there, and we're kind of pushing up into that with these with the strong market here. But yeah, take a look at that kind of a step up off that that 327, and then also the 330 as well on Microsoft. I know Google is also kind of looking like the market as well. So yeah, Google also pushing towards its highs. Are these 52-week highs on Google? Let's take a quick look here. Yeah, it would seem so. As far as I can see here, maybe go up another time frame. Yeah, 138 right there, Sean. Thank you. 138 was the 52-week high. So now we had Amazon breaking 52-week highs yesterday. Today, Google is breaking 52-week highs. What's next? That's my question here. If we're going to start bidding up and kind of pushing some of these levels from from last year, we could definitely catch a bid because we pulled back quite significantly off of those COVID highs, right? Over the past couple of years. Now let's take a look at how far we pulled back, right? We pulled back quite significantly. We were here up in the 150s, pulled back to sub 100 there. And then, yeah, just back up to 140 there. About a full-on recovery there, a V-shape there on Google. But yeah, let's take a look at Netflix. That was the one. That was the one that's definitely in play. As we had some spicy news yesterday off the CEO talking about something. But yeah, that the volume really comes in. Right, and then you get that nice fade, a retest of that 420, and then a nice fade. And look at the continuation right out the open. You crack that low of consolidation and low of pre-market straight to the downside. But now I was like, I wanted to take the fade. I wanted to look for a continuation fade. I was looking for a potential retest into 120, into 420, maybe a lower high into 420, and then look for the fade. But yeah, that fade came in right out the open. And now we're consolidating on top of 400. So that trade is kind of gone for me. And Unity was the last one I was looking at because yesterday, again, they had a strong catalyst there. Something about changing up something about installations and developers. They're gonna have to pay a lot more now for every installation that they do. And yeah, nobody really liked that news, but it seems like today we're not really getting much of a consolidation or much of a continuation, but that low from yesterday comes in again, that 36 kind of respecting and pushing back up. We are getting a little bit of reversion here. I was interested in that 37 as well, but missed that trade as we kind of push back up towards the previous lows during the week here. As you can see, this 37.50 might give us some trouble as it was support from earlier this week and maybe some of last week as well. So let's see what Unity does off of those. Again, all these names are doing a little bit of RVol there today, so definitely ones to look at. But yeah, other than that, I don't have too much there. Maybe that short is coming in here, but pre-market highs haven't really been tested on Amazon yet. No sign of IPO there. I got the arm up open here for you guys, but yeah, nothing yet. We're going to be anticipating that one for sure. What do you got, Max?
Yeah, still TAP is $58 there. The volume keeps going up on that one, so now almost 8 million shares that are going to be interested in that opening print. I've been long Meta the whole time that you've been talking here. This 310 I've been waiting for quite some time. This was the low of the prior consolidation, and now we're breaking back into it on strength, on volume, on Meta. Although volume's actually kind of light here, 6 million shares. So watched the break happen, watched it dip back down. Then it can't print below 310 again, so I'm long 310 20s, looking for 312 for the first out probably, maybe 311.5. But you know, this is more of a trend trade kind of idea. Going to trust the teal on this one. Smaller size, obviously, because all of my risk today is going to go towards that ARM IPO. But you know, this is a good trade. This could pay for sure. So let's see if Meta can continue this move up. Been very strong off of, I believe it was AI News last week or this week. They were developing a ChatGPT kind of competitor. Let me bring that chart back. Why did you go away? There we go. So yeah, current high 310.75 keeps bidding into there and then kind of stopping. So I think if that breaks out, we could see 311.50 very, very quickly. But looking quite strong off this 310 area. I kind of wish I was looking earlier because that high from 2 days ago, I want to say, let's pull up the 30-min. Yeah, that 309 high from 2 days ago is really like the best trade here. I think that 309 breakout would have been the one to have. Breaks out, I mean, you get chopped around a little bit for 50 cents here, but 50 cents on Meta is just the price that you have to pay to get involved with this stock. And now, trending up almost $2 in the money now off of that. But I like this hold at high of day. Obviously, futures turning around a little bit, Meta holding up here. So you can either say that this is lagging and it's going to dump, or Meta's just relatively strong and is going to continue to take out the highs despite this futures move. But I like the risk to reward on this one. Stop is going to be like 309.50 area, and looking to get out for like $2, $2.50 kind of thing. So whatever the calculation is on that one. Tesla looking pretty decent for like continuation here at that 275 area. Holds it actually really nicely on the bid. There at 275 exactly, but we did kind of fail break 276. So this looking, not quite as good as our Meta trade here. That 276 fail breakout. 276 was a bit of a level a few days ago. The real level, obviously, that 278 from Tuesday, I think it was, 278.50 is that kind of breakout level where you would expect if you break that, you're seeing 280 before long as Meta just wicks 311. So continuing the move on Meta, feeling good about this one. Not trying to get out anything until we're seeing like 312 on the offer, basically. So yeah, we will see on this one. I think at this point, if it breaks back below 310, don't want to be involved anymore. So basically, break even, lose 20 cents, whatever, instead of that 70 cents of risk that I had previously. Carvana also. I missed Carvana this morning.
Yeah, I heard what it did. I haven't really taken a look at it. But
it's at 56 now.
Wow. All the way back.
Wow, yeah. So $60 key level on Carvana. Yeah, I had this on my charts this morning, took it off because I wanted to put like CGC or something on there. And yeah, that $50 break, that's a very easy trade. You look at yesterday, obviously there's going to be some wicks here, but yesterday's consolidation was above 50 bucks. It breaks down, can't get back above there. Today, pre-market high, 50 bucks. You take 50 bucks, goes $2, $2.50 right away, and then now continuing through 55, almost 56. We'll go to the daily chart. This 53.50 was a pretty key level. We saw it 2 days ago, so could have even taken the break of that. I think that would have been a valid trade, breaking out of 54 maybe. Now the only stop left is that key $60 level. So Carvana breaks 60 bucks. I'm going to be long despite it already being up 12.5 or 13% today. Was that 50? Yeah, so 54 was a pretty clean breakout here. So congrats to the longs on this one. I really, really messed up. I'm always watching Carvana and just, kind of forgot about it today. So big miss there. I will have to put it up. Is it on a chart here? Yeah, it's not even on a chart here. Like, what's wrong with me, man? I got to have this always on a chart. Yeah, we keep watching. So 56 just broke on this. I don't want to get in any price other than that 60 break, even though that's pretty far away. I don't know. Even if you go to the 30-minute chart, I don't think that there's many real levels if it'll load all the way back there. I can look on my other platform if that one will load. But we haven't really seen these levels since that day where we squeezed to 60, and then I guess the high of that day during market hours. During market hours, the high on Carvana on this move is 57.20, I believe. maybe that's the level. Where are we at right now? Yeah, 57.19, the high of market hours. I think I could try the break of that. That would be the only trade that I can really take on this. So we'll see if that comes in. Maybe like 54 supports, and we could take that. But I don't know. There's not a whole lot left. That $50 was clean. 54 was clean. That's basically all you can do there. Looking at Meta, so stops out exactly $1. Not looking for the dollar on this. I'm looking for continuation. I think this is more of a trend trade. Market's looking decently strong. Meta looking quite exceptionally strong. So going to hang on to this. I think you can see possibly on the 30-minute on here, 312.5, 312.30 maybe was a decent spot. So that's what I'm looking for. 312 break and then get something out on that breakout. And Sean's, dreaming.
Yeah, it's dropping. The tap is dropping a little bit. Yeah.
So if you're in like a halted small cap stock and the tap keeps coming down, usually that's not a good thing. But I mean, we're still opening above the $51 range on, like that was the range high on the whatever offering.
Yeah. So we're opening above it.
We're opening above it. As long as we're opening above 51, I think it's bullish. I think if we're opening below, could be, I don't know, that could set up for maybe a short. I'm going to be looking both ways. I have locked in the shorts on this one. They were a little expensive this morning, 2.5 cents per share. But if you're not getting more than 2.5 cents per share on this $57 stock on your win, then you're probably doing something wrong.
I think there's definitely going to be a lot of interest in people trading this name. I just want to pull up their F1 because not their S1 because they're foreign listed. But yeah, take a look right here and their F1. Take a look at some of these underwriters that if we can go to my screen here, take a look at some of these underwriters that are kind of supporting the IPO, right? We got Barclays, we got Goldman Sachs, and we got JP Morgan. Now I'm not too familiar with Mizuho, but you know what? We got a couple big boys here, so definitely I'm going to be looking for any interest.
Isn't Mizuho big?
I've never heard of them. That's
it's
the thing.
a big Japanese bank.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure it's a Japanese bank. But yeah, so those guys I haven't heard of. I'm sure they're big, but in terms of like some of these American banks, yeah, definitely might be catching a bid. I'm going to be looking for any large orders or any sign of unusually large or unusually outlying action kind of coming into that IPO. Maybe some of these underwriters want to support some of these prices as well. So who knows? Who knows? Just going to be just keeping an eye out for potential support or resistance, kind of to see what that comes out as this is one of the bigger IPOs this year, right? Okay, this is the biggest since 2021. So yeah, it's been a couple of years since we've had a pretty big IPO. So definitely a lot of interest there. So let's see what happens. Let's try our best not to get sold to. But,
exactly. Similar size, I believe, to Kenvue, which was earlier on this year.
Yeah.
That one was okay. Didn't go crazy, but I think the range was maybe $3 on the day, something like that. I think
it was a decent trade.
It was not a bad trade.
Yeah,
I
gave it some time
on that one. I think you would have done pretty well.
Yeah.
This one is like
I let it consolidate.
2.5 times the size.
Yeah.
Or the per share price.
Right.
So it's going to be more volatile. It's going to be crazier. If you're talking about risk to reward, I think that you can get a better move on this one, very likely, than Kenvue. But I don't know. Could be a little wild. Could get chopped around. I think taking like full size on the first trade on this one is going to be maybe a mistake, but you got to be brave in the face of danger. So if it sets up, if this is breaking $60 right off the open, I think that's something to really try to smash. But other than that, I think try to build into something bigger. But we'll see. Maybe Scalp City on this one too.
Yeah, definitely going to be definitely going to pull out the Momo playbook a little bit for that, and yeah, maybe some some range and range breaks as well. So
Yeah.
I want to see what happens out the open. Kind of let's see if it gets into a range, or let's see if the momentum kind of comes in right away, or it's just a volatile chop, right? And if it's that, I kind of want to stay away, and then let it kind of sort itself out before taking a position one way or another, right? Yeah, both ways. I'm not really biased to the long side or the short side. I'm willing to hit whatever happens and react to whatever I see on the tape. Now, IPOs, fresh levels, right? So it's almost like what do people call it? People call it like a blue sky breakout or something. You've heard that term before. So it's like all these levels are brand new, so they're going to be respected in some sense or another, or disrespected, right? And you can probably structure some trades in and around these fresh levels that it will be printing. But yeah, a little bit of a pullback here off of the 15.7 on the NQs, and then the 45.50-ish on the ES here. Let's see what we're going to do. A bit of a range as well. A bit of a range there as well. We kind of broke out of it a little bit. I see that wick right there. It's kind of hard to see, but ES did wick, what is that, 445, 47 ish. So just under that 50, and then we do a little bit of a lick grab for a few points into that 45.50. So let's see how far this is going to go. And this is clear support. I see here kind of 45.30s. We've kind of wicked off of them a little bit at the lower end of that range. So I'm curious to see if we can even make it back all the way down there. But yeah, taking I guess I don't know. I'm trying to interact with some of these pre-market levels on Amazon, right? You can see that this is staying a little heavy here. It started to go sideways. We went downtrend, broke that uptrend, and then now we're sideways, consolidating sideways on like what was holding a little bit of yesterday, right? So a little curious there to see if this is going to catch a bid above that 145. I'm interested in that 145, but I'm going to wait till it kind of consolidates, does its thing, and then maybe if I can pick up on some changing probabilities in and around that 145, I'll be a little bit more comfortable to execute. But yeah, this is definitely not the way I should be doing it. So I kind of fought the trend on the way down. I was like, okay, 145 holds. But retrospect, that 145 was a rejection, right? You can see that pre-market kind of support there out the open. You kind of crack that and then use it as resistance right here, right? So that's not even right out the open. These are 3-minute candles. That's a 36. So 936 is when we push back into 145 and then reject that pre-market low as well. So that's definitely a reason to get short here. So yeah, definitely botched that up a little bit there. I gotta get better at respecting what the tape and the price action is showing me, regardless of whether I'm in a long or a short position. I think I find myself sometimes hesitating for a few seconds. I'm trying to work on that, getting better at it, but hesitating a few seconds, that can give you that's no good when it comes to quick trying to scalp this quick momentum there. But yeah,
it's very easy to convince yourself that something is like fugazi on the tape when you're in a long and it's saying go short,
yeah,
or it's saying sell.
Yeah.
I do that all the time. But I mean, it depends on what ticker you're trading too. Like Amazon's a lot more straightforward, I find, on the tape,
yeah,
versus something like a Meta or a Tesla or
I mean, no, there is a lot of fugazi.
Yeah, but
there's still fugazi. But the thing, you know what the thing is? It's doing a little bit more R-vol today.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, maybe there's less fugazi because it is respecting some of these technicals, some of these moving averages a lot cleaner, but more aggressively when it comes to direction. Yeah. So maybe that's something that I kind of picked up on today. I did take a couple notes on it as well, where we are doing like not unusually large R-vol, but like it is doing more R-vol than normal on Amazon today. Again, 52-week high break, right? So that can be a little bit expected, but I guess I jotted down that like maybe some of these technical levels and some of these plays hold a little bit better when you are doing a little bit of R-vol, and then you don't have to really try to work around the fugazi as much. But yeah, I don't know. Gotta get better at that. But let's see. We seem like we are kind of consolidating here a little bit on these futures. Now, let us know in the chat what other tickers you guys are trading here. Let's see. Eric saying Eric Lanouville. sorry, I kind of butchered that. I said, yeah, do the machine gun trades. I don't know what those are. What are the machine gun trades? But yeah, you mean, is maybe some of this, just spray and pray? Is that the machine gun trade? I don't know. Here's the thing. I do indulge in a little bit of gaming myself. The spray and pray might work when you're a noob, but definitely not recommended when you're a little yeah, exactly. So yeah, let's not try to spray and pray on some of these positions here. We try to take calculated and precise entries and exits, not this jumble here.
Yeah, I think it's much better to be a sniper than a machine gun operator when you're trading. But you know, to each their own, I guess. If it works for you, keep going until it doesn't. Meta, kind of respecting the teal a little bit here, but looking like it might want to break down. Market's kind of pulling back. I really like that 15,660 level, which is where we just stopped at on the NASDAQ. So we'll see if we can support here or support 15,650. My stop's now 309.99, so come get it if you must. We were $1 in the money on this one. Not trying to take that. I want to get to 312. I'll probably take out something just ahead of 312, depending on what the tape looks like. But you know, Meta has the ability to kind of blast off and do $1, $1.50 in 2-3 minutes, and that's kind of what I'm expecting here if we just take out this high right now. Carvana also new high, but triple top right now on 56.20. So if you like that kind of thing, maybe you could take a breakout there. But I mean, we're like $7 off the low right now. So not something that I'm going to do. Kind of setting up though. Maybe this one holds the teal and just blasts straight through that 56.20 into 57.20. So $1 off of the high during market hours of this squeeze move that we've been having this year on Carvana. I think that 57.20 should be a key level. I don't know what it's going to do there. It seems like a good spot to maybe top out on the day. However, it's only 11:30, and when Carvana gets going, it can get going, and this could squeeze all day. I'm pretty upset that I don't have this long, or at least one trade on it. This sucks, but here we go for that new high of day. All the intraday shorts getting squeezed on this one. Pretty much, I would say any short since that earnings day is feeling the heat right now. This is, anybody who's short since this day, like after this day, is short below 53.50 realistically. If we take out $60 and the shorts aren't stopping out, they are. That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild to hang on to a short on this name through that $60 level. I'll pull up the short float just to check, but it's actually gone down a bit. So just updated, I guess, today. Short float now 40.2. It was 41.2, I think, yesterday or 2 days ago when I checked. So going down a little bit. Used to be 59% or 58%. 40 is certainly enough for a short squeeze move, Obi. I think this one. We'll be watching Carvana this week. Let's put it that way.
We've been kind of missing out on that one a little bit, man. Yeah. So I guess it looks like we might be holding a little bit above this 145. We are above VWAP as well. Right, and holding a bit of this trend here as well. So I kind of want to get in with the trend again. Trend is my friend. We did a V-shaped recovery to the top, kind of consolidating that 145. So let's see if we can hold it convincingly and kind of push back towards these highs. Kind of maintain this consolidation here on top of this, on top of some of these levels, right? So that's what I'm looking for here. Maybe a potential pushback up. On these futures, but that 145 definitely kind of a key area that I want to stay interacting with here on Amazon. Now, like I said before, I didn't really get to see the chat what you guys said, so maybe we can throw it up again. Let me know what you guys are trading today. We know that a lot of us are waiting for that expected ARM IPO, right? Again, other than the ARM IPO, let me know what you guys are trading. What's in play for you guys? In the chat, throw it up there, and we can potentially take a look at some of those names and see if maybe we can take some shots at them as well if the setup is nice. But yeah, that's all I got right now. Nothing too crazy. Still waiting for this IPO. Tapping 57 still. So yeah, nothing too crazy. Let's just wait and see. This is a game of patience today. Game of patience and the game of can you maintain your risk. So, but that's the game every day, right?
Yeah, yeah. I said I wasn't going to get long Carvana up here, but the tape is getting really aggressive on the buy side. So I did take a smaller size long on this one. High is now 56.68, was 64 just now. So new high a day once again. Looking for that 57.20 to break on Carvana. I would add on that. But not going to really hold this against me. So if we dip back into 56.20, I'll be out of this. Not going to really lose on this. New high of day for Meta as well. So Meta looking really solid too. Both these trades looking good. Two longs on kind of squeezier names. Obviously Meta's a large cap, but has the ability to put in those crazy moves. So, taking a couple of the, crazy bucking stocks, in anticipation of this IPO, maybe warming up the juices a little bit for some crazy action later on. Probably going to punch out of Carvana in a second unless we make a new high like right now. How many? Yeah, maybe in the next 30 seconds. This has to pretty much make a new high. So let's see on this one. Not looking super awesome below 56.50. However, not really dipping either. So maybe I should just set the stop here. Yeah, let's set a stop. Come and get me. Probably getting stopped out. There we go. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. Small loss there on Carvana.
As soon as you said
Here
that.
she goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
They know.
The algos are listening, man.
The algos are listening. Should have been in down here off this liquidity grab kind of action off of that 55.50. This is the better spot. This is what you want to look for. So it's consolidating at the highs above 55.55. Wicks down, can't even break like 10 cents below really, and then comes back up, and then you get $1 out of that. So that's how I like to execute. Usually I just miss that, and yeah, too bad, so sad on that one. Market breaking down, so probably get out of some of this meta trade. Yeah, so getting out of 30% of the meta trade there in the 90s. Stop now should probably be 310. I'll just go break even on the stop right now. I don't want to lose on this trade now that I've been in the money, so we'll break even this one, 310.20, give it to 19. That is how we will deal with that. Might have punched out a little early on that, but have to take profit somewhere, and if the market's going to break down, I don't want to be long meta at the high, so see if this can keep going. Still above 311. Still looks decent. Still have 66% of the trade on. Tesla is on fire today. Meh. I wouldn't say Tesla's on fire today. This isn't a great move for Tesla. It's a nice move off the bottom. You get $5 off of it. But Tesla, when it puts in a great move, when Tesla's on fire, Tesla's going $10 to $15 off the bottom, maybe even 20. So not the best move out of Tesla today. I think that 278.5 is probably what you want to see breaking. You got that right there, and then next up basically like 282.5, and then 285 basically. So looking solid on the daily on Tesla for sure. I like the news on the whatever that is, data processing that they have on the whatever, AI news, like they're adding revenue streams. I'm going to try to get long Tesla every day, I think. And I do like the 275 level, but not really clean today. I mean, could have taken it and gotten 50 cents, but I don't think that's what you're looking for today. The second time or third time it broke, that was kind of nice, and maybe you're just structuring it this way. You stop out down here and you're looking for more, but again, that's maximum of 2 to 1 there. So yeah, not that great on Tesla today. Obviously, if you like that 271.20 level like I did, probably could have gotten a decent trade, but if you were executing well, at least. This meta looks like it's going to stop me out. Hopefully it doesn't. I think, I'm liking the area that we're in on meta, holding above 310, but the market ain't cooperating right now. as the tap keeps going down for ARM, now 56.90 on the tap. 10.3 million shares, so whatever that is, $60 million worth of interest in this opening price should be exciting at the very least. I don't know. I hope. Oh, there we go. Stopped out of Meta. I want this to just open.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm sure it'll open when it opens. I got stopped out of that Amazon again with the market kind of pulling back off of these levels here. We talked about that 15.7 kind of wicking up top, and yeah, we got out of that 145 along there in the 80s. But because again, consolidation low kind of broke. Markets coming in, the trend also that we were kind of looking at holding also kind of broke there. So yeah, back down to VWAP. So I don't want to hold it all the way down to VWAP, but yeah, we got out there and we got out in the 80s. Take a look at that. It's trading the 60s now. So we're in the 90s and yeah, pushing 50s here. So yeah, I guess that 145 is staying a little bit of a sell here as this market comes crashing down to the downside. Here, so I read your comment, Eric, saying that the machine gun trades are here. Let me just scroll back up to it here. Okay, so he's saying let's snipe together. I don't know about that, man, but he's saying I trade mostly Tesla with very close stop. This is why I call it a machine gun trade since they're free for me. Yeah, man. Tesla. You got the Tesla master right here beside me, Max.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't really try Tesla too much, but I guess. If you are trying to try your hand at a Tesla move, you saw that a couple of days ago. I was trading TSLL, which are I think they're a 1.5 ETF. I think, right? There's TSLL, which is the long ETF, leveraged, and then there's a TSLS as well. If I'm not wrong, let me just make sure. Yeah, the TSLS is the 1x bear shares on Tesla. But the thing is, the bear ETF or the bear ETF doesn't necessarily do much volume. You look at that 500 on a day, but if you take a look at TSLL, right, that's pretty liquid. It's doing about 8 million. Average is about 15 million. So the long leveraged equity here on Tesla is definitely a lot more liquid, a lot more tradable. Take a look at that, kind of holding that VWAP right now. But yeah, let's take a look at what some of you guys are trading here. People talking about Mullen. Sure, we can take a look at Mullen. I know we talk about, I don't really, I guess, trade the pennies. Maybe I should, as some of that action is very clean. Take a look at that VWAP hold and grind to the upside. Mullen today doing a crazy amount, up above almost 25% off the open there. 50 pennies all the way to 65. That's crazy. That's crazy for a sub-dollar ticker intraday. And take a look at the RVOL as well, right? We're doing a significant amount of, well, maybe not that significant, but we're definitely doing above 1, and that is increasing as we kind of push back to the upside here. Let's take a look left and see if there's any levels on Mullen that might be of concern or maybe of interest here. So we already kind of broke out through this 60, 61. We broke out of the 55 as well. Much earlier today, we kind of dipped into it. And yeah, we're pushing, if you look left, we were pushing back towards some of these highs that we made early August, back towards these 60s and 70s here. So yeah, let's see if that pressure is definitely enough to kind of push back towards that volume is definitely picking up relative to the past couple of weeks, right? All of September, well, it's only been 2 weeks of September, but yeah, we are doing a little bit more volume than we have done for all of September today on Mullen. So that might be a decent look. That definitely kind of gives way for the continuation, but we have already kind of ticked up significantly. I know people kind of swing short these names as well, so you want to be wary of that if you're looking for the short side. This trend is very, very strong. Take a look at it, how it hugs kind of like this 8 EMA here. On the 3, we can take a look at the 5-minute here, much cleaner as well, right? So a pretty strong trend on Mullen there. I know Max already looked at Carvana, so we don't need to really take a look at that. Let's take a look at Tesla. Sure, we can take a look at Tesla real quick. I know that 275 has been kind of key for the past couple of days. But yeah, take a look at that. You kind of exhaust up. That 275 is still interesting as we are churning in and around that 275. Those definitely 275 option sellers are definitely laughing straight to the bank there with that one. But yeah, when it does that churn, Max, whether you sell puts or you sell calls, it's kind of working out for you either way, right?
Yeah. Profiting on the volatility.
Yeah.
Exactly. I just found this RCKT, Rocket Pharmaceuticals, from yesterday. Shout out to Trade Ideas. Came up on the scanner there. 10% shorted, 74 mil float. Yesterday's high on good news was 22.31, or 22.30. So I'm looking at getting long above this 22.30 price. Try to take it into some higher levels that we have on the daily chart, 23 and then 24. So there we go. I am currently long. See what happens here. This could be pretty good. This second day play, taking out yesterday's high. Volume pretty light right now, but looking pretty solid. Lots of buying coming in. Really nice move that we've had, and volume, as you can see, is increasing throughout this move up. So we'll see if we can take out that $0.50 right now. I'm not going to give this down to more than like 22 even. So looking for this to kind of fly right away. But nice looking move, up 5%. I think we can go a heck of a lot more than 5% today on a second day kind of squeeze play based on this good news. Must have been some drug approval or something. But yeah, we have this 23.50 price right here on the daily chart that looks pretty solid to me. And then 25, that obvious kind of even level. Here we go. Now 20 cents in the money on this one. Let's see if we can get to that next dollar, $23, the next stop on this one. And then that 23.50 is where I'd be taking profit on it. Yeah, looking solid right now. Rocket Pharmaceuticals, 10% shorted. We got Sean up there on the screen for some reason. But looking good on this one. Holding the breakout. You can see that high volume on that second candle after the breakout. So that's actually looking even better. Volume increasing. See if this one can really get going. Make a little bit of money ahead of this IPO where we're really going to put the risk on. I saw someone in the chat saying, I've never traded an IPO before. What are the strategies? How do you take this? Well, the thing with an IPO is that every level is a new level. So we're typically talking about how technical analysis is not necessarily the only way to get into a trade. When it's an IPO, basically technical analysis and tape reading is all you got. So those wedge breakouts, those consolidation breakouts, those even new level breakouts, every new high is a new level on this stock. So that's basically the only way that you can execute on this is your tape reading and your technical analysis, and just trying to understand where people are positioned and how the liquidity is going to change in the next coming minute or so. But I think scalp is probably the move on an IPO. I think you got to be taking profit for sure. Just loading in and expecting it to go to the moon is probably not the way to go on this, especially since it's going to be opening $5 above the reference price of $51. Maybe people are taking profit that's 10% higher. As we're screaming on this RCKT, I wish I took a little bit more size on this. I thought it was a little sketchy, but this is looking like a good trade. I'm liking that 23 level for continued breakout on this one. 69 the high. Who could have guessed? 69 always gets filled though, so expecting this to continue higher and into that $23 level. Yeah, what are you looking for on the IPO, Obi?
Yeah, I think something similar, right? We talked about how it's going to be straight up like a Momo trade. So the tape is going to tell the truth for the most part, right?
Exactly.
Sure. The book, you want to look at the book, of course. Obviously, that's the level 2, and then there's the tape as well, which is the time and sales, right? The actual print. That kind of I like to think of it like you know how you pull on the. I mean, the phrase comes from the old ticker tape where it like actually printed out, right? So it's like you're printing the tape there. It kind of looks like that. So yeah, just the tape in the book is what I'm going to have eyes on, and of course we're going to look for any sort of I guess unusual size or unusual type of orders. happening on the level 2, and to see how they're printing on the tape with relative to how they're showing up on the level 2 there. So yeah, take a look at this. I took a look at Amazon there, kind of pulled back into that 144.40s, and we saw that there was a consolidation earlier there before, and we talked about how that 145 keeps on magneting. And then take a look at that. I only take about like 10 pennies on the trade, but it gives you about 40, 50 pennies back to the upside on that just that 145 churn there. So yeah, definitely not necessarily executing the best on this, but yeah, the churn is definitely there. The opportunities are definitely there, and if you're recycling this 145 level today, short, long, and then short again, and kind of I guess it's tightening up a little bit here as these futures kind of look like they I guess they I don't really see like a decision being made. It's kind of like a chop. We saw that we broke this kind of this pre-market consolidation range here on the NQ. We blasted up to that 15.7, pulled back in, and now we're using that range high of the pre-market session on the NQ as support for now, right? That's what's being printed, as you guys can see here. Some of these highs being used as support. We kind of wick back up and do about 20 points to the upside there off of that, and then yeah, you can get that magnet back into 145 off of that. Now, I did want to speak on something before I do that. Willis Addison, thank you for the super chat, saying someone hungry, fork cleaning on plates in the back. Yes, it's about that time where we do the lunch money session. But yeah, we still got a few more minutes for that to happen. But definitely lunchtime here. Something's cooking. Stomachs are grumbling. But yeah, definitely no sign of the food yet. It's beef chili today. No?
Beef chili.
Huh. Nice.
Nice. I don't know if I'll be indulging in that, but you know, sounds good for the boys. You know, I'm gonna be chewing up on some profits today, hopefully on the IPO instead of eating that beef chili. RCKT looking pretty good. Lots of buying off this 2240 area, so looking like we may just take out this high at 69 and blast off. I'm not trying to take any, you know, I'm not taking 20 cents profit on something like this. Looking for like continued move. I think, you know, like, I mean, I wish I was in on this breakout, obviously, but you know, you can't really. It's tough to unless you're watching this ticker for whatever reason, or you know, Trade Ideas does have a VWAP scanner. So if something's doing a set amount of volume within a set amount of percent of VWAP, you can set up a scanner on Trade Ideas, which I should have set up many moons ago, and you know, I'll throw that on my list of things that I have to do the next time I'm shut down. But yeah, this consolidates at VWAP, basically, you know, what is that, 30 cents above VWAP and into VWAP for an hour or so, then breaks out on a second day play on a shorted name. That's a great setup, and that gives you $1.50 almost, $1.50 on the breakout, exactly. So nice move there. You could even say like it's a wedge breakout, but I like just this clean top there of 2130 that was just setting up for such a long time. You know, this stock tries to go down and test some levels from yesterday. Can't do it, can't get to the $20 level, and then just blast off. So, you know, really the real trade here is likely having this one right there. We're getting a fire drill happening right now, so that's going to be exciting. I'm sure they'll be ringing the bell as soon as this IPO opens, and everybody's going to be distracted and miss the open of this IPO.
Yeah, I imagine. I was like, oh, are they making an announcement for the IPO? What's happening? I was like, oh, damn. But yeah, it's just a fire drill. Nothing to worry about, right? Nothing too crazy there. But yeah, let's see. No sign of the IPO yet, Matt. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Yeah. Carvana going for the high as well. So nice move there on Carvana. It holds that. It holds above 55. I was looking for Carvana to potentially get below 55 wick and then use that to get back in, but it just kind of wicks down to the 50 period, right below that 55.50. So 55.50 was the price to take on that one, and now you know, getting through or getting towards that 56.60 68 high. Once again, that 69 level being interesting on these squeeze names. But here we go for that one. That 57.20 could be something for sure. I'm getting a message that this 11:58 indicated open for the IPO. So this could be opening very, very soon.
11:58?
That's what people are saying.
Max just said that. Yeah, where are you getting that information?
You know, I'm getting the information, all right?
All right, okay.
No, I'm kidding. Apparently from Benzinga, that information is coming through. From a former beloved trader on the floor was sending that information, so you know, shout out to them. Yeah, apparently 11:58 is the indicated open, and then it said 10 minutes at 11:53. So we'll see if this opens up. Benzinga apparently says 10 minutes.
Huh.
I don't know. All right. Well, somebody sent it to me. All right. I don't know. I'm relaying information that was given to me. I don't know. They are not an insider, so you don't have to worry about that. But yeah, potentially opening up very, very soon here on this IPO. Sean's a little bit, you know, going a little bit crazy. He's trying to make $1 million today. So yeah. Everybody's a little antsy, a little anxious right now, but yeah, once this opens, we'll see 56.25 now the tap, and 13 million shares almost interested in this IPO. RCKT, I was not paying attention in this one, just wicked the high, and it's coming back down. So, do I punch out flat on this? If this IPO is going to open in 10 seconds, I don't think I want to be involved. So I'm out of RCKT. Don't really care where this one goes now. All eyes on ARM. We will see if this one opens up at 11:58. It has not opened up yet. See.
Should be opening up any second. Well, if that's correct, we got about 45 seconds there just to see if that kind of comes in.
Now they're saying 12:03 apparently.
Now it's 12:03. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, Benzinga keeps changing up their numbers, I guess.
I don't know. It's Brad, okay? Brad is messaging me.
Oh, okay. All right.
Brad has a source, apparently. So,
all right. Well, no comments on that. All right. So, take a look at these futures, man. These futures are blasting back to the upside. So yeah, I guess reason to get long down here was pretty decent. Tried a cheeky short off there, 145 again, stopped out just at the first dime there. But yeah, the future is kind of snapping back up towards some of these highs. Like I said, let's see what we do. Again, I guess I might not be respecting the chart as much as I think I am. Take a look at that. The reason to get long was a little bit more than just a tape read and I guess a bit of confluence there, but VWAP as well, right? So VWAP was there in the 50s. We saw that it was holding, so we took the long, but yeah, lo and behold, we don't hold it, and it goes all the way back up to 145, kind of holding that VWAP there, kind of churning in and around that previous trend. But yeah, let's see what we do with some of these levels. If we're going to stay tight, and if we're going to respect VWAP, I'm going to keep that in mind going forward in the day here. But yeah, a lot of greens I'm seeing across the board here as I have the map open right here. Yeah, take a look at that. Pretty much everything green across the board, except for Visa. What's going on with Visa, Max? Visa's down on the day, about 2.4%. So does anyone know what's going on with Visa? Let's take a quick look here. Yeah, straight quadunk out the open. So it seems like maybe some sort of catalyst here. Visa consults with stockholders on exchange offer program. Payson Ignite U.S. Latin America corridor with new 5 money-year transfer deal. So I guess they're getting some sort of news. Yeah, some ridiculous RVOL in the pre-market. Yanni back there kind of tripping me out.
Yanni,
saying,
don't do that.
Yeah, Yanni's like, oh shit, it's open, and I'm like, huh. You know, I got a little.
Come on, buddy.
Yeah, a little teeter in the heartbeat there. So you're gonna give me a heart attack there, Yanni. Slow it down, buddy. All right, so Visa looking pretty decent there. That 239 kind of coming. Maybe we are getting a little too antsy for this. We gotta do maybe a meditation session.
We need to calm down.
With the chat. Maybe not with the chat.
This is not the be all end all. It's just
this is just one trade.
Yeah.
You're not going to make or break your career off of this one trade. Yeah, there you go. Neil knows exactly what's up. So
it is time for lunch money though. So
Yes,
we
sir.
will send it over to Neil. He's at his desk because he's going to smash this IPO on lunch money. Apparently in 1.5 minutes, but we'll
Okay.
see. Take it away.
Welcome to Lunch Money. Obviously, I'm going to be sitting at my desk. It's completely unavoidable. We're going to be talking about some ARM here. So let's just get this one out of the way. Everybody calm down. I think a lot of people, if you're looking to make the play off of the open, I saw a very, very good comment in the chat from someone who was saying they had 10 years of experience trading in IPOs, and I'm assuming you're retail, saying wait the first 15 minutes. Understand the difference between a day trader who can take the open, instantly have a fast-firing stop order in front of any support or an even dollar level, and trading in retail where you might get trapped on a level break and you don't have as quickly, you don't have as fast execution. Direct market access matters here, so don't be afraid to sit it out if you don't have it. That quick in and out trade, if it fails at the open, I'm willing to take it because I know I'm going to get out. Like if it opens at 56.25 and I put a stop at 56 or 55.5, I'm getting out. I'm not getting trapped in a halt. There's going to be liquidity. I paid for locates in advance. So a bit of an update here. We're looking at a 56.30 open with 13 million paired volume. Now, people are saying it's opening at 12.03. If it does, we'll probably jump right to the chart and get right to the action. But just keep in mind, from my standpoint, is this paired volume has been steadily increasing from 8 million to 13 million without stopping since we came off air at 11 o'clock. So if the paired volume is continuing to go higher and steadily climbing, it hasn't leveled off anywhere. That kind of that would tell me that they haven't really finished getting orders going in here. So we'll see what happens. We'll keep track of that. As we said, I'm going with the simple open trade. I want to have a stop underneath like the first big support level. If I see big size, I'll work off of that as well. But yeah, it's 12.03 and it didn't open up. I was kind of, when I heard you guys had a source, I'm like, okay, well, let's see if it opens at 12.03. If it doesn't, I'll go on to a couple of other things here. Just understand, if it opens in, you're going to see positions pop in for the other guys. And just understand I'll be in position as well at that particular moment. So you know I'm going to jump over to it. Starting with a firm here. I was in this trade already, but lunch money is about opportunities for the afternoon. A firm been on an absolute tear, up 3%. Market is strong, trying to break highs. You're still above this consolidation top for the overall trend to the upside on a firm. It did not hold out this top end break at 24, so you've now got a double top lower high at 24.20. I want to play this both ways. If the market looks like rollover, and caveat here, if ARM starts tanking, and actually ends up testing that 51 price, I'm kind of expecting the market to roll off the highs. That would set up the Affirm trade to short off the 24.20. I only want shorts underneath 24 and underneath this high. The other side of that is that the market starts screaming to the upside, there's a long breakout potential on Affirm. I think ARM could dictate a lot of things in terms of market direction here, but I know this is one that has a huge opportunity in either direction. You take out that top, you could see 25. You fail this bottom, I think you go right back to the double. Sorry, you fail this high, you get right back into the double bottom at 23.25. That's the trade we had on in the afternoon yesterday. From Affirm to some big cap tech for you. I think Microsoft is firmly in play. We've talked about Amazon having a good day. Talked about Tesla having a good day. Microsoft is up 1%, outpacing the market. This is one that we didn't really talk about. Through the 338 top, now you're holding that as a recent local high. So if the market wants to hold this up, if ARM's going to be okay, I'm looking for a dip 338 support. You can break out the top as well. The daily chart looks pretty solid. Like you're clearing out a big level the same way Meta is right now. You're clearing out a big level in a consolidation off the 50 period, and it's all systems go to the upside on Microsoft. You know what's weird? I didn't see any news coming out of the auto sector. We're supposed to get a report on the strike at 12, so apologies right now if I don't exactly know that there is a strike going on. But either way, I've seen zero reaction in General Motors, which is why I'm kind of thinking nothing has happened.
I just saw it updated. It says no.
Yeah, so no deal as of yet. So we're still kind of, we're still waiting. End of day strike, no deal yet. So that puts everything in play here. Keep your ear to the ground, but the 34 fade on General Motors looks pretty good. It looks like it's a bit of a trend down play. And even better, you've got a 33 support. You've got dollar support and resistance on either side of the trade. This kind of makes it more interesting if you see a flash news event in the afternoon, because you can play breaks off of either one of those levels on General Motors. I just wouldn't chase a move past that consolidation breakout. So that's an ear to the ground play. Don't assume just because there's a wick that you know what the news is. Kind of know what the story would be there. There's always a chance that a deal gets made. It's seeming like that's unlikely, but I don't want to assume that there's not going to be a deal happening on that one. And I got to give a shout out to Max because I know he loves his Carvana. And Carvana up 14% is going to be on lunch money. It's been an absolute, it's a churner, man. And if you look at this, the reason why we like Carvana, I'm going to flip my trade ideas down here for a quick second, cover up the chart, and just show you the 40% short float. And I know you're looking at this one, Max, and hopefully it doesn't actually take out this high at the same time as ARM opens, because you've got a double top on the daily right up here just above 57. That puts 57 in play, that puts 60 in play. 40% short float. It's just a huge level up there. You can see it on the weekly. It's a triple top on the weekly. It's just a monster level for Carvana. Because the market is cruel, my guess is it's going to take out these highs and probably bust 60 when ARM is opening up, so that you can only do one of those two things, and I'm choosing ARM. That's just how it is. But you cannot ignore what's going on in Carvana. Too big of a move, too much opportunity. I always have to give you guys a small cap, or I don't actually have to, but usually try to find something doing something completely insane. That would be UPTD today. So keep in mind, this has already made a move and come right back in. So it's gone to like 30 bucks, come back in based off $7. Another low float style runner that is trying to get going here. Alert to 15 to 16 bucks. So there's your 15 area, there's your 16 area. Everything above that is a monster gap to the upside. Next decision point is going to be that 15 to 16. My first look, and I understand most people don't want to go short these things, I think if you clear 16, look for like a breakout at that price and a potential halt. I always like to get into that range and say that's the only place I'd short it. A break of 15 that fails to break higher at 16 bucks and then fails in that range and gets back downside, I'd look for the scalp short back in. You probably have to pay for locate, so that's a bit of a nuanced play to be sure. I saw a question, Ryan, in the chat asking about Meta short. I was going to include Meta on lunch money, but then you know it is. Oh, ARM is open. So ARM is open. Oh, sorry, guys. I am not even on the right window here, and I got to fire in order. So it's already at 56.68. I didn't see exactly where we opened. 56.10. So we got 10s to the long side. The charts really aren't that important. I just got 56, 70 something. Get up through 77. Get through 57. Let's go. I want this through 57. It's starting to fail back into the downside, so it looks like it might give it up. 56 is good support. I think 56 is where we want to get out of this one. Oh, it's going to break. And it's gone.
Oh, that was fun.
Oh, that was fun. I actually held on to 10%. I don't know, got a 90% stop out there. So we're up pretty big, and it's going to be, I still have 10% of the trade on the off chance that it would hold 55.5, but it broke that 56. I got slipped quite a bit in there. I don't know what other people got. I got an 80 fill. It doesn't really matter. You're back at the 56 level, so it looks like they're selling it off. They rejected 57 rather heavily. I wanted to say one more thing here. If it holds 55, if there's size there at 55, I'm going to look for a re-enter, get out on the even dollar level. Now remember, at $51, this was a higher PE ratio than NVIDIA, or at least about the same PE ratio as NVIDIA. That is definitely expensive. So you're back above 56. Do I want to take this one and give it to 56? If it holds 56 and I see size, I might jump back in the trade and see if we can't get the same long. It's 56.10, but that would be jumping at 56. There's a reserve order at 56 even at this point. So it looks like you're running into some steam at the open. I was also going to tell you this. I remember there being a raise for SoftBank. I felt like was 63 billion, so a limit upside would have been 58 or 59 anyways. But this 55 looks like it's going to get tested at this point. Big reserve order at 56 at this point. So it looks like there's a lot of sellers, guys. Lots and lots of selling. It's going to get back down into that 55 range. As I said, I'm holding 10% of the original position because I didn't want to get out of everything. And if it can reclaim 56, that's the next trade for me. If you get through this reserve order, I think it has a real chance to go. Get through, get through, get through. It's trying, it's trying, it's trying. Where's a level 2 on this bad boy? It cannot get through. This is ridiculous. Let me show you guys the level 2. So it's a reserve. There it's through. Did I get it? Let's see if it can hold. All right, come on, arm. Do that thing. Hopefully we didn't just pay an arm and a leg at a bad price to get more of this one, but hopefully that bid can hold at 56. Does it hold? Does it hold? Does it hold? You guys can see it right there. It's trying its darn best to hold the 56 level. I re-entered the trade. Yeah, I'm out. I re-entered the trade, got back in. It doesn't hold 56. We're out again. That's it. I mean, I don't want to be holding this long if it's going to continue to test underneath. You try to take the shot for the home run. I'm going to play only even dollar breaks at this point, 55, maybe the 56 again. But they're selling it off because it's a bit overvalued, up 9%. But that's deceiving, guys. Very, very deceiving. Wild trade action here on this particular name. But there's just so much selling. The volume of sellers on this stock is completely insane. Like they are dump, 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 dump. I'm going to take one more time off of this 56 level and see if it's going to go this time. Gimme, gimme, gimme always gets. Don't you know your manners yet? Okay, so I'm back into it. Maybe I give it a few shekels underneath the 56 level because the even dollar break doesn't feel like the right place to go on this. I don't know what you feel about it, but it's just going to wick the bottom again on this anyways.
My stop is 55.50.
Yeah, it's held that twice. You know what's interesting? I almost had a 50. So Sean just said 55.50. It's held that level twice. So see that? 55.50 is held twice. I think this might be the place to kind of jam it. And if we take out 57, I do feel like this is a place where an add at 57 and then raise your stop up can make a lot of sense here. So we're giving this one a chance. It's done 22 million shares, and they issued how many? 4.7, 4.5 is 4.5 or how many came to market. It's churned that 5 times. I think this is a hold and then an add through 57 if it can go. Watch out for, I want to say 58.30 would have been last year's raise for SoftBank. So I think there might be resistance. If it breaks this top, 58.30 will be a good one. Wow, we've actually already to 12.13. I'm going to look for that 57 add on this break to the upside. Gimme, gimme always gets, but it hasn't broken just yet. And then once that happens, maybe we're going to be in the hold zone for ARM. It was a nasty open, I think, unless you were really quick to take profit, which I was trying to hold. I said I was going to hold a majority for a bigger than a scalp trade. That ends up kind of costing you a little bit there, because if you scalped it, you're certainly a winner. But it's 12:15. I don't know if you guys are cool. I'll wait for Obi to come back, because I see he's not even sitting at the desk there, guys. But we're at that 57 level. You can see it holding here. I'm only getting in more if it breaks 57 even. I want to break out of this level. Wow, didn't even get it. It got instantly at 57.50. I didn't even get shares there. That was insane.
I got 55.60 on that slip. What did you do?
Hold on a second. I'm just adjusting my stop order because I want to move my stop up here. I'm going to move it to the next $half dollar. If it was at 55.50, now I want to go 56. 56.50 or ish down in there. I know it's annoying, right? Like, I feel like you had to get out a little bit, so now it's 57.5. I actually didn't get a full fill on that add through 57, which is annoying. So if it gets to 58.30, I feel like that price area could be a little bit of a churn, so we're going to hold on to it till there. Much better on this last move into the upside. Just took some more shares at 57.5. So much better on this last move. It's like couple of stops out there, 55.5 was kind of your spot to hold it. Added through 57, I got slipped to 25s in there. Now you're headed to the upside. Let's see if this can actually carry us to that 58 price. I think we have a decent chance of getting there. So it's not bad. I feel like this could have been a heck of a lot better. That's 12.15. I mean, lunch money, I threw a couple of ideas out there for you, but this is ARM day. Let's be real about it. It's ARM day. Try to stick with it if you can. Always be willing to have an out I understand sometimes you'll get out and you'll hate yourself for having gotten out, but just ask yourself if it went down to 51 bucks, did you want to be holding a 56 long? My answer is no. I'd rather take a hit there and regret it a bit than get caught holding the bag and lose 10%. So it looks like we're going to challenge that 58. I'll send you guys back to the midday. Lunch money IPO action for ARM. We knew it was going to be fire.
All right, I am long at $57, guys. I was long 56.40-ish, added on 57, now adding on 58 as well when that shows up. Let's go, come on. Looking to take this out, 58.50 kind of area. We'll see if there's some kind of reserve there. I did scalp out, I don't know, 35% or something in the 20s on 57, but looking for that 58 to break and add to this one. I'm going to double down. If that break fails, I bail out. If we print below 50s, I'm probably bailing out of this, but here we go. Here's 58. Come on, baby. Let's go ARM. Looking for that $60 level. I think that's going to be a pretty solid area if we get to $60, but first we got to break this 58 big reserve here. Let's see if we can blast through this. I haven't been filled on the order yet, so it hasn't broken. That's a fill. Do we take, there we go, 20s, here we go. Come on, ARM, come on, come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go. 26, the high now, a little bit of selling coming in. All right, we're still looking good, we're still looking good. Offer still above the level. There's 25, lots of buying. It's only buying on this name, 30s, 40s. Gonna take some out right there. We still got 2/3 of this left. Let's go, come on, ARM. Let's get to 60 bucks, come on. All right, looking good. Are you involved, Obi? Let's go! Let's go! Come on,
I
ARM!
got involved at that 50.
Pump it. Let's go. We got some out right at the high there at 37. Looking for that 40s, 50s to break. Lots of reserves, but a ton of buying on this name. Let's go, ARM. The offer is not moving. Let's go. 45.50. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Looking for 59. I'm not taking anything out here. Looking for 59 to break. I'm looking for 60. I'm going to double down again on 60 on this name. Probably not going to take 59. I feel like that could be a little bit choppy, but we'll see how that goes. Looking only really for places to add on this. This IPO is screaming to the upside. Lots of interest. $60 probably incoming. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Only $1 in the money on this ad, but still looking solid. There's a bit of selling coming in. Kind of choppy, so a little bit of chop at the high here. Got to be careful not to get too greedy. However, we're just buying. This is pure squeezing up. Ton of interest in this name. People paying hand over fist for this ARM IPO. SoftBank printing on this one. I'm going to try to get something out here at 65. A little bit of interesting tape going on. Come on, print me. There we go. All right, so we're out at 65 a little bit. Not out of everything. I don't want to see 58 break, really, but I mean, maybe we had a huge reserve there, so I'm expecting that there's going to be a lot of buying on that 58. See what happens here. I think taking 59 even makes sense now. Should I do that? Yes. You involved, Obi?
Yeah, I got in at the 58, got stopped out again. I guess I'm looking at that 59 just to see if we can kind of push through that. And again, that 60 level, right? And that's what I'll be looking for. So let's see. We are pushing up into that 59 level. Doesn't necessarily look like too much size on the ask there. So yeah, we can probably blow through this. But as you saw, that 57 had reserve, the 56 has reserve, the 58 had reserves. So the 59 is going to have,
wow. Okay, well, here we go. We are flying. Right. I doubled again.
I didn't get filled on that one. That thing blasted off right there. I guess I should have crossed a little bit more on that one there on the 59 break. Gives you 30 pennies right away. That 60
Let's go,
incoming.
Baby.
Max, you are laughing straight to the bank.
We
with
are
this
laughing
one.
here.
Yeah, that's 60 incoming, man. Take a look at that. That's aggressive tape to the upside. We saw reserves at every level there. And yeah, you know what? I'm not crossing enough on some of those breaks and getting stopped out on the flush back in. So we tried it a couple of times. Let it settle down. But yeah, that 59 right there, 59 breaks. Let's see if we can get it to 60 right there. You guys don't have the view of the tape here. I apologize. Let me just take a look at the book right here. How crazy is this thing right here? Take a look at how fast we are pushing to the upside. There is 60 incoming potentially, 59.50 incoming. Look at that, 400 lots right there on fourth.
Let's go, baby.
Right there,
Let's
wow, let's go.
Let's go, baby. I got the order in to get 3 times the amount of shares that I still have left on that 60 break. We are looking for this to absolutely fly off of 60. I'm fully expecting that to happen. We are printing on this IPO, guys. This is fun. When was the last time we had an opportunity like this? Lots of shares going off, so much volume, so much liquidity. Wow, what a day. Let's go. I don't even know how much I'm up. I don't care. We're going for this 60 break. We're just trading the trades, looking at the pennies, not the P&L. I'll check that later on after we're off the show. This is a big day, though. Let's go, ARM. Woo. Anybody grad yet? Yanni, you graded? Let's go, buddy. All right. Here we go. Reserving all the way up into that 60.
Lots.
We got a few lots on that 60. I'm expecting this to break pretty aggressively and go possibly to 61 kind of right away. So let's see how this goes. If this fails, I want to be out very quickly, though. So let's go. Here we go on 60. Wow, they are taking this very, very hard and fast. Come on. Come on, 60. Let's go. Let's go. Looking for 61 right after this 60 break. It should go pretty fast here. Come on. Boom! Straight to 61. Let's go.
Wow.
Let's go. All right.
Holy.
Oh
That
my
is
God.
wild. No, that was wild. I tried to hit that, but that snapped up a full dollar off of it.
All right, let's go 61. Break 61 now. I am not selling anything now. Now we are just holding this. This is a huge position. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I wish I had like 10 times the size here. This is not a huge position. This is a huge trade, but not a huge position, sadly. Here we go. We are just squeezing to the upside. Hands off. Hands off. Waiting for the next high. I'm not doing anything. I am not doing anything. Looking for $65. Let's go ARM. I hope some people in the back are really printing on this one. Absolutely money. Great IPO. Best one that we have seen, I don't know, 2-3 years. How long has it been since we've had an IPO like this? Wow. All right. Liquidity going a little nuts. So I'm going to take something out there.
That's a little wild.
I don't want to see any kind of slam down, but you know, it gets right back above that 61. So looking for that 61 to break again. I don't want to see this kind of hold below 61 too much. So we will have an eye. Yeah, going to take some more out there at 79. I want to be careful on this one. So we still have the core position left on this. Stop. I mean, we print below 60. I really don't want to see that, but we'll see. That's only a 1-minute candle. That's the first 1-minute red candle. So low of that candle is 61.10-ish. So do the most basic Momo strategy ever. We get below 60.10, then we don't want to see this anymore. A high above the new high of 61.70 should be a decent breakout. See what happens here. I am going to hang on to this position as long as I can. You're out of it already?
Yeah, I took a couple shots at it, missed a couple of entries there, but yeah, I'm gonna wait for it to kind of cool off and see if we can catch some sort of move on the other side there. But yeah, that was a crazy move, Max. Nice trade. That's solid. Give me that. Bang. Let's go.
My sizing was a little bit weak, Obi. I'm not gonna lie, man. I should have had quite a bit more on this one.
I mean, I was watching.
We haven't seen a good IPO.
That was a crazy. Yeah. I mean, I think you executed very well on that trade there.
Okay, here we go. We're right back towards that high. So we'll see if we can crack through that 61.50. That's gonna be pretty key. If we can crack through this, lots of buying still coming in. This could be that like failure at the high though. So watch out. You got to be. Oh, here we go. New high. 62 almost printing. So 61.90 now the high. Be careful of any kind of flush action, but I'm really not that concerned about this. We're only seeing buying here. We're seeing reserves on the bid. Now 61.60 is kind of reserving on the bid, so this should shoot through 62 quite quickly. If we get back below 61, I think I'll bail. So there's some selling coming in. Do we print right back up? We don't, so I'm out. All right, out of the trade. We'll look for the next shot. I think a short through 60 could actually make sense, given how many people are probably long through 60. But I don't know. We're going to chill and reevaluate this. It has only been, I don't know, how long ago did this open? 12:08 to 12:24. So it's only been 16 minutes. Let me check the P&L here. Not bad. Could have been better though. Good day though on this ARM IPO. I imagine some people behind us have made a bit more money. Brankles was talking about some big size that he's going to take on this one. But 62 area, now the high.
I don't think that I want to take this breakout.
62
I'm expecting
incoming.
selling to come in here. I want to see a little bit more consolidation before we take another breakout. What do you think, Obi?
Yeah, definitely. I guess that's what I'm waiting for here. I missed most of that drive there, or I attempted some prices there. I attempted the 59 and the 60. Didn't really get either of those. We saw what happened at the 60. Slaps up to 61 right away. So if you're crossing like 15 pennies or even like a quarter or even 50 cents, good luck getting that, as the first print off that break was definitely much higher than that. We saw that wick into 161, into 61 there. But yeah, gonna wait for that consolidation. Let's see if there's gonna be a bit of a backside on this here. Again, new prices, right? We talked about this. So that initial consolidation was just off that 57 there. That 57 never really, so yeah, Max had that 57 long. It kind of comes back in, and then it never really looks back to 57 as it slaps all the way back up to the 60s there. So just going to wait for a potential slowdown of this momentum here, right? So the momentum is definitely to the upside there. We saw the strong green aggressive buying. We saw the reserves kind of happening. So we have some levels of interest here. Let's see if that backside kind of comes in there. But yeah, that opening drive trade definitely working extremely well there on ARM.
Yeah, some crazy action here. Did you do better than me? On ARM. No? Oh. Nice. All right. I think Sean probably kicked my ass on that one, though. He was talking about a crazy trade. Nice trade there. We wait for consolidation, though. I think, breaking back below 60 probably looks like a short, given how clean that 60 break was. It never looked back. So you look for those clean breaks to find the spots where, the short may work out. I don't think that I want to take that short back through, given that kind of blast back up could be real nasty. I mean, the breakout through $60 went directly to 60.99 basically. So, expecting that could be the move on a failed breakdown of $60. VWAP is currently sitting at like 58.20. So let's see if we get some consolidation. I think, there's going to be profit taking.
Yeah.
We're at 62. The reference price was 51. However, this IPO was oversubscribed by like 6 times, I read. Somebody sent that in our work chat that they had 6 times the shares subscribed. So, we've done 50 million shares. The offering was 95 million. So I think we will continue to do volume on this thing all day long. Here we go for that $60. I'm thinking now maybe look for the hold of $60. So if we fail break it really cleanly, really nicely, we have some size right there. So here we go. Coming into that, now printing 50s. So that would have been a nice breakdown for now. I think if we break back above that 60 level, I want to try that break. Here we go. All right, so I got the order in to take that 60 break one more time. Let's see if this can break again. There we go, 12s, just printing green. Come on, get up there. Let's go, 20s. Come on, 25s. Come on, let's go. Yeah, not looking that great. However, the risk is much less on this one than the initial kind of move up, given we've consolidated. Do we print back up? No, this doesn't look great. Can you get out of that? So decent try there. We'll try a little bit lower as well. The short could be in now. I mean, this was a really nice run up that did, it only did $7. That's only 10%.
That's pretty crazy. That's a crazy move in terms of it's done 52 million.
Yeah.
So in terms of sizability on some of those moves, you could have taken a decent amount of size within those 7 points. And we saw some of the prints going off, right? There's thousands and thousands of shares, hundreds of thousands of shares at a time, kind of getting printed on that move there. But yeah, a little bit of a pullback here. 60 again, very interesting level. Let's see what we do with that consolidation. Maybe I'm looking for the lower high, right? I'm looking for a potentially lower high. We've made it pretty much a top at 62. We know that 60 is a level of interest. So we got a couple prices there. Let's see what we do in and around some of those. But we might not even get that if it quadroons straight back down to the downside without giving us any relief for a potential short that can give us a decent risk off of. But yeah, on to the next. What's the next trade, Max? I got a couple names here on watch as you watch that that 60 level churn, I'll be watching that as well because I do want to get involved on potentially a short side there in and around that 60 level. But yeah, I got some other names here that we can take a look at. Take a look at AMC straight to the downside here. So potential short potential on AMC there, as it seems like it's cleanly fading to the downside there. Let's take a look at the 15-minute as well.
I'm long again on this this momentum
so go
up.
for it.
So we had a bit of a reserve on 59.45. I took the break of that, and then I just added through 60 as well. So looking for this to continue. There we go, 80s. Wow, all right. Keep going, Harm. Not looking to take it out yet. I'm looking for this to get towards the high. I don't really want to see it break 60 at this point. I think this has to be kind of a Momo move to the upside on strong buying. So we'll see 25s. I don't know. I'm not actually loving this right now. Come on, Harm. Come on. Bid up. Looking for 60 to hold. If 60 doesn't hold, I think we test 59 again, very likely. But still lots of buying coming in. There's 30s on the offer. So still kind of deciding what price this wants to trade at. Do we punch out flat here? No, I like 60. Come on, there's a reserve on 60 though. All right, I'm out of that one. So tried the scalp there. Doesn't work. I don't know what's next. Maybe that 62 break of the high if we keep going. But was looking really strong for a second there. That looked like that wanted to go right back to the high right away. So maybe the short is in. Let's wait for 59. Let's wait for VWAP on like that 58.50 kind of level. What was that? Yeah, 58 was that clean breakout. So I think we get back down to 58. Could try that trade one more time. Few shots at it. One loser basically. One flat. One winner.
Yeah. I guess I got one loser as well. I just tried that. I got in on the 58, got stopped out almost immediately on that chop, and then it kind of went without me. But yeah, gonna wait for this consolidation to kind of pan out. I was expecting a little bit more consolidation out the open, but I guess we did get about what is that, about 4 minutes of consolidation before we did break that 57, and then again that opening high at 58 as well. So that 57, 58 longs were not a bad idea, solid ideas. And then now that 60 as well, kind of churning in and around that level. So let's see what we do with that. We were looking for that lower high. That 61 almost came in, but not quite yet at least. So that 59.5 is holding in and around that 60. So we'll let it calm down. We'll let it kind of sort itself out before we kind of I guess look for another execution on ARM there. Definitely, it's gonna stay a popular trade for the next few days there. So we got a super chat here, Mariano saying, thank you for the $10 super chat. Congrats, guy, you got $1. Congrats, Max. Yeah, for sure. Max is definitely a killer, catching all the moves there on that ARM IPO. Pretty much caught that whole move, right? Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Off the range, we talked about the range break. You tried it initially at the 56, I see. Yeah, nice, nice. Yeah. So it pretty much caught the whole move there.
Could have had a better. It was reserving off that 56 level. I was too slow getting in, so I got 56.40, so could only get a tiny little position here. I'm looking for this to break 59 and then rebid back up. I hear Sean saying break 59. Sean is short 60.25 on this thing. All right, that's interesting. Let's see if this thing can break 59 now and see VWAP. I'm thinking, I don't know. I think VWAP should be supportive on this. That's pretty much one of the only levels that we have. So 58 was that key level. I think we give up 58. That's a big problem on this name. But that 59 was a pretty good break as well. Did retrace a tiny bit through the 59 level, but then blasted off from there. So let's see if it can hold that. I mean, I really want this to go lower in order to get long again. I don't want to be longing this far above VWAP anymore, given this isn't the initial momentum move. But here we go on 60 again. Maybe it's that 61 breaking right there. That gives us the next trade. Huh. Yeah,
that reserve on 60 is still there, right? We can see that reserve on 60. There's some size at 60, 69 as well. About 500 lots there, so just above 60. Let's see if we can break through that 60 there. That reserve is definitely very, very, I guess, distinct there. As you can see, not much showing on the book, but so much getting printed right at that 60 mark. See 4 lots showing, but definitely a lot more than 4 lots printing at that $60 level. There we go, 40 pennies off the 60 break.
I'm long
that was
again.
wild.
I'm long again, looking for this 25 to break. That went 40 pennies right away. So wanting that 40 penny to break. No, doesn't do it again. Wait on it for 1 second. No, forget that. Out of that one again. So that $60 level, not the level. However, it could have scalped 40 pennies there with like no risk. I got filled 60 exactly on that breakout. But yeah, this one, the chop remains on this ARM IPO for now. I think 61, given that was like that prior high right there, that's what I did want before. So I'm gonna put that trade in, take that 61 break, and that's probably gonna be my last trade on this if that doesn't work, unless we do break 59 and get into VWAP. I think 58 hold makes sense. I think 61 breakout right here makes sense. And that's all we'll do. 62 breakout as well would be an add for me if this does start to work. But you know, we're getting into kind of sketchy time. That opening drive is the easiest spot to execute on this, so you got to be careful with that. What are you seeing? You're in Amazon.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just waiting, I guess, right? I'm just like we dropped back down to VWAP on Amazon. We saw that we've respected VWAP once already, and then kind of held above this 144.40s there, and then we dropped back into VWAP here pretty heavily, and then we're starting to kind of wick off of that VWAP there on Amazon. So if Amazon's going to respect VWAP today, and again, this VWAP is confluencing kind of with that consolidation high from yesterday as well. So I think we've got a little bit of something here. You got the VWAP plus consolidation high, and then futures kind of also kind of teetering in and around near their highs as well. So let's see how much of a bounce we get off of this VWAP there. So that's what I'm trying there on Amazon. But yeah, no, my eyes are. I guess I got a half an eye on ARM here to the left, just to see. We're still in and around this 60, right? So let's see what we do with that 60. I'm still not too comfortable getting in yet, but yeah, let's let this kind of chop kind of sort itself out, let it calm down, and then potentially you see the range that's formed here, right? That's 62 to 59, right? So that's what I have my eyes on, 62 to 59. If we can break that range, or if we're going to stay well within that range, it's about a 3-point range there on ARM. So yeah, definitely going to be looking forward to what price does in and around that level. We talked about all of these levels being brand new as it is an IPO. A lot of these levels being defined for the first time. So we know that 57 was interesting, 58 was interesting, 60 is definitely interesting, and 62 as of right now is resistance on the day. We're getting a little bit of support on the 59. So those all of those levels are pretty clear there, and yeah, that's what I'll be watching for. Let's see if we can get a break of this range consolidation here today. But yeah, nothing too crazy there on ARM from me just yet. But yeah, the craziness definitely already happened here. Just looking for that VWAP hold on Amazon to see if that'll even come in there. But what I am noting is we are kind of a little bit sideways here. So, but the thing is, if we are sideways, the hold of VWAP should come in even a little bit nicer, because if we are teetering in and on top of VWAP, that 145 magnet we were talking about, it could definitely stay in play there.
Yeah, the volume definitely slowing down a little bit on this pullback. Scalp City, as we were talking about before, is probably the way to play this right now. You know, you're looking to get low this range, 59.5, getting out just above 60. There has been reserves on 60 a couple times, size on 60 a couple times, but it seems to be able to break that. So we'll see how this goes. I want to see the break of this range high. So we got 61 above here. I mean, 59, 60, 90. I want to see the 61 break again, and then here we go from there. If we can take the high out, be 61, trying to get out in front of the high, and then I have an order lined up to get ready to take that 62 break as well if I do get the fill on 61.89. But you know, we got to get through this kind of chop here first. I think maybe we got to do a little dip below 59. If we fail break 59 to the downside and get right back up, that is how I would want to get long on this stock. That would be the most ideal way to get long this stock for me. But I'll also take this that 62 breakout. A little bit of size on the bid there, 59.85 taken right there. selling coming in, and then it stops, and we bid right back up. So the HFTs are flying on this one. They must be printing. Looks good. Looks good, I think. Looks good either way. I think the we're setting up for a breakout or breakdown, I think. So we'll see how this goes. Want to be careful on sizing on this, as it's getting a little more choppy now. It's getting a little more. I feel like it's getting less liquid actually as the time goes on. So yeah, that's all I got on that. Someone was asking about Tesla. Tesla's just kind of actually Tesla's compressing. So Tesla looks like it takes out a low, then it can go down. It takes out a high. It can go up. You see this compression pattern that's forming on Tesla all day, making moves up. So you break this trend to the downside, you're probably looking at lower, but you break this one to the upside, you're probably looking higher for that 276, and then like we were talking about, that 278 level, pretty key on Tesla. Back to ARM. This is the main watch right now for I think most people in the market. Just consolidating higher lows right now, lower highs as well. So we take out that 60.50. 60.50 is where I should have this stop actually instead of 61. Yeah, maybe we should start at 60.50. Throw that in. Get long 60.50 if that shows up. First with smaller size, and then add more as it continues to break out. So see if that works out. I think a fail break of 62 makes sense for a short. I think a long of 62 makes sense too. So liking all the options here. This one, who knows? Who knows? All levels are new.
Yeah.
Maybe should only be playing with the new levels instead of playing with these kind of intraday little levels that have formed. But I don't know. I kind of like that consolidation breakout and that 61 breakout into the high of day, and trying to risk 20, 30 cents maximum to try to get these dollar moves. I think that's the way that you want to be trading on this. Or maybe you're bidding 59.50s, giving yourself 10 to 20 cents, and then trying to get 60, 70 cents. You got to be thinking of risk to reward. And as someone just sent me a message, 69.69 is going to be the high today.
Yeah.
Everybody knows this.
Yeah, I think so.
The market knows this. 69.69 high.
Based off the content of that message, I might know who that is.
No, I don't think you do.
Okay. All right. Never mind.
It's not the same guy that was feeding us the intel
No.
on the open. And also, that was not that far off. 12.03, it opened at 12.08. So, Prad's source must be pretty good, I guess.
Yeah, Benzinga, right?
That's what he said, but boys were checking Benzinga, so I don't know. Here we go. So fail breakdown there, going for that 60.50 price on ARM. Now it failed breakout, so now we're going down. Here we go. This is probably the short. I don't know, more chop, more buying at the lows.
Comp SRX was saying short the ish out of ARM there, so I wonder if he's
hopefully
short.
Comp SRX is short at the moment. John just made $1.11 on this, so the scalp being the play still, it seems. Yeah, I'm watching this 59 level for sure. I think this 59 low right here, we fail break that. This could blast right back up, but this is pretty nasty. This is exactly how I would have liked to structure the short, getting short right back below 60 on this kind of failed wick up. So we'll see if we can support 59 and then blast right back through 60. There's the buying. This, liquidity getting a little bit sketchier for sure on this. So, sizing down probably. Initially, I mean, we had crazy moves. The liquidity was there to get in and out. Right now, you could lose 60 cents in half a second. So be a little bit more careful now. 60.50 is the order that I have to get long, and then adding 61, adding 62. But no, we got to get there first. And obviously, I'm trying to lose almost nothing on these trades. Not trying to risk them anywhere. Not going to hold through any kind of flash down. So that is, I think that's the only way to execute.
Yeah, it makes sense. I am learning a lot sitting beside you, not only here but back at the desk as well. But yeah, that was crazy execution there. We're definitely going to have a little talk about that after on how you kind of executed in and around some of those levels here. So take a look. We held VWAP there. So VWAP holds 144.50, and then now we're pushing back up to 145. So let's see if we can get those 50 pennies there. We talked about that 145 kind of being a magnet on the day, kind of over under, and we were seeing more of that kind of formulating as well. ES kind of strong. We broke those highs, kind of grinding to the upside there. A bit of a trend you can see has formed there. The morning kind of looked like that consolidation, but it might have been a little bit of shake and bake and continuation of that trend there. But the NQ still kind of holding below that 15.7. Let's see what that 15.7 has in store for us. We kind of wicked into it, towards it, didn't really quite get there earlier this morning, and then now we wicked right into it and kind of pushed back off of it about 40 points before starting this consolidation here. So okay, 144.90s here. Let's see if we can get the 145. Incoming. Again, no size on these levels here as we've recycled them multiple times, but definitely it seems like it's very clear that Amazon is telling us that it likes this 145 as it keeps on orbiting this 145, give or take 50 pennies on each side there. So yeah, I guess that's the move today, kind of on this name at least, is to kind of take that range, take that churn, and try to take chops off of that price action there. So yeah, if that 145 seems a little too heavy there, I will get out. But again, we're almost seeing that 145 magnet, so it might as well just sit at the 145 and kind of transact at that price, as that price has shown itself to be very interesting on the day there. But yeah, ARM couldn't really get below that 59 level. That 59 almost solidifying itself as that range, as that consolidation support there, almost a double bottom there, 59. We're pushing back towards that 60. So we've established a little bit of support here at that 59. So let's see if we can kind of push back up towards that 62, and if this buying kind of is going to slow down, consolidate, and then continue going into the later half of the day there on ARM there. So that's what I got on watch. This Amazon kind of pushing back up into this 145, teetering in the 90s here. We do see that we have been kind of incrementally making a little bit of lower highs, so keeping that in mind. But again, 10 pennies away from that 145. Let's see if we can get that here. A little push up on the NQ or the ES could potentially give us that little umph to the upside, and we get that recycle of that 145 there. Just a little bit of a churn there. Now, I don't know if you use I guess this idea of like a price kind of recycling. How would you, or have you taken those trades before? Or how would you structure a trade in and around a price that's kind of recycling there, Max?
You really don't want to be taking that many trades around those prices unless you're like buying below, selling above kind of thing.
Exactly, yeah.
Right now, I did just take a recycle trade on that 60.50 level. I'm waiting for a fill on 61, so I tried it once on 60.50. Trying it again, smaller size, looking to hold this into $60. It seems that we're trending up, so I want to just stay long if we're going to trend up on this one. But obviously, we got to take out this 61 level very quickly here. And, not going to hold it through something like that. If we see an offer around $60, I'm going to get out of this one. But again, it's smaller size here, looking to, stay involved as this trends up. But obviously, I have to be weary of these rejections of that 60.50 price. Reserves around $60. So do we bounce off of this if we can't print below 60? I don't know, not loving what I'm seeing right now, that's for sure. There's a reserve on the offer. That gets broken, though, so yeah, all right, we're out of that. Forget this.
I like this strategy. Mariano's saying, okay, so oh, no, he didn't say that, but okay, so Mariano's saying, fun times, bought ARM and held it for 4 minutes because that's how long I can hold my breath. What do you think about that strategy, Max?
I think that you shouldn't have to hold your breath while you're trading.
It's like, I'm going to stay in this position as long as I can hold my breath, because if I'm underwater, that's all the time I got, right?
Because you're underwater on the position, okay.
All right, so we got that 145 that came in. Let me refresh this tape for you guys here. So that 145 recycle, like I said, clockwork kind of coming back in. That 145 prints back in, VWAP hold. I'm starting to realize that like I can keep such a tight risk when you are respecting VWAP. And again, it's not just VWAP, right? It's multiple confluencing factors. So I should definitely be much larger in this trade after I see that the confluence is not only with the VWAP and an intraday hold and kind of like a opening consolidation. You have acceleration off of that price as well. But look at this consolidation from yesterday. I've mentioned it before. Very tight consolidation after ripping to the upside off of that 140 there on Amazon. We attempt to push that 145, but that comes in with like almost 5,000 lots into the close as we saw yesterday. And then coming in today, you kind of do a little bit of shake and bake, kind of test these prices. But once we settle in into the price, we were holding above VWAP and above some of these prices, and it gives you that 50 cents to about a dollar in the money if you're willing to take that risk. And yeah, take a look at that. So right here, VWAP I hear have here at 144.58 right now. But take a look at these closes on these candles, right? Close on this candle, 144.60. The close on this candle, 144.85. So right here, if you're getting in and around that VWAP, you're risking less than a quarter to make about 50 pennies off of that move, right? So I think that's not a bad risk there. By saying a quarter, I might be stretching it a little bit there. You get in on the candle close, and then once you're when and if you're in the money right away, you're risking right about that VWAP there after you've seen that failure to follow through below that VWAP. So yeah, we're getting a bit of a recycle there. I'm aware that we have made a little bit of lower highs kind of like that after rejecting this 145.60 pre-market consolidation and opening reaction high there as well. So it's understood that this 145.50, 145.60s just underneath this 146 is a little heavy on the day, but longer term trend, we have been bidding up. We know not too long ago that we were bidding straight up off of this 131. We saw this hourly trend kind of come in, and that was very clean. You pull back, what is this, almost about 50%, and then you rip to the upside in a very accelerated manner. So now I know some swing traders are definitely looking at that price action to capitalize on, as that's again, it's I've heard Michael Noss say this, the fractal nature of trading, right? So I definitely see that kind of in the charts there as some of these price action patterns kind of show up not only on a shorter time frame, but also on the larger time frames as well. I like to look at some of the hourly candles. So yeah, you can see that trend kind of come in, that consolidation, that break continuation. Very similar kind of action that you see on, say, like a 1 minute or a 3 minute or even a 15 minute, right? So that's the fractal nature of price action there, kind of coming into fruition. So that 145 did break. But take a look, every time we kind of push back towards these highs, we wick off. So this strength doesn't really look like it's stopping right now, but that's what I'm looking for. Let's see if that wick off kind of happens and we catch that lower high for a potential short. We see that this trend or this 145 is kind of churning this price. So maybe on this churn, we might continue going forward in the upcoming days, right? So that's kind of the action that we've been seeing over time. So yeah, long Amazon. Now I don't have this in my personal account, but definitely that dip buy off of that 100, off of that 130, that 137, and now that 140 definitely coming into play there on Amazon. Arlene saying Google new highs, so maybe that's what's pulling up this market here. Google definitely new highs, as I see. We were talking about that 52-week high happening on Google, and yeah, it is doing a little bit of RVol there above 1, going 1.4, 1.5. They're pushing for that 140. Let's see if that comes in, but pretty clear kind of trend happening over yesterday and today on Google as it kind of chops out the open, starts to respect VWAP, and then goes on a run off of VWAP, and we're seeing more of the same here off of this 137 level on Google. So yeah, decent move on Google. Let's take a look at what Apple is doing. Apple is still chopping to the upside, but take a look at the VWAP respect, right? You kind of hold VWAP, and we were seeing that happen on some of these large caps, right? We saw that on Amazon, and I guess Apple gave you that same trade where the past couple of VWAP tests have held very nicely. Similar with Microsoft, you might need to give it a little bit more room because it is a higher price ticker. There, let's take a look at what Tesla is doing. Tesla, VWAP hold, so I guess VWAP party is on the board today across the board. But yeah, I'm saying bored way too many times there, so I might be getting a little bored here off of this 145 churn. Let's see if the selling kind of comes in. I'm looking for that wick, and if it doesn't happen and we blast up to the upside, we know that these sellers at that 145.60, 145.80 might be sweating a little bit if price kind of pushes those levels here. 60 still holding well within that range on ARM. Are you involved, Max?
I am not involved. I am also getting a little bored of watching this 60 level print over and over again, but I've got my orders in for 61 and 62. So smaller size on 61 and then the bigger size on 62, which is once again a brand new level. So anybody who's shorting on the day is stopping out at 62 unless they're crazy. So we'll see if that one plays out. I would rather see this hold, 59 by wicking down into VWAP at 58.5 and then right back through 59. I think that's a better way to execute on this at the lows versus at the highs, but I'll take either way. Love that you're talking about finding confluence on multiple time frames. I use usually I'll use 5-minute chart for the pre-market action, 30-minute chart to kind of look a little bit back over the past few days, then the 4-hour, then the day, and then sometimes the week if I can't really find anything that I love on the day. Or on earnings moves, I find that the weekly chart really helps out on those because you're usually, if you're taking an earnings trade, you're breaking into new areas on the chart that you might not have been at recently on the daily chart. So I find that to be useful for that on those earnings names.
Yeah, no,
Right
I
now,
like
I'm
taking a
just
look at the
looking at
weekly as well.
Yeah, I know. You kind of introduced the weekly to me, actually. I never really took in
I'm
the
just
weekly.
I'm trying to so the whole thesis behind that is looking at larger time frames like the monthly, weekly, and then the hourly, and then working your way down to a smaller time frame. It's almost like we saw how the hourly trend kind of held on Amazon there, and even a few weeks ago it was holding on Microsoft as well. But yeah, so larger time frame, I'm expecting maybe potentially to hold I guess larger players, right? So that's the thesis, and the whole point is if you see liquidity show up at those weekly, monthly, hourly prices, then you could potentially structure a trade in and around that, right? Because it's not always going to be there, it's not always going to be clean, but if it is there and you have an idea of the probability of the move off of the in and around that level or even off of that level, then yeah, I like to look at that and consider that as a potential area of interest, just a technical level, right? It's just so if it does break or does anything, it's just a technical catalyst. So that's just one part of the picture, right? We talk about confluence. You have that multi-time frame confluence of certain levels coming in, again, confirmed with volume. That's very key as well, because you can have weekly, monthly, whatever, hourly tops, but they're not necessarily confirmed with volume, right? So those are not, I don't really consider those as weighted as some of the other ones. Again, rating your levels, right? That's something I'm trying to do. Is okay, is this if I'm trying to gauge my levels, say from a 1 to 10. Is this level warranted a 10, or is it a 5, or is it a 7, or does it mean nothing and it's just a 1 and I'm not really gonna consider it as a strong technical, right? But yeah, confluence with the tape, confluence with the recent time frame. So because on Amazon we saw that the consolidation just happened yesterday, and then we get VWAP as well, and then so it's multiple factors that kind of give strength to the idea is what I'm going for there. But yeah, definitely multi-time frame is a good look. I like some of those levels.
Always a lot of thought and consideration when talking about your strategies. There's you put a lot into it for sure.
The execution is not there yet, but we'll get there.
That's okay. That's why you're sitting beside me. We're gonna get it there. We're gonna get it there. No, Obi always with the knowledge and with the thinking bigger picture. I love that you're considering where are bigger players getting involved in these names. And then if I see size and volume going off at that price, then that bigger player is probably there. Yeah. Still watching this. IPO. I think, for now, this is probably kind of dead. So we'll see if we can touch VWAP, or we'll see it's a descending wedge according to
Flat bottom breakout.
Flat
Or
bottom
breakdown.
breakdown?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what he's
Okay,
saying.
Sharif's taking the flat bottom maybe off that 59 level. Yeah, I mean, I like that look. We said, maybe this has gone a little too far. Maybe there's going to be some profit taking. We'll see what shows up there. There's a little volume coming into the upside, but immediately met with some selling. So no clean moves anymore this opening drive. You got to be really ready for that. You got to be ready to punch all the size that you want on this move. And if you're not, then you're probably going to have a little bit of FOMO and think, hey, I should have made more on this, and then maybe overtraded in this region. I may be just spitting out a verbal diary right now, but let's see if we can take out that 61 level and make a new high on this. I think making a new high is like the best possible trade on this, unless you're looking to the short side, where that flat bottom breakdown or a rejection of the 61 level again makes more sense. I'm not quite ready to look short yet. I think 58 is that line in the sand. If we give up 58, that looks like a short to me. So that's what I'm thinking. Tesla is looking decent. I'm trying to figure out why the NASDAQ is screaming through the highs right now, as well as ES.
Yeah,
like
that 15.7 broke out.
Really took out the high here, and none of these names that I'm looking at are really doing much. Amazon and Tesla are at the top of their ranges. Meta's still above 310, but like you look at Apple, it's not really at like any crazy levels. Nvidia's near the low of day. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what stock is pulling the market. Maybe I'm missing something. What about Microsoft? Is Microsoft at the highs?
I think
right
probably Google a little bit.
Microsoft and Google, I guess, are pulling us up. And Tesla is at high of day, but not breaking out. So market looking really strong, 15.7. I had it in my notes if 15.6 breaks out today, I should be long something. I was waiting for the IPO. Let's be totally honest with that. We were waiting for this IPO to set up. So wasn't really going to take the same momentum moves that I normally would have been. I'm looking at Carvana, kind of holding 54.80 area. Actually, quite a decent shelf forming on Carvana for maybe the short if you're looking for that. I don't ever look for the short on Carvana, although the short when it comes in can be extremely nice on this one. I'd be looking for the same thing that I'm looking at on ARM for that, like 59 on ARM to kind of fail to the downside and then get back up. Same thing on Carvana. We fail this 54.75 kind of breakdown, blast back through 55. You could be taking the trade through 55.40, I think, is where you would want to take that. And then, looking for that high, looking for the 57 break. We didn't quite get there. So we figured that we might see that 57.20 break today. All of the shorts from that first day should still be okay, or some of the shorts from that first day should still be okay. Once we take out that 57.20 area, though, watch out for 60. I will be involved with that if it shows up. Now I can actually take some Carvana trades since this IPO trade is done, and I wouldn't risk not being able to take that trade. So we'll see if Carvana sets up. Volume kind of dying on it, though. Maybe it has to touch VWAP. That 54 break was clean, so you look for those clean breaks as spots where you can get involved. 54 holds on the bid. Maybe we can get involved with that and see if we can get going back up on Carvana. Tesla is still kind of wicking highs. So all of these moves up towards that 276 area on Tesla are just being sold right back down. So I'm just not that excited about it. It's not really, it's nice that it keeps getting up there, but it's not really looking incredibly bullish yet. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not really loving the long on Tesla up here. Maybe if we come back down and hold VWAP or something, but I liked it a lot at 271.50. Just wasn't able to execute on it, and it does give it to you again at 10:30. That 271.60 kind of area. Be taking it right back through 272, and that would be a trade that I might be holding right now for that break of the high. But I don't know about getting involved with Tesla right here, right now. I think there's better opportunities on ARM if it starts to go again, or if it actually starts to fail that 58. Yes, I know Tesla's about to make a new high, but it keeps wicking it off, Eric. So if you're long from down here, yeah, stay long. It's looking really good to make a new high. It's just like, for me, am I going to pay up here for this to make a new high, like $1 higher, and where are you risking it? You're risking it down probably below VWAP, so like almost $2 on that. That's not what I'm trying to do. Yeah, the wedge is definitely getting tight on this on ARM. So whichever way it breaks, I'd bet there's a false break either way. So you either break down to this 59 again and then straight back through, or you break up through 60.50 again and can't get to 61, and then it fails. If it fails 61, I will be out right away. I'm not trying to hang on to this one, as I have said many times. Should not have held on to this trade at all, actually. So this one was the only mistake today, I would say, on ARM. The rest of them pretty good. So here we go, trying to get into that 60.50 once again. I got the order for 61. Doesn't really have the juice. Profit taking showing up all over the place. I don't know, like, where does that profit taking lift? If we clear 61, does the profit taking chill out? Do we have to clear 62? Does this stop, below 62, below the high? If we make a lower high and then you can short that with a stop on that 62 price, I think that makes sense. AMC heading down to 8. Yeah, AMC, a bit of a too bad on AMC today. We figured, this one might be able to go, but yeah, sell the news always on AMC. Sell the gap up. 9.30 could have taken $9 back through, risking the high, and it gives you, almost $1 on that one, or find a little bit of a cheekier way to get involved probably. The 9 break, not bad off the open. If you just take that for the scalp for 25, 30 cents, I would have been all right. But the short turning out to be much, much better on AMC and kind of selling off all the gains of the last couple of days. Yay. Where do we find support? I feel like $7 was the level. I'll double check that. Yeah, $7 was that level down there. So, I mean, that's where my money would be on for the short. I liked that 9 level for the breakout, actually, but didn't take it this morning. And not that fruitful. ARM's starting to go again, trying to get through this level, so still trending up. Not really trending up, still just consolidating. I think, you take out that 60.50, we probably see 61 before long. However, you got to look at the volume. Volume really tapering off. So, what you do like to see on momentum moves is a light volume pullback and then a high volume breakout. We'll see if we can get that on this one. If you're just scalping below 60 to above 60 like we were talking about, not bad, not bad. Here we go. All right, see if we can take out this 60.75. It's starting to go for sure. I mean, yeah, it's not looking bad. So let's see if this 61 break works out one more time. I got 61 and 62 set up to go. If this fails, I'm done. And 62 would be my only other trade on this one. Let's see. Can we get back up to the high here? This is looking not bad right now. Selling not really coming in. Lots of buying above this 60.50 level. Finally, there's some selling. Do we soak up that dip or flush one more time? Let's see what happens here on ARM.
Yeah, nice
wedge
look
breakout
there.
though.
Yeah, it seems like there's a bit of a. So we talked about that double bottom at the 59, right? So 59, and then you consolidate in and around 60. So that's the one thing I'm seeing. That 62 is pretty heavy. That 59 is the only price that's kind of tested twice, and it was nice. And then 59 holds, and then we get back above there. So yeah, that's a decent look there. Maybe we get that 62 push into the end of the day here. So I'm back in on Amazon. Kind of popped back above. And resisted where it was before, so we're just looking for that 45. I'm just looking to farm the 45, the 145. I'm going farming today, and the 145 has been yielding some crop. So we're gonna take. It's almost October, right? I mean, so all right. So let's see if that 145 kind of comes in. I saw
at least
that
you're harvesting and you're not out there fishing.
Yeah, exactly. One way or another, hunter-gatherer, right?
Yeah. You don't want to just be out there fishing for trades, though.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to be fishing for trades.
You don't want to be fishing for trades.
So I saw Ponzi Fonzie talk about he needs to go to Costco, and I pulled up Costco, and it seems like Costco is definitely going today, Max. I don't know if you've seen Costco today, but yeah, look at that. Pretty much been uptrending since its earnings a few days ago there. When was its earnings? No, never mind. It wasn't Costco, I guess. But yeah, straight uptrend off of this 530 in, I guess, the end of August here. We kind of settled in and we started making an uptrend. And take a look at that. That's a crazy, crazy move up. $500 ticker. But yeah, today definitely coming in as some strength off of a 560 hold in the morning, right? You hold the previous day's kind of consolidation, multi-day consolidation right there on top of the 560. You hold above it and then you push back towards these highs there. Now I want to know where Costco is right now. Are we making brand new highs? Not yet. Wow, take a look at this right here. We're at an interesting area. Let me just draw that in. So yeah, we've kind of broken this trend here. So we might get a little bit of blast off to the upside and potentially that 570 incoming on Costco. Decent look. A little pricey for my liking right now, but yeah, definitely some opportunities there. Now, this is a name I don't really look at, but even though it's pricey, you can see that it gives you opportunities to kind of keep that risk a little tight when and if it does kind of establish this really tight trend there. So yeah, decent look on Costco. Renata is saying Tesla short working. Let's see what Tesla is doing. Oh wow, okay, that 275 again. That 275 a key level, right? So are we recycling that 275 today? Where was that? So that's right here. That's near. I guess it's near the highs there, right? So okay, so more of a resistance-ish area. That 275, 276 as well. But if you guys can see, we are holding VWAP, right? We're holding well above VWAP. We're respecting it. So Renata, what's your plan on the short here? Are you shorting into VWAP? Because look, it's respecting VWAP pretty well it's holding a bit above VWAP. But whenever we pop into that 176, there's definitely a little bit of selling coming, bringing it back into there. So yeah, decent look on Tesla there.
I got in and out of ARM one last time. Well, not one last time. I'll be back in this if this takes out the high, but tried the 61 again. Didn't work there. Reserves on like 61.30s kind of. So we'll see if this can hold 60 again. This is kind of looking like the short that you may be looking for. I think through 59.50, that should be a short. And then adding through 59, that would make sense. Maybe that's what I should be doing instead of having the order in to go long through the high. But I think if we get through the high right now, this could be, I think this can still be a great trade. So that's what we've got on that. Small loser again, 40 cents on that loser off of 61. So, we're going for dollars and we lose pennies. Could have lost a little bit less probably, but liquidity not that great on this one. Wow, look at that rocket. Got to 6. I was the low there. I was looking to go over to Tesla and I see this rocket. Wow, that's actually
that's a great place to interact. Why did you get in on that initial?
That was yesterday's high on this.
Oh wow, yeah. It holds above it too. It consolidates, holds above, and then grinds to the upside.
This was right as the IPO was about to open, so I just punched out for 3 cents of profit or whatever that was.
You know what happened? So right here, I was in this Amazon short on 145. I punch out because the IPO is coming in. We can go over to my chart here. Right here. IPO is about to come out. I'm like, I should probably get out of position. And then this 145 quadunks down to the downside into VWAP off of the selling. So not a bad place to sell earlier today above this 145. So I guess we're taking another cheeky shot at it again as this level seems like it's respecting on the day here. But yeah, the future is still pushing up those highs. We were talking about that 15.7 kind of coming in. You pop above it, but then now you just start to churn in and around it. So maybe it is going to be a slow kind of grinding action to the upside there. I see that John Spruill kind of calling out some tickers here. Riot, Google, and TSN. Okay, we can talk about, I guess I haven't taken a look at Riot. We know that Bitcoin's been moving around as of late. Let's take a look at Bitcoin real quick and see what that's been up to. So let's take a look. I like the Coinbase. So and then let's not take a look at the hourly. Let's take a look at the daily there on Bitcoin. So yeah, a bit of a churn. We saw a few couple months ago, July, we had that snap up to the 30s. Everybody thought we're going to 60,000 again. And yeah, that 32 kind of holds as a resistance and then kind of chops back down into the 25. So let's see what Bitcoin will be doing over the next over the year with this 25 level, right? Like I've said this multiple times, I was looking for a distinct flush below 15 to kind of get involved. We saw that the last cycle, right before the last cycle, before it snapped up to 60, we were in and around. We did a quick dump into the few thousands, right? So right here, I think this was it right here. Yeah, so that COVID drop had us in the 4,000s right there. A decent I guess a lick grab, whatever you want to call it, off of that panic, and then yeah, you kind of bid up all the way up to 75 off of that news. But yeah, decent move there over the past couple of years. But right now we're just churning in this range here, right? So let's see what Riot is doing. Let's bring that back in. And Riot on the day is, I guess it's kind of muted on the daily, but intraday, let's take a look if it's having anything interesting. So yeah, I was looking at that $10 level, Max, a few days ago. I was like, oh, if we can get below $10, that might be a trade. But we never were able to kind of get below that and churn and then chop back up to that $11. So we're consolidating here. Sure, you can take scalps off the intraday moves there if you do realize that this is in a longer time frame, like chop between a couple of levels. And if you're kind of swinging this maybe like overnight or just like a quick 2 or 3 day swing, yeah, this name has probably been working out decently. Or if you're taking the intraday and slamming it off of some of these holds, I think that's a valid way to take it as well. This 145 doesn't necessarily want us to come in. I guess, okay, that's fine. We were looking at that 145.06 came in. That didn't really take anything out back down to the downside, and we kind of start to hold there. But here's the thing, the ES and the NQ, potential second red candle here off of these highs. Let's see if that 15.7, that stayed a little bit heavy. Let's see if that was just a quick lick grab above that 15.7, and we kind of bring it back in.
I'm long Carvana here, Obi.
Yeah, go for it.
So it did what I wanted it to do. We saw this this kind of liquidity grab below that 54.80 level come in. Then I saw some big bids at 54.75. So I punched long 84s, looking for this to continue through that 55.40 area and see if we can get a continuation of this trend. Need to take out like that 55.10 and then 55.40 pretty quick here, but this is looking good. Bit of a volume spike here, and we will see if we can keep going on this one, Carvana. If this wants to continue the squeeze, I want to be involved. So now that I've had my IPO trade, I can go back to trading my baby Carvana, and let's see if we can get to like 20% today on this one. If we get the 60 break, you know I'm going to be adding on that one, but you know, we got to get through this high first, get through that 57 kind of 40 area before that. But looking good, kind of supporting around 55, 55 being like a key psychological kind of level. ARM also still holding up near that 61, so I am still going to take that high of day break on ARM. This is how we talked about doing these IPO trades. New levels, you take the breakout, so this is going to be a new level. It's going to be high of day, so hopefully people are getting kind of stopped out up there above high of day on ARM, and you know, that move can continue. Not going to take any trades on it other than that. I think you know, anything other than high of day is just going to be chopped around again. So high of day it is 61.99 high of day. I'm looking for that 62 to break out and not look back. Maybe we see 65 today. Who knows? It's been a great move so far. There's lots of volume been done on it. 77 million shares. I don't think that's the end of this this stock today. So let's see what happens on that one. And this Carvana looking quite solid as well, but needs some more volume to come into Carvana for sure.
Have you taken a look at Tesla? The chat is going off, telling you about Tesla.
Nothing's happening on Tesla.
Yeah, I think it's a little sideways there.
Yeah,
just a little sideways chop. But the thing is, VWAP support. I think Renata said she is short on Tesla there. So yeah, maybe a pullback into VWAP is what we're looking for here. I guess I am a little short here as well, just on top of this 145. Looking for that, looking for the level to kind of come back in. If we get another VWAP test, I guess that's what I'm looking for. Just to push down towards VWAP. We know that it's been kind of churning in and around some of these prices here on the day. That 15.7 is still kind of there. So this is what I was saying. I pulled up the 3-minute here on the NQ to kind of just get a feel for iceberg 61 on ARM. Okay, yeah, on the bid, I see that right there. Okay, it goes cracked. Yeah, it was there for a second, and then it kind of just left there. Maybe it's on the ask now, acting as a little bit of resistance on the 61. I have no idea there, but yeah, shout out to Sharif for calling that out. Nice. Still short here. Nothing too crazy here. Mr. Longshort saying, how are you liking Amazon here, Obi? Okay, well, here's the thing. It's not about like. It's not about like or dislike or whatever. It's just like, what is the probability that we're going to revisit VWAP? That's what I'm thinking of right now. And in terms of that probability, I think I like that. But then again, it's just a probability. It's a percent chance, right? It could be like a 50-60. Sorry, 50-60, 40-60, or like a 50-50 or whatever. That's the active kind of like thought process there. And is it higher or lower? And what's the probability of us kind of pushing back and just churning that VWAP that we've seen happening across the board? I'm looking for, I guess, a pullback on the S and the NQ to kind of bring that in if that's going to be there. And if it's not, that's fine as well, right? You can be wrong multiple times on a trade before the move comes in, or if it even comes in, right? But so that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to judge that probability there. But yeah, nothing too crazy here right now. That 145 holding as of right now.
Carvana's starting to go, so I got a little bit out at the high of this consolidation, just like a quarter of it out there, looking for this to break out of 55.50 and continue going. We got the 50 period there. We got, that 55.50 kind of breakout level looming. I got this stop now, basically break even, so not going to lose on this trade anymore. So looking really solid on Carvana. I want to see this move continue. We're getting into, almost 2 o'clock now, so more volume should start coming back into the market, and I want to be involved in this name if it's going to continue the squeeze. Hasn't even been able to touch VWAP today since breaking it at 10:30 a.m. So, that's a lot of people would be offside based on that. If you can't even touch VWAP on a stock with high short float, especially, intraday, we've done 17 million shares of volume, so there's got to be some people short on this name intraday. Haven't even touched VWAP. That sounds good to me. So let's let this one continue. 75% of the trade still on here and looking for much, much higher to get out of Carvana. You talked about the reserves on 61 on ARM. So 61 is now kind of acting like 60 was previously. So that's looking not so bad for the continuation there. Stepping up, stepping up, stepping up. A little bit slower. So get in on the dips.
That was the dance, remember? The bid stepping up. It was like pop, pop, pop. No? You don't remember that?
What do you mean? Is this like from the show?
No. Just the forays. Yeah.
All right, the bid stepping up dance happening right now on ARM.
Yeah.
Obi's a little smoother than me with those moves. You got some. Some flow to your dance moves there that I do not.
I'm just trying to read the flow, man. I'm just trying to read the flow. Maybe I don't have it. I don't have it together, but I'm just trying to read the flow.
No drinking on the job, says Rockin' DB.
Yeah, I see that. Hey, man, the only thing I'm drinking here is a little bit of coffee, right?
Yeah. I don't need coffee today, man. I'm excited based on all these moves that are happening. Carvana going, IPO today. Yeah, you don't need coffee when those just
you don't need coffee when you have price action.
Right into my veins, man. I would live in that IPO.
It's like as it starts to print, it just has a straight line into
straight line
into
right
your
into
bloodstream.
Here. Yeah. That's all I need.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, they're wondering if you have Baileys in your coffee. No Baileys in the coffee. I'm kind of watching Carvana here, consolidating nicely at the top of this range. Looking for this breakout. Hold on, that one's not doing anything. Yeah, so I'm looking for the breakout. Right now, kind of like 55.25 is a problem for whatever reason. There's a bit of an offer there. Obviously, volume light right now, so I'm looking for the volume to kind of extend as we break through that 55.40. I think, I could consider adding to this through 55.40 or 55.50 because if it does kind of wick up and smash back down, I want to flatten this position anyway. But I'm comfortable with the size that I have on this one, and I'll add through 57.20, that prior high. But I think chill on this one. If I didn't have enough size, I'd probably be adding through 55.40. Should be good on this. Feeling nice about this position. Tesla just did another wick for that top. So, Tesla really not wanting to make the move. Market kind of wicking off 15.7 as well. So keep an eye on that 15.7 on, what happened there? Keep an eye on that 15.7 price on the market. Probably going to be key for the remainder of the day. If we can clear this high again, we need something to do something. We need Microsoft to get back above 340. We need, Meta back through 311. We need Tesla through that 276 again. Get this market really blasting off. Or our most favorite new stock, ARM, to blast back through the high. That could probably help this market get some legs under it for that continuation move. But nice move, 15.6 to 15.7. Even we got all the way down to 15.530 this morning, and then all the way through that 15.7 price. So good buying on the market today. We'll see if we have more than 0.86 on NASDAQ. ES looking particularly strong as well today. After I feel like it's always looking a little bit weaker these days than the NASDAQ. But Tesla once again, like 1, 2, 3 wicks off the top. So as I said, not looking to pay these prices for it, and definitely not looking to take a breakout on Tesla at this time right now. But that IPO is actually looking quite good, holding well above 60 and right into that 61 price, pushing into 61 over and over again. So I'm thinking ARM is going through the high today, but we'll have to see. I don't think paying this price right now makes sense. I think maybe if we wick off 60 again and blast back up, you can take that. Given that this reserve is at 61 right now, that could be something to take. But I'm gonna wait for that high of day. Wait for that spot where we are. What is it called? Price discovery. That price discovery area on ARM, and not be messing around with these, messing around with the bots, messing around with the algos who are just chopping this back and forth over and over again. What else are you guys trading in the chat? We is tanking. Let's check out WeWork. This better be tanking. Better be tanking.
Okay.
It's not currently tanking, but it is definitely trending down on the day. Nasty move on WeWork. We talked about how bad of a company this is the other day. When they rebound, I guess this is a reverse split, and then breaking the high of the reverse split is a nice setup for sure, because people, when these reverse split, are constantly just getting short and shorting every price, looking for this to get back down below $1 from where it came, and give you I guess this was a 10 cents to $4. What would that? That's 50 to 1 reverse split. So looking to get that 50, I guess 95, 98% return if it gets all the way back down to 9 cents. That would be nice, but you stop at all these shorts, gets to $7, and where are we right now? Exactly where you would actually expect to find support or to find the quadrunk. So, interesting price for sure on WeWork. Not really looking to get involved in this right now. Volume's super light. You would expect it to be or you would want it to be a couple 100 mil probably to really get involved with it. Market kind of starting to go a little bit here. Looking good off the teal on the 5-minute on the market. I don't know if that's a thing, although it's been supporting that all day. What's that 5 times 20? The 100 period, I guess. 105 period MA on the 1-minute chart on the market, I guess, means something, as we are kind of supporting off that. See if we can take out the high here. Need something like Tesla to take out the high for that to happen. As ARM is quadrunking off that 61 reserve right now, so that potential 60 hold is maybe coming in right now. I don't know if I want to take it. I think I like 59 hold better than this 60 hold right now. So I'm gonna hold off, tie my arm behind my back on this one, and we'll see if this does actually hold. And I'm regretting not taking that. Currently bidding back above 60, but you know, no size on the bid really. Looking actually pretty good off of this. Yeah, and then it just stops. So volume really, really low. Just wait for that high of day touch, I think. I think, you know, at this point, also like the 61 break might make sense to kind of stop some people out of this one. I'm not going to take that though. You still have Amazon short?
Yeah, I still have a bit of a short there. We came all the way into that 145. We're holding above that 145 as of right now. That's what I'm observing. But yeah, a bit of a consolidation kind of chop here. Here's the thing though, market's kind of looking like they're maintaining. We made that consecutive red candle on the 15 there. Didn't really check the NQ because we kind of we went down a time frame there. But yeah, looks like actually, is there a second? I guess I'm missing a candle here. Let me just retime that. Yeah, okay. So yeah, it seems like we are maintaining above this consolidation here from before, especially on the NQ. It seems like I'm going to get stopped out of my Amazon. There it goes. Get stopped out, and yeah. So it seems like that 145. I guess that churn we were looking for that doesn't really come in, and then we break to the upside. So that's fine. We get out. We're wrong right there, and we are gonna. I guess it's gonna push back towards some of those highs. That 145 holding pretty strongly. I was watching it here. You kind of come in, you wick, you get down to the teens, you get down to like under like the into the first dime. Those prices kind of hold. They hold. I'm looking for that 145 to come in. That doesn't really come in, and then you kind of wipe back up to the top of the consolidation. That might be a little telling for the long trade there, if you wanted to, or if you did take that. But yeah, I guess we were definitely a little wrong on that. Double bottom VWAP, consolidating above 145, then kind of pushes into continuation. Let's see what this will continue to bring. And I saw in the chat somebody said 28. They were looking for a 28 break on AI. Well, it's almost right there, just about 4 pennies away on AI on the 28 break. But as you can see today, VWAP is kind of, this is VWAP here, the gray line right here. So VWAP has kind of been holding as a resistance, right? Sure, give or take 10, 15 pennies, maybe 20 pennies right here. So right there, 92 to 16. So yeah, about 30, almost 20, 30 pennies there. Above VWAP that you might need to give it, but it seems like VWAP is a little bit of resistance on AI. So that 28 break, if you are looking for that break, and it doesn't necessarily break and follow through very, very hard, then yeah, I think we may have the potential for doing a little bit more of the same going into the close there, as we have about just only like two and a half hours left in the trading day. But yeah, nothing too crazy here. I guess that 145 hold. Okay, yeah, I see a super chat.
From Danny Zimbabwe.
Go for it.
Thoughts on GENI to go in long with my UPS gains? Overreaction by the dip of 550. Seems like major retail trader panic on the secondary offering. So it's an offering that sent it down here. I guess that makes sense. I don't really know what this company does. Some kind of sports betting, sports media industry company. Yeah, I mean, those offerings, people react to them for a reason. You're diluting the share price, or you're diluting the market cap of this of the company. So I don't know. I mean, I think you just got to decide if you're bullish on the name overall. And I think you may want to wait a couple of days for the reaction on this one. Where did my daily chart go? Find the daily chart. Oh, there it is. All right. Yeah, I mean, I think this has probably some more distance that it could fall. You know, 6 being a pretty key technical level. I don't know what they priced this offering at. Maybe I can see it on the news here. Looking for the offering price. $5.35 per share, and that's exactly where we stopped today. So some things are just that simple. Usually it's not that simple. You don't stop exactly at the offering price. But yeah, that I feel like we can go lower. I don't know how many shares was it. 20,000 or 20 million, ordinary shares. So you're diluting the share price by, you're diluting the company by like 20%, almost 15-20%, and it goes down more than that. So I mean, I don't know. It's tough to figure out like where these are going to go down. I think you have to decide if you're bullish on this or not. But we don't do investments here. We don't do swing trades. We just trade intraday very quickly. So take anything that we say on that front with a grain of salt. But I don't think buying something just because it's down makes any sense. You gotta really get involved with any stock. I was just stopped out of Carvana, a little bit of a wick bottom there, so I did take half out eventually, but then it just bids right back up, grabs my stop, basically flat on the second half, and then right back up. So I think this 55.40 kind of breakout price makes some sense now. So I will throw that in 5 across like 8 cents or something. Take that 55.40 if that does break out, as I do want to continue to be involved with Carvana, but tight risk on this. Carvana can really rinse you if it gives up a price. So I'm trying to stay at tight risk, not trying to risk this all the way down like 50. Nice. Apparently my mic is cutting out, or I'm not talking loud enough. Yeah.
Are you being told that, or is that's a chat right there?
I'm being told. I'm being told.
Okay,
and Sharif is telling me to look at the damn camera. So come on, man. I can't do everything all at once.
Gotta make eye contact. Come on, man. All right. So I guess I like that 60 hold there on ARM. So we did get a little long above that 60 there. Kind of comes in. We see that reserve kind of coming in as well. That 60 has churned a few times. So let's see how well this 60 holds, as we kind of look like we're getting a little bit of strength here. We got this consolidation. Let's see if we can push past the 40s there. I guess not the best price, but again, the idea is the hold of the 60, and let's see if that comes in here. But we are looking a little bit weak. But on the other hand, the market itself kind of blasting to the upside there. We saw that the highs are coming into play here on Amazon. So have that on watch as well. I know that Apple is trying to push for its highs as well. So I was looking at Apple. People were talking about, oh, when is 180 going to come in on Apple in the chat. As you can see, Apple is kind of like in this channel trend to the upside, like we said before, right? It's holding VWAP, kind of in this channel. Let me just draw this out right here. So like just kind of something like that, right? Nothing too crazy there. But yeah, not the perfect channel there, but a bit of a trend channel happening there on Apple. Bit of compression as well. So yeah, let's see how that works out.
We got another super chat from
sir,
Christina, $10. Appreciate it. Didn't put a message there though, so Christina, let us know if you wanted to say something. Hopefully, Bears versus Bulls can pick that up for us, because sometimes we miss those. But thank you for the super chat. Everybody also laughing about Sharif having that big desk energy this week.
Okay, I see what you did there.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Who said that? Matt Booth. Shout out to you. Nice, nice one there. Yeah, you're talking about that. ARM is holding $60, so it's looking good. It's looking good for that secondary move potentially. I mean, I've been rinsed on it a couple times. I haven't been watching the tape quite as much, so I don't know. I mean, it looks great through 59.70-ish, 59.75 maybe for a short. Through 59 looks great for a short. 59 hold looks great. 58 hold looks great. So yeah, just wait to see what happens. I think 61 breakout makes sense to try one more time. I may try that one more time. Getting sick of losing little tiny scalps on this one though, so I think I will wait for that big play. But getting long on the dips is starting to make sense. Obviously, volume trending down, so we want to see this volume, take out a level and then the volume to start to pick up again. Only got 20 minutes left on the midday show, so volume very likely to pick up again in about an hour or maybe half an
20
hour,
minutes?
maybe 20 minutes
20
once Sean
minutes?
starts punching in again.
I mean,
I think he already
there's
made
always
his
like
million.
a spike at 2 p.m.
Did you make the million yet? Apparently we're close. I thought Sean was crushing it. I did okay on it, but not as well as I wish. Sean got out on that 56 break, which that looked pretty nasty when it was coming back into 56 there. You guys are gonna hear all about it, I think, in about 20 minutes.
It seems
Some
like
emotions going on over there, but I'm sure great trading regardless. Nice opportunity. We're gonna have Instacart at some point apparently this year, maybe. Revenge. So good practice for that one. Hopefully we get IPO season coming in soon.
There's a few more IPOs.
He is short right now. Maybe Reddit happens next year.
Oh yeah, that one.
Apes
that
on
one
that
is
one.
coming up, yeah.
That could be good. Or maybe, what if OpenAI, Microsoft decides to spin some of that one off? OnlyFans IPO? Let's go. Let's go. Let's do it. All right. All right, let's manifest IPO season. If this is the first one, let's bring some more. I'm excited for the IPO season. That was a great trade, great opportunity, and it really, either way that you liked it, I think ARM gave you several styles of trade today. Whether you like the false breakouts like this, whether you like straight up even dollar breakouts, level holds at that 55.50 price, level holds at 59. It gives you pretty much everything that you want. Mean reversion off that kind of massive move up. Can't get through 62. Maybe you just offered in front of 62 and shorted all the way back down. So always lots of opportunity when there's no real levels established on these names. Volume is just flying off and everybody's going crazy. So next time maybe it's like buy, 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 and then all the sells are up here and there's no sells down there, and then we can really celebrate. But as we were talking about before it showed up, you got to take profit on these. Just dreaming for the moon. You could have been buying all the way up, have an average price above 60, and then you're punching out 59 for a massive loss.
Check the chat.
Oh. My technicals are awesome, and I've been profitable several times on Oracle thanks to you. Thanks to you, Christina, for the $10. And, I just sit up here talking BS. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but I'm glad that you're able to make money off of things that I say. Hopefully you don't follow me into every trade because they're typically not that good. But all you need is one to pay off, really. The way that I trade, you can take 10 losses and then the one pays for all the rest.
Oh, look at that pop. That pop off the 60.
Yeah, nice pop off 60 again. So still kind of consolidating in this range. Maybe change this to maybe we'll go to the 30-minute chart, take a look at it. It's only been trading for, I guess, almost 2 hours now. Failed breakout on the 30-minute. Now we're just kind of trending up on the 30-minute. So, at 2 o'clock, can you take a 30-minute candle breakdown? We talked about there's no levels. There's no real bag holders. There's no bag holders on this. So, it's just pure technical analysis today. It's pure intraday level. So, you can take chart patterns on this one, I think, and we'll see maybe that 59.85 breakdown makes sense back into 59, and then maybe you're getting a breakdown of that into that 58.50, 59 kind of VWAP area that we were talking about before. I think we wait and see one as lots of buying still coming in. So we could see some. Ooh, there's a dump. And then it just buys right back up.
Every time it hits that 60.
The HFTs are really printing on this one today, Obi, I would say.
Oh, I bet. I guess we gotta come up with some of our own. If that's the case there. We gotta start to hit the Python and come up with some of our own algos there to potentially take advantage of some of this fast and quick price action there. I got nothing too much on the board right now. QQQ getting weak, says Thomas. Yeah, I kind of, well, I don't know about that, but this 15.7 is kind of churning sideways here. So I don't know if I want to get involved in anything really. I know I'm in a little bit of a short here on Amazon off of that potentially off that churn. We are near high of day, kind of high of day where we've sold off multiple times around these prices. So again, staying on my feet here. If we do blast up to the upside, and if that 15.7 holds as support and we get going, then yeah, I definitely want to get out of this long. But if we kind of hold, churn, and then come back in, that's definitely going to have this one working out as well. But seems like this is looking pretty strong here on Amazon. So I'm just gonna get out of this one there. All right, thank you. Come again. That 146.70. I guess 146 coming in off of this 145.70-ish area. That's starting to push. So yeah, I don't want to get too cheeky. I guess with the shorts there. Yeah.
Market looking strong.
Market looking pretty strong, man. Yeah, exactly.
1%
So
on
I've
NASDAQ.
been getting a little chopped up today. I guess not in the right mindset. Clearly, this is not what my trading looks like every day. But yeah, sure. Sometimes it ends up looking like this every now and then, and that's something I'm working on, trying to get rid of that noise out of my trading. I feel like there's a lot of noise in my trading, and sure, within the noise, there are some trades where I'm getting a little bit more luckier than usual, and those are the ones I'm trying to, I guess, capitalize on and really study into. Is like especially this VWAP hold, multiple layers of confluence on these trades here, and it gave you almost 60 to 80 pennies almost off of that VWAP hold, and it did it twice to make it nice. So yeah, those were the trades I guess I missed on Amazon that were pretty high probability. In my opinion, also the 143 hold we got in short and definitely had reasons to get out of that short pretty quickly there. So maybe more reasons to get long off of that 143 hold. Holding as low of day, wow, I just get wicked out of that and it comes right back in, man. I'm telling you, these algos are listening.
The algos are definitely listening. It's very hard when you start schlonging. You know, you're looking for the short, and then you get into the good long, or you get out of the short.
Yeah.
You get into the good long, and then you're like, whoa, I wanted to short it here, so I'm going to get out of my good long. I'm going to get back into this short.
Yeah.
And you're just kind of chopping yourself back and forth.
That's kind of what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's tough on a day like today when, you know, the anticipation is in the air. Everybody's freaking out about this IPO is going to come out. Everybody's, you know, I'm going to make all this money on this IPO. You know, you can get antsy and do a little bit too much for sure.
Dance with no pants, as Sharif likes to say.
Dance with no pants? All right.
Yeah. You ever watch that show growing up? Did you ever watch was it Treehouse Kids or something?
Almost definitely.
Yeah, remember there was that I forget what was it called? Ants in My Pants?
Ants in My Pants. Yeah.
Yeah, you remember that? There was that monkey that wore like jeans, and then he would do like the dance when there was ants in his pants. I forget what the name of the show was. But that's what that reminds me of. Whenever Sharif says that, that's what reminds me of that.
You don't want to know, man. You don't want to know.
Ants, Sharif, you remember the show where that monkey with the jeans would dance around? Ants in My Pants? No? Okay. It was on Treehouse, I guess.
How do you remember this?
I don't know. I get like blips of information from when I was I guess much younger.
You just crack your neck a certain way. You get a little flashback.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I was telling the boys today. This morning I woke up. I cracked my neck a little weird, and the whole left side started giving me a little bit of pain. So I might have botched that one up a little bit. I gotta see the physiotherapist over the weekend. But yeah, maybe that's what it is. I'm getting those neurons firing, bringing back some older memories there.
Maybe that is what that is indeed. RCKT. I mean, if anybody took this with me earlier on, you're welcome for this trade. I should have just set a stop and let it fly, but you know, really didn't want to be distracted at all with that with the IPO coming out. But absolute banger there, a full dollar, like that's 5%, I guess, on a $20 stock. So great move there. If anybody's long, I know somebody in the chat was saying that they're long. Who was it? But it doesn't matter. Congrats to you. You get like over $1 out of that breakout if you did have that. Very, very nice move out of that one. 10, 11% to the upside. Short float was 8% or 9%, I believe. And yeah, I mean, that 23.50 was my target on it, and then 25. So we'll see if we can crack 25. Maybe we're cracking 25 this week. What was the news on this one? I think, I mean, I got to imagine it's drug news or earnings. So let's see, news from yesterday. Rocket Pharmaceutical. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Some kind of news on it. Price target increase? No, there's no way. I don't know. There was news yesterday on this one. And looking good back to the upside. I think if we get that 25 tomorrow, that could be something. So I'm going to have to throw a note down there on RCKT. But yeah, pretty solid move there today. Better move yesterday, but great opportunity today for sure off that high of day and off this consolidation breakdown, which, again, another note that I'm going to have to throw down is like finding these consolidations through Trade Ideas. Very, very powerful software that they have. Can scan the market for this kind of thing for you. And you know, I've kind of been slacking with setting up a VWAP scanner like this. So I'm going to have to go in and set something up. Maybe send in a message to Michael Noss on Twitter if I can't figure out how to do that myself. I know that he set up a few things for Brankles for the floor for the Trade Ideas subscription that he just got for the floor. So yeah, that should be. I mean, this is such a powerful breakout right there. That, you know, consolidating in this 30 penny range, risk is basically nothing, and you end up getting what is that, $2.50 out of it on a $20 stock. You basically get a 10% move out of that consolidation breakout. Real nice. Back to ARM. Volume's still kind of dying down. So ARM, I don't know. We're just going to have to see what happens on this one if it does that fail break of 59. So VWAP is slowly climbing. VWAP now at almost 59. If it does get back down there and it fail breaks 59, which is a level that we've just determined to be key based on the day, and VWAP, and blast back up, I think that would be a great opportunity for the long. Carvana just kind of bounced off VWAP as well. These are really the only names that I'm looking at right now. Like Tesla is wedging, so definitely opportunity going into the end of the day, going into power hour on Tesla. But I don't know, nothing that I've got right now. Where's VWAP on Carvana? Zoom out. So VWAP is at that 54 level, which I really liked. I would like to see Carvana dip more into 54, kind of fail breakdown of that 54 and VWAP, and then go back up. Again, if it takes out this consolidation high, I am interested. Maybe even 55, get a small starter size on, you know, breaking back above 55, given that this was kind of the high of this breakdown. But I don't want to get too cheeky with it. I want to just get into a trade, get in the money, and hold it to the high of day and be adding up there. I don't want to be, you know, getting involved in between. So we'll wait for that breakout if that comes. But looking a little bit weak going into VWAP right now. Giving us a bounce off of 54.30. Can't get to 54.20. Surprising. Very surprising on that one. Sharif coming over here, telling us to look at the camera.
Yeah.
Isn't it creepy when we look at the camera?
No, I mean, I guess it makes sense. We're kind of we're talking to ourselves, but we got to remember that the chat is here with us
I know,
as well.
But I'm trying to look at the chart too.
Yeah, and we got to look at the tape. The tape. Yeah.
We need to get a screen
I need some
in front
chameleon
of us.
glasses. You know those chameleon glasses? I need one eye here, one eye there, and then that way I'll be able to process multiple sources of information at once.
You know, they have those screens that have a camera hidden behind them. If we could get that, and we put the chart right here in front of me, and then I can look straight at the chart.
Yeah. But what if we could put the camera behind the screen? Then we're always looking at the camera.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They have those screens with the
yeah,
camera built in.
Yeah, perfect. Okay.
Yeah. That would be perfect.
That would, yeah, boom.
Yeah, send in some super chats so we can buy some nice screens for myself and Obi.
No, have you've seen those? What are they called? The two-way mirrors, right? We could have some setup like that on the screen. You know, you never know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do have that technology, I think.
Yeah, so
Like the
let's,
OLED screens.
Let's get it in. Let's get it in.
A teleprompter, I'm getting.
Oh, teleprompter. I don't know.
No,
That'd be too much. That'd
don't
be an
wanna
extra thing to look at. No. Yeah. Yeah. What's we're unscripted here.
Yeah.
Right? This is unscripted. You're
Wait,
you're
we
seeing,
are?
What? Wait, hold on. Let me just.
You didn't get your script? You didn't get your script, Ben?
Oh damn! I forgot it at home, man.
Yeah, they give me a
Let me.
script.
Gotta do my lines. Every night we spend about like 4 hours on Skype going over our lines, right?
Yeah.
So it's all scripted. Yeah.
It's all a script.
Especially the market.
I'm actually just a robot, and Brendo is in my head just controlling all my movements. So shout out to Brendan for that banger trade from Paris. Anyway, back to trading.
Here.
We're having a good time. Carvana's back at 55.
That
so
60 breaking on ARM a little bit.
is it?
Yeah.
All right. So
Market looking a little bit heavy. We're pulling back off of some of these levels on the market as well. The future is kind of a bit of a pullback, still within range, right? We haven't broken trend or anything as of yet, but I guess we're taking a little stroll to the bottom edge of that channel there for now. Let's see if we kind of break it going into the end of the day. Who knows what the next 2 hours have in store for us? But yeah. Bit of that short kind of coming in. Let's see if we can recycle that 145, right? That's the idea I'm kind of holding on to. A bit of a churn, bit of a range here on the larger time frame there. And we're seeing that happen across the board. Apple's still right there, right? Hasn't really gone too far. I don't really like this one here, but the support is definitely a little bit more dominant on Apple there to the upside. So. That's definitely a little bit of pressure that's being added onto the futures, as Apple is is the largest constituent on both the NQ and the ES there. Saying Max looks like an algo trader. I don't know. How do algo traders look, man?
I look like an algo trader?
What does that even mean?
I'm pretty sure algo traders are not tan, man.
Oh yeah. So they're probably like
Don't they just sit in the basement? In a dark room, like staring at I guess they don't even need to. I guess they do look tan. They can just leave.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah.
You set yourself up, you leave, you're at the beach, you're chilling, maybe you're there to kind of manage or tweak the algos, but yeah, I don't know.
I was just reading the chat there, lots of funny stuff. One thing that I won't repeat that I thought was pretty funny, but yeah, Carvana did just get back above that 55, so kind of regretting not throwing a little order to test that 55 break and then add on this 55.40, but fine with that. I want to see the actual breakout here of this 55.40 price, and hopefully we kind of get squeezing from there. This is a really good kind of setup. Tries 2 times to dip down below this kind of, let's call it 55. Tries twice to get below 55. Can't do it. Bounces twice. So we break this high. I feel like that's a very, very good setup for, for a bit of like a liquidity vacuum up to maybe 56 and higher. But again, just like all the other trades today that I've pretty much taken, I'm not looking to lose at all on these, really. I'm trying to just get into positions, get right immediately in the money, and if it prints against me at all, just get out. So yeah, not going to like risk this down to VWAP or something dumb like that. I am just going to take the breakout. If it fails, I get out, and I try somewhere higher if it keeps going up, or I try that 54 if it goes back down. ARM is still supporting 59.80, so we were talking about 59.85 being like that 30-minute candle break. Oh, right as I say that, here we go.
What's happening? Oh,
ARM just broke down pretty
cracked.
aggressively.
Okay.
So look for this to get right back above 59.80. I would punch along above 59.80 right now. Otherwise, you're looking for 59 to either support or break down, depending on which way you're looking on this. But selling definitely coming into this name quite aggressively right now. So the consolidation has indeed broken. Nice shelf breakdown on that 59.80. You could be, wow, all right, here we go, $59.
Goldman Sachs is selling.
Goldman Sachs is selling.
We talked about the underwriters, remember? There's some big boys on the tape on this name.
Big bid on 59, so does that breakdown succeed? It's gone too far for me to take that breakdown, I think. I don't want to be shorting 59 when we just came from 60, but that is actually looking like a pretty possible clean breakdown price there. Did we break through that? No, 59 is the low of that move. Let's see if we can crack down through 59. Currently still supporting, some bids coming in, but buying kind of mixed right now. So we wait. I think if we get back through 60, that could be a banger kind of stop out long. That's actually what I'm going to throw in right now. So I'm going to get long 60. If we break back through 60, I think that could send us directly to 61 and then maybe through the high. I think an add on 61 makes sense on this one, given that there was that reserve up there as well. So buying off of 59, off of VWAP. Hopefully, if people were short from the top, they were covering in there. But I think short covering is about to come in quite aggressively if we get back through that key $60 price. And it is actually 2 o'clock right now. Wow. So I don't know if Sharif is ready up there. Are we throwing it to Sharif? I think we are, but thank you everybody for watching. It was an exciting midday show, that is for sure. Carvana, IPO, we had Meta, we had some small caps on here. You were trading Amazon. Who could have guessed?
And a little bit of ARM as well. Come on.
Yeah.
A little bit of ARM as well. I tried a couple shots at the ARM, but I guess we didn't really work out. But yeah, I'll definitely be talking to you about how you executed in and around some of those levels, about the cross, about everything when we get back to our desk there. So yeah,
for sure.
It's been a great day for sure.
Yeah, excellent day. We'll be back tomorrow for a maybe a continuation move on this IPO. Maybe who knows what. Hopefully Carvana breaking 60 tomorrow. But we'll send it over to Sharif at the big desk. Good luck with the rest of the day.
Take care.
Fantastic job, gentlemen. Yes, what an afternoon it was.
Absolutely.
The NQ reversed course. Likewise with the ES, ARM IPO will open far above the $51 that we were